Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you.
You left me alone inside these empty, broken walls, and I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall, and now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I'm
Hello and welcome to Paul Ricard. We're here for round 3 of our Endurance Series and is the VRS Paul Ricard 8 hour. I'm super excited for today.
Bonjour,
How are
j'espère
ya?
que vous savez ça votre
Don't
parapluie. Good afternoon. I hope you brought your umbrella to round 3 of Octane Online Racing's 2022 Endurance Series. The virtual racing school Paul Ricard 8 hour coming to you live from La Castellet in the south of France. 48 teams, 8 hours, 13 turns, one hell of a straight and a very pleasing amount of moisture. My name is Jamie Conboy and beside me is a man I can guarantee is almost as excited as I am to be here.
Yes, hello, greetings everyone. I hope you're all doing well on this lovely Saturday or perhaps even Friday night, depending on where you are in the world. And absolutely going to be 8 hours drink kit in.
8 hours of rain, 8 hours of rain, 8 hours of rain. We also have the pleasure to be joined by broadcast director, the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Tasmania, Mr. Neil Alexander. Good day to you.
G'day, mate. How are we? I had a duplication there with some noises, so we did a little bit of an intro. So we've got double intro here today, which is a bit of a bonus. How are you two gentlemen?
Ecstatic.
Yeah, we're both over the moon. It's absolute. It's my favourite track, and it's Bender's favourite weather. So yeah, we're as excited as we can be.
Bloody sensational. I can't wait for today. It's looking very ominous out there. Very ominous. Well, ominous for Bender is a bit different to how I would describe ominous, but yes. Let's now and have a look, and it is wet.
No, there's no sun in sight, mate, so you can put the word ominous away.
Yeah, super damp too. It's not light rain. It is pretty significant weather. There's going to be aquaplaning, wet patches everywhere. It's going to be a really tough task for the drivers, especially in the first lap, obviously, when everyone's condensed. But over the course of 8 hours, if this weather continues, and it's expected to, it's going to be a really, really interesting race. One thing I do note is that it's probably a little bit colder, the temperature, than I think most drivers will be expecting based on practice this week. So that's the first thing I've noticed.
Well, I mean, I guess you have to do practice to notice the temperatures. No, joking. Look, realistically, I think the wet tyre's got quite a large operating window in terms of temps that even, if the rain does change slightly, I'm not expecting too many issues with it. It's quite durable. Obviously, there's no, I guess, partway intermediate tyre as they have in, say, Formula 1. So the wet tyre's got quite a large range, and I expect that'll be featured pretty much throughout the whole race today.
Quick look down the starting grid. R8G Happy Laps, Bakita, Houlihan and Hunter starting from pole, joined on the front row by our current championship leaders, the Warntide Tribe entry IB Racing of Herbert Van Vliet and Kai Rudin. And then, of course, we've got No Idea, Speedy Mite Racing, Steezy Autosports, OES Orange, SFE Babad, Kovacs Racing Purple, Rockets Evolve 2, and MRT Utter Chaos. They are your top 10. Madcar Racing, MPR GP, Dare to Dream, Hoon Corp, OES Blue, 05 Motorsport, Kovacs Racing Blue, Drive to Survive, Alliance Gold, and Convicts and Colonials are the top 20. BC Racing Vegemite, Rockets Evolved 1, Kovacs Racing Black, Kovacs Racing Green, The Underdogs, A&T Racing, Disciples of Speed 2, OES Black, UNSW Racing, and Disciples of Speed. Positive Delta Racing, the $1.50 Macca Special, Alliance Green, BC Racing Marmite, Alliance Black, 2T Racing, Rutima Spin, Kovacs Racing Red, Zoom A-Team and MRT Team Last Name. And then from 40 down to 48 is Trans-Tasman, Psychopath E-Racing 2, Race Ventura Clutch Racing, Zoom B-Team, Glutard Racing, CJ Racing, and MRT Lost Our Way.
That is a big grid.
And a very beautiful grid too. Of course, we had the custom liveries come out for Watkins Glen in our previous event, and they're looking just as nice for this one up the Mistral Straight here on the formation lap.
Yeah, we can hear you fine, mate.
Yes, sir. Hello to everyone in chat, of course, the regulars all here, you know who you are. Hello to our sponsors, of course, VRS, Sim Rigs, and Lawntail as always joining us. An update on the raffle. Well, not an update, I guess a small reminder. There's plenty of prizes up and about. A couple of those anonymously donated, but of course the first prize, the VRS Direct Force Pro pedals, donated by Virtual Racing School, the Church of VRS, coming to fight cancer. Hashtag race for Babby. Hello to you, Michael Babb, watching on from his hospital bed. The nurses in there doing God's work, looking after the great man. The gorilla watching on as we get ready to start. 8 hours of Paul Ricard. Safety car has pulled away. Nice straight lines from most of the grid there as we get ready to get underway. The green light not far away. It is Bakita on the right, Kai Rudin on the left. We are green flag racing on our way down to turn 1. She's going to be tricky in the wet. Mind those braking points. Let's see how we go. Bakita breaks deep into turn 1 and holds onto that spot, and immediately a little boot there on Kai Rudin sends him around. Not sure who that was tucked in behind Kai Rudin there and just missed the braking point, unfortunately. So that's a poor start for them, but it is Bakita who got away nicely. And the Porsche, really nice under brakes, means that she holds on to P1 as we go through the first sector. Stephen Tsai here looking promising as he makes his way through. And the Kovacs entry there, side by side with Pete Viney. Pete getting right up alongside Stephen Tsai and getting good traction out of there, actually. So it looks like might have got that move done. Nice work there from Pete Viney onto the Mistral straight in front of Stephen Tsai, but the Honda extremely strong in a straight line, so Stephen Tsai won't be done yet. And Benjamin Hignett now joining in as well. Stephen Tsai over there in the slipstream of Pete Viney will probably stay in front of Ben Hignett, but Benny will just watch on here as we head up into scenes for the first time. This is a very tricky corner in the dry, let alone the wet, so watching these cars file in here for the first time. Looks like most of the top half of the field, especially the top 10, got through nice and clean. That's great. Not a lot of yellow flags on the track map, so it's been a reasonably good start from the entire field. Other than that turn 1 incident, it's been pretty clean. It's a good start.
Yeah, it's been surprising just how brave some people have been around the outside of various corners in the wet. Obviously, a lot of drivers done practice. They're happy with the grip levels for now. Perhaps turn 1, you think, oh no, particularly a crash at the start of the field. People in the middle towards the back, unsighted, but it's done well. Everyone's done well so far, and we keep fighting.
Yeah, really pleasing to see. Most drivers with a lot of respect for each other here, of course. And with 8 hours to go, you wouldn't expect too much sadness in the first lap, and that's just how it's played out. We've come through to complete lap 1. It is Bakita leading the way from pole. This is Sam Misson and Mark Bushell having a little go down into turn 1. Mark Bushell in the Kovacs black entry. This is Michael Babb's usual vehicle. Obviously not racing tonight, but Bushell and Bub now doing a 2-man team. So that's a big effort. You can see the gorilla on the back of that Honda there as they race for Babby. Misson well aware of who's usually in that car. A bit further back in the field, we've got Windsor, Maddox, Sassano all having a little side-by-side here. In this tricky first sector, there's a little bit of action there. A couple of cars around.
Not sure who that was, but whoever was in the green car did really well just to reverse out of the apex there. That is brilliant awareness.
Yeah, rejoining, certainly a skill and well executed there. Unfortunate for those drivers. So a couple of cars having some issues in the first couple of laps. Not the start they would have wanted, but of course with 8 hours to go, there's plenty of time to make those back up. And strategy is going to be all over the place for these drivers today. All the strategy spreadsheets would have gone out the window with this weather now playing havoc on that.
So what are you expecting strategy-wise, JC? I think most teams will still try and run to the hour. I can't imagine there'll be a huge amount of change in stint time based on the weather, unless there's a dramatic change towards the middle or end of the race when it dries up.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, that'd be pretty much the case. She'll be drive the tyres off it for 70 minutes and then come in and hopefully keep your stints to a minimum. The amount of changes of drivers you've got to do, the amount of pit stops you want to keep those to a minimum. That'll save you the most time. So I agree, Bender. I think that'll be the main strategy. Of course, tyre wear not being so much of a factor in the wet, it's probably a little bit easier. That's there. It's deep down the inside there from the Mercedes. Might be Rob's there in the Mercedes down the inside.
Oh, just a bit of door banging. We don't mind that here.
And still side by side down into turn one. So Nathan Wilson, nice and deep under brakes, but unfortunately that's the Mercedes of Rob's that we saw in the last corner get a little bit of a door bang happening and getting one back there down into turn one. So Rob's goes around. This is a replay of your start. Keep an eye on the car on the outside. That's Kai Rudin. Bakita breaks deep, gets away nice and cleanly, and Bakita, not in any fault of her own, sort of holds up Kai Rudin there. Kai Rudin has to get on the brakes potentially a little bit earlier than he wanted to avoid getting into the back of Bakita, and that may be what the third car coming into picture was unaware of, and that's how Kai Rudin ended up going around. So unfortunate for Kai Rudin.
Yeah, it is tricky down into turn one. You've actually got the spray as well, so pray for the windscreen wipers today, everyone. Those that need a raise. Good working overtime here. I mean, we've got Maddox here trying to go on the outside of Wilson. BMW not the strongest in a straight line. Tries to cut back underneath to Scenes, not quite going to get there.
Scene's probably going to be a little bit easier in the wet than the dry, obviously not carrying anywhere near as much speed through there. So Scene's generally a pretty tricky corner to set the car up for. Such a high speed corner. A lot of cars don't like going through there in the dry, but I guess in the wet they've got to shave a lot of speed off to get through there. It might not be as much of a drama in the wet. The weather forecast saying it's going to get wetter too, by the way. Look at the weather. It's just going to get wetter over the next half an hour.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's already wet already. How can it get any wetter? But you're right on Scenes there. I think in the dry, you know, if you're side by side, you can try going through too wide. But in the wet, I think it really polarizes that. You really have to be far enough ahead, not just level with the car that you're trying to overtake, but ahead. So perhaps we might see a few less 50-50 moves into Scenes as well.
But 10 minutes down, pretty good start from all involved. This is the Audi of Talbot, the Speedy Mike Racing entry. Tucked up on Jake Baldwin. And the Audi getting a really nice run here. As Bender pointed out before, the BMW not necessarily the strongest in a straight line, and the Audi is really nice in a straight line. So around the outside, it looks like for Talbot there, gets that one done through Scenes. Behind them, it's Senekis, Pignata, and Kale. Kale in this orange OES entry. Behind Pignata in the Mad Cow entry, and Senekis in the Kovacs purple. Good to see a good mix of manufacturers up the top here too. It's a pretty good BOP here at Paul Ricard. Really even BOP. No one car really stands out, and if it does, it's because it's good in one sector. It's a bit like Spa in that the middle sector quite a lot different to the first and third sectors. So you can set your car up for top speed, or you can set it up for high downforce. There's strengths and weaknesses to each of the cars, and it plays out in the setups as well.
I was just having a chat to a few people earlier before the race and saying these conditions, they might even suit the Porsche. I mean, all right, it's traditionally not as quick in a straight line, but you need the traction settings, the cornering, the braking in the rain, and that just, it's a rocket in the rain, the Porsche. So Nikita, obviously a talented driver, and she can handle the car. It's, can be quite edgy. I'm not a fan of it, but definitely making the most of it. Early stages. This battle here.
Yeah, BMW on BMW here. Talbot's done really nicely since he got past Baldwin. You can see him at the top of your screen there. He's already stretched out about a half a second lead to Baldwin and Senekis. The two BMWs here, Senekis up behind Baldwin here at the moment and got a really nice run down Mistral here. So he pulls over to the inside. Pignata in the Mad Cow entry there behind, watching patiently as well to see what happens through here as the two BMWs go side by side through scenes. Baldwin pulls in behind, doesn't want to go side by side. That allows Pignata a bit of a run here, but with two BMWs in front of him, doesn't find a great deal of space to make anything happen. Looks like he's going to have a little crack down the inside here, though. It's adventurous to say the least, but it looks like he's done nicely. Pignata down the inside of Baldwin. Baldwin not finished, I would assume. This is a really late apex that Baldwin gets the chance to find and does nicely to consolidate his position. So nice defense there from Jake Baldwin on Matty Pignata.
That would have been an amazing move by Pignata there. Just seeing the two BMWs fighting ahead, gaining down the straight. The difference between the Lambo and the BMW is massive. All right, he's getting a bit of a double toe, but then just places the car nicely. Tries to switch back to the middle of the corner, but just running out of room outside of turn 12 in the end.
Almost got it done, but yeah, Baldwin, as you said, defended nicely and hung it out there and managed to hang on to that position. But what that did do was grant a bit of a buffer to Senekis, who got through on the straight before scenes. So now Senekis gets a chance to try and chase down Talbot. But how about the gap up the front? Bakita already 8 seconds clear of Talbot. She's really got a handle on this Porsche. Obviously one of AP's fastest drivers and clearly having no issues here in the wet. Porsche pretty difficult to drive at the best of times. Don't know how it goes on the wet, but as I said, she's clearly got a handle on it already. 8.5 seconds down the road on Talbot, Senekis and Baldwin.
Here we go. Got Josh Vettiger leading Pro-Am car at the moment. Drive to survive, car 174 in the McLaren. That's usually pretty handy of late. It's been one of the more popular cars in the Sprint Series.
Good in the wet too, the McLaren, so expecting the McLarens to have a good time today. That and the Aston Martin. Not many Aston Martins on the grid, but there is a handful of McLarens, so those cars will be pretty pleased with the weather conditions as they are. Joshua Hill, our leading AM class driver at the moment in the $1.50 Macca's special. Watching out the back here as McDonald chases him around scenes.
I was going to say, look at the confidence there just to follow that closely through scenes. You can see a move in the background there. A couple of cars running wide.
There's a couple of cars making moves in the background there. Yeah, it's Windsor, Weston, Clark, Vintner all involved. Daniel and Wenzel having a little go here as well. But this is Windsor around the outside of McDonald there. Didn't quite get that right, and in fact ran pretty wide, so cost himself, and that brings Weston and Clark in. Ollie Daniel on board with him now as he chases down Vintner and Clark.
Look at the spray from the onboard. I mean,
yeah,
this is going to be fun 8 hours.
Yeah, the broadcast don't necessarily do it justice. When you're watching from the chopper, it's a wet track. Yeah, it must be. But this, as you said, this paints a really good picture of what these drivers are having to deal with, especially those who are tucked up inside a second of the car in front.
Oh,
that's
Windsor.
around.
Yeah, just a bit too much curb there. Going through. My man, my team, Robert Wenzel. He's leading the charge. Oh, a couple of positions there. Someone else running wide.
Mark Bushell, I think it was, having a little issue at the exit of turn 4 there. So he gets swallowed up by Robert Wenzel. Suma goes on through up into P26. And now Tim Vaughan with a chance to have a crack at Wenzel on the Mistral. And just the power of that Audi. The Honda is no slouch in a straight line, but that Audi hardly used any slipstream and gets it done well before scenes. That Audi is an absolute weapon in a straight line. So nice work there from Tim Vaughan. He goes on through.
Making a lot of curbs though. It's Tim there. That's playing a dangerous game in these conditions.
Weston being chased around by Clark here. Looked like Clark was going to have a little crack at him, but he thought better of it. Wheezy in P22 at the moment in the Audi. I am pretty sure that's out of place. I believe they're second in the championship, Steezy Autosports, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they were the one of the cars that were caught up at turn 1.
They are P4 in the championship, and as Mull pointed out, caught up at turn 1. So our position at the moment. So those guys got a lot of work to do to recover back up into the top 10. But as I said, a lot of time to go. We are only 15 minutes in. We've had plenty of action so far.
Oh, and it's only 15 minutes. This is going to be brilliant.
I can hear the smile in your voice.
Oh, look, I'm going to be insufferable. I don't get in the car until 4 hours in. It would be so tragic, though, if it rains for the first 3 hours and then dries up.
That's what's going to happen.
I would be
Murphy's Law.
Inconsolable.
Pete Viney here defending from Hignett. Unsuccessfully. Hignett up the inside of scenes. That's brave, but what a switchback from Viney. It looks like he's going to get that done. So these two battling through scenes, and Hignett getting a little bit of crossed up there. He made a little error, had to rescue it. Did nicely to not lose too many tenths to the car in front and no positions to the cars behind. So hangs on to it, does Hignett.
Yeah, it's very slippery off the track. I mean, even on the track, you can see just how much standing water is, but as soon as you get onto those blue and red painted surfaces off the track, it is so slippery, and we've already seen a couple of cars spin already. It is just so easy to drop the car, and you lose so much time.
Another car who must have been caught up at turn 1, Matthew Lamb, currently P45. They are P2 in the championship as it stands. So a lot of work to do for them as well. Obviously a poor start. And at the very back of the field. So Matty Lamb very, very quick. I'm sure he'll have no problem moving through the field. But that's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, we've started to see a couple of penalties coming through now. I imagine for turn 1, lap 1 incidents. I think there was a stop go 30 from someone before, 15 seconds there. He was running the car with a drive-through. Shout out to all the stewards as well in the stewards room, volunteering their time today to help make this event possible. I'm sure these conditions will mean they'll be rather busy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this weather will cause more or less incidents. And the same for drive-throughs. The track's notorious for drive-throughs. In the dry, it can be really easy to run wide, or there's even some curves you can cut to sharply. Some corners you can get drive-throughs very quickly here. But I don't know in the wet whether people are just going to take it a little bit more cautious, and potentially we see less penalties. Not sure which way that's going to play.
For me, it's just the element of uncertainty. When you go to overtake someone in these conditions, you're not quite sure because you're not braking offline. So if you are going to overtake, usually the defender will stay on the racing line unless it's advantageous not to be. So it just adds that element of doubt. You're not quite sure on the braking points, so maybe that means it's a little bit easier to have some minor incidents when overtaking or miss a braking point. But yeah, like I said, it could work the other way. JC, people being a bit more cautious and taking it easy, particularly in the first 20 minutes.
So almost 20 minutes down now. Bakita with the purple lap and a significant lead out the front. Senekis in P2 has gone past Talbot. And Pignata's had a good start up into P4 with Baldwin, Kale 5 and 6. Kai Rudin, after that turn 1 incident, finds himself in P7, so not too shabby. So we've already seen it's been worse for some other drivers who were involved in the lap 1. So Kai Rudin in P7 is going to be pretty pleased to be not too far down the field. Ty, Vediger and Viney round out the top 10 after 20 minutes of racing. Hello to you, Mrs. Tully. Mrs. Tully pointing out that we have the raffle going on at the moment. Obviously, we saw the prize list prior to the race, and there's plenty on offer. The link is in the chat, pinned to the top. There's the link for the raffle. Get yourselves a ticket. They are $10 each. And obviously, as I said, a lot of prizes on offer. And then, of course, there is the GoFundMe as well. All proceeds going towards the GoFundMe for Babby's cancer treatment to help him and his family. So well worth the expenditure. Thank you again to Virtual Racing School for coming on board and supporting us with some prizes there, as well as sim rigs. But on track, look at this gaggle of cars. These are really starting to gain some confidence in the car. Even as the track continues to get moisturer, they are starting to explore their options. These cars here, looks like Tran, Hignett, Viney, Davis, Herod, they're all involved here. Tran already with a 10-second penalty, obviously getting caught up in an incident earlier on. But yeah, this is a bit of a gaggle of cars. And again, Ben, as you said before, look at the amount of visibility that Tran has here. The wipers doing the... Oh, no, that's deep. That is deep. Down the inside of Hignett, got that all wrong, just missed his braking point. Looks like Hignett got away with it, and Tran now under all sorts of pressure from Davis and Herod. It's going to go 3 wide into turn 1. If we manage to get this right, I'll be very surprised. Looks like Herod down the inside is going to be first into turn 1 and get that nicely. Tran goes very wide and loses out, and it looks like Davis sneaks on through. So Tran, after his little incident in the last corner with Hignett getting away with it, which is what we want to see. He moves up. Well, he doesn't move anywhere. He stays in P12. Tran down to P15 as Davis and Herod make their way through.
Yeah, I think it was good driving by Tran there. Just realised that perhaps it was his mistake. Just backed out of it a little bit onto the straight, so he didn't gain an advantage. No one's really come off worse, so the umpire might say play on. We watch a replay here. What's going on?
Oh,
Right, the underground secret shortcut.
car 315. Oh, that's what's happened to Lamb. Oh, no. So
What was that,
Lamb, Britt, and Kitching, as I said previously, are P2 in the championship, and they have gone with the submarine strat and have clearly disconnected at some point. So that's really unfortunate for Matty Lamb, who that's why we find him at the back of the field.
Well, there you go. So it's interesting. Been about 20 minutes. He's down 4 laps. I reckon there's still a good shout by the end of the race to be up there. I mean, it's a long 7.5 hours to go, but 4 laps isn't that much at this point in time. You know, you've got a lot of the race to make that up, particularly for the guys that started. Where do they start? P3, P4?
Yeah, definitely up inside the top 5, and yeah, P2 in the championship. They've all got pace. All 3 drivers, Lamb, Britt, and Kitching, all extremely quick. So I reckon hours, assuming they have no more disconnects. That's a worrying sign that early into the race, but fingers crossed and toes for those guys that they can make a good recovery out of it. So we'll keep an eye on them across the course of the day.
A couple of quick shout outs in chat. People saying 15-second time penalty for taking shortcuts. That's a bit harsh. Don't kick them while they're down, boys.
Mike checked. Am I echoing still, chat?
Sounds pretty good to me. We'll rely on chat to let us know if there's an echo. Sounding very handsome to me.
15 seconds for cheating.
Oh no, I hope that's not really the case.
No.
Babby pointing out that the DC was Matt's girlfriend who pulled out the wrong cord at some stage.
Ex-girlfriend,
Oh
you mean?
no.
Ex-girlfriend. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, soon to be.
Oh,
soon
no.
to be.
Oh, shit. Oh, well, he'd be on Tinder later on tonight.
As soon as he's out the car, mate.
He's probably on it now. He's had 4 laps to hook himself up in the count. Nah, yeah, that's horrible. Got no words. F in chat. G'day, Babby. G'day, chat. How are we? Straight to the curb.
Turned off the modem instead of the engine. Oofed.
Those are some wide lines.
How do you do that? And why do you turn the TV off at the fucking PowerPoint? I've got so many questions.
So many questions, yeah.
Mrs. Lamb.
As you said, Bender, plenty of different lines. That's why I love this track, Bender. I can't believe this is... Well, actually, Campbell, it's your favourite track I heard earlier this week, by the way. That's all been documented and stored in the Discord. This is your favourite track. And that's probably why there's so many different lines that can be taken. Look at this, some hard defence here from Herod. He picked his line nice and early, but it didn't stop Tran going down the inside, but he broke too deep and cost himself a position to miss it as he makes his way through. So Tran losing out again. He's building up the penalties here too, is Tran. He's got 25 seconds. I assume that extra 10 came from the incident with Hignett in the final corner. So whether he redressed it or not, the steward's still giving him a little bit of a whack there. And then down into turn 1, looked like he was going to get the move done on Herod, but just got it all wrong, broke too late. So Herod missing. They move up, P13.14 respectively, and Tran down to 15th. Now, that's missing going... Oh, I thought he was going wide, but that's just how much... Look at the spray. It's unreal how wet it is. I can't imagine Herod can see anything here as he comes up behind Viney. Viney in the BMW is a sitting duck to the Aston in a straight line, although it looks like they are still side by side here. This is going to be very interesting up in two scenes. There they are. You've got Viney in the Kovacs entry, and Herod gets it done in the red Disciples of Speed entry. Goes pretty wide, which invites Viney back in. Is Viney going to have a look down the inside? Herod is sideways. He is drifting, and he can't keep it going straight. Unable to save it. Holds his brakes. That's how you do it. Reverses off the racing line. So does the right thing there, does Matty Herod, but that's unfortunate for the Disciples of Speed boys. They will fall back through the field, and Viney, defending nicely, hangs on to P13. Sorry, P12 he moves up to.
Yeah, he tried to save that. He tried everything he could. To no avail, but the rejoin was precision-like. Wasn't it, Bender?
It was. I'd say not the best one we've seen today. I still reckon that goes to whoever mentioned earlier on. I think it was lap 2. Reversed off the apex at turn 4, turn 5 area. I think that was the best one we've seen so far.
Yeah, that lap 1 or 2 one was really classy.
And I was wondering early on, JC, I think it was 2 minutes in, you mentioned rejoin. Oh, here we go. Hasn't taken long. Has not taken long, ladies and gentlemen. Cross it off your bingo list.
I
wasn't going to go there. I know there's 8 hours in front of us. We've got plenty of time to get there.
What did I say? Was it me? I was just asking you what you thought of the rejoin, mate.
Sounded very defensive there, Bender.
Yeah, you sound
not
guilty.
I've got the clip queued up already, I think.
Surely got that clip queued up.
All right, here we go. Everyone seen this? Here it comes. Nah, I don't have it queued up. Or do I? So we'll get through the first hour of the VRS Paul Ricard 8 hour, and then the next 7 hours will just be that replay of your rejoin.
On repeat.
7 hours.
Then we'll cut to the winner as they cross the line.
Oh, you know how on YouTube they have those videos of like 10 hour of the same thing replayed over and over again? I might create one for that. That is the worst rejoin. Anyway, it wasn't good.
100,000 views by the end of the week, that one. Vaughan looking really likely here behind McDonald. Again, the Audi in a straight line. Even Audi on Audi doesn't stop the Audi. Vaughan getting it done before scenes. And McDonald with no option other than tuck in behind and hope that Vaughan makes an error. That Marmite entry looking really nice. It's a great livery. Very, very happy with that one.
Oh, it's fantastic. Sadly, though, I believe their other team, their sister team, the 21 car, Vegemite, were unable to make today's race due to health reasons. I hope you guys are all good.
Oh, no.
But Marmite out there in force. There you go, chat. What's the question? There's a question for you. Vegemite versus Marmite. Which one are you taking? It's a Vegemite for me.
Someone explain to me what Marmite actually is. I assume
different
it's the same
type.
as Vegemite, but
it's
just
still
a regional thing.
Yeah, it's a different type of extract. Essentially done the same way, but it's a different version of an extract. Vegemite's a yeast extract. I'm pretty sure Vegemite, Marmite might be like a vegetable extract. A different one. I don't know. It's definitely not the same. Promite's similar again. But it's sweeter. Yeah, Marmite's sweeter.
Marmite is Vegemite with a honey consistency, so it's a little bit drippier per se. Right, I've never had Marmite, so I can't enter into whether which one is... I love Vegemite though, so if Marmite's anything like Vegemite and it's got the consistency of honey, I'd probably be down for some Marmite. I might have to go invest in some of that.
Back to the supermarket tonight. Hey, Braden. With the Bendifax, it's something. Years of spreading it on toast has come to fruition here. G'day, Callum all day. Promite. That's what... BC Racing, if you're listening and you need to enter a third car, can you please make it Promite? None of this cheesy mite crap or whatever. Wow, that's a different
Whoa,
one.
that's Hasnam, who obviously got it wrong on the Exodus scenes and has managed to...
Did he hit a wall?
He's held that well.
No,
I
I
reckon.
think he managed to save it from the wall. Just got it all wrong coming out of the Exodus scenes. Maybe got a little bit crossed up. Didn't spin though, so he, as Bender said, he's managed to save it pretty well. The rejoin was okay, although the rejoin was...
I just think he was trying to save that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, we take your hats because conditions as well in that sweeping corner. I reckon Hasnam has a Marmite consistency in his undies at the moment. Or is it Vegemite? I don't know. Either way, needs to change them. Bovril versus Bonox. Now, I've heard of Bovril. I don't have any idea what it is, so you're going to have to Bendifact me in chat. G'day, Gamepad lad. Hope you're feeling better, mate.
Oh, it's Mitch Weston down the inside into turn one. Gets the move done nicely on Hasnam.
Yeah,
It's a P16 now is Mitch in the 96 car.
they're slowly making their way back up. They were caught in a little bit of a rear tap, which spun them around, dropped them down a few positions. So the first 2 hours of this race for Steezy Autosports, purely recovery. And I still think they've got a chance to get into that top 5 if they play their cards right.
Hasnam wide again there. I'm not sure whether that Ferrari's set up for the wet, but
I
he's
think
made
it's
a few errors
tyres.
in the last couple of laps. So
reckon.
Gibbo goes through there in the Farmers Union entry up into P17. Hasnam drops down to P18. A couple of errors in the last few laps for Hasnam have seen him drop down through the field.
Yeah, I think that'd be something we can do a bit later on once the action calms down a bit. Just look at all the liveries and their beautiful creations.
Oh, it's
So Hasnam,
fantastic.
nice toe there. And the straight's going to look on the inside of Gibbo. He's going to
Please
send
no.
it as well.
Oh, he's
Nice
done it.
move.
This is where he had an issue last lap though, Hasnam, and you can see again, even there, he just got a little bit crossed up, managed to rescue it that time and stay in front of Gibbo. But
Is
that
there
Ferrari
more spray
seems to
now?
look-
Or is this car in particular just not good at clearing that windscreen?
I reckon this looks slightly worse than it did earlier. I mean, maybe it's just a...
It's alright in the Honda. Yeah, whatever.
McLaren.
Oh, maybe not.
Could be just a case of the weather getting wetter. Again, up in the weather forecast, there is a plus sign
Yeah,
on
but
the
then
clouds.
there's
It is
a-
getting wetter as we go along.
Wow.
Oh, Hasnam again,
Speaking
facing
of wetter,
backwards.
those
He's
undies.
really struggling with this Ferrari. And that looks like Herod. Oh, no, it's not Herod. I don't think that is Herod. Not sure who that was coming through in the black entry there, but yeah, Hasnam having all sorts of trouble here for the MPRGP team.
Yeah, I reckon those tyre temps are boiling. He's not on dries, but let's just triple check. No, okay, he's on wet.
Surely no one's insane enough to be on slick tyres.
Nah, because, yeah, that's not ending well for anybody. 616 is around. That is...
Oh, no.
Is that...
That's Pignata, who was in P2. So
car.
Pignata's had a really, really strong start to this race. They started P6 or something.
Flying along.
And he's been having a really good race so far. We've seen him make moves earlier on. He's been off screen for a while in the Mad Cow entry and was in P2 when he spun. Now, let's not assess that he had spun. We haven't seen what happened yet, but it was on the straight. So I'm interested to know what happened. There seems like a weird spot to spin.
It did look like it was the start or early on the Mistral straight, so very, very strange, as you say, JC. Unless there was contact, I'm sure we'll see a replay.
They started in 11th.
Started 11th, okay.
He's had a cracking start, has Pigger. He's done really well. Looks like he's got a really good handle on that Lambo, and as Bender said before, the Lambo looks really good in a straight line too, so he's made up plenty of positions to be in P2 after
the weirdest crash
half
I've
an
ever
hour.
seen.
Yeah, we got a replay.
Yourself.
Here's your replay. He looks to be all alone, so it's clearly not contact. He's just coming onto the Mistral straight here, gets onto the curb. And
Oh no.
somehow has just gone around on his own steam. That's a very odd one.
Was there standing water there, and was there a little bit of help from the apex on the outside? Something's unsettled him, and I don't think it'd be steering inputs.
It did look
Baffling.
like there was a little bit of a dip on the curbs when it transitions from the red and white curbing to the blue painted tarmac. And as we would say before, JC, the blue painted tarmac, that is very slippery. That is just unlucky there for Ignata in the 616 car.
Yeah, that that as well as all the standing
Watch
water
this.
that would be on the track. Here it is again. This is your driver's eye angle, and as Babby pointed out, he's just aquaplane there. He's come off the curb. The curb's slippery enough as it is, but he's found a huge river of water, and the car has just gone on him. So that's really unfortunate. Hopefully not too much damage. Looks like he hit the wall. Don't know how hard, but from P2, he finds himself now in P9, does Pignata, and under pressure from Davis now in the BMW. In fact, he's got a little gaggle of BMWs behind. 3 out of the next 4 cars are BMWs. So Pignata's got some work to do now to defend from them, especially if he is carrying damage from that little tap on the wall.
Yeah, you can see it even better just from the onboard. Just that little dip going off the curb onto the tarmac and then back up again. That would have just unsettled it. That's very unlucky.
Question for you guys. Are we going to see rain for the entire 8 hours?
Yes.
I hope so.
Both of our fingers, all of our fingers. But Bender and I are holding hands with our fingers crossed. It's about as crossed up as it gets.
I'm picturing it now. It's not a great sight.
Hignett down the inside here of... Is that Davis in car 5? It is.
Yep.
So these two battling for position. This is for P10. Hignett, another driver who's had a really good start to this race. He's been involved in a few little incidents, none of which have been his fault. We saw one down into the final corner there from Tran. Tran now back in P15. Hignett up the inside of Davis. Looks like he's going to get this one done. Gets on the anchors. The BMW pretty good under brakes. Gets it done nice and clean. So Hignett up into P10 in front of Davis, who drops to P11.
Just wanted to go take a look at the Drive to Survive car. They're currently sitting in 5th overall Pro-Am team. I can't remember where they qualified, but I know they've gained a lot of positions, and that is fantastic to see. I will confirm where they started in a sec, but I do love this livery too.
The two Vettigers, Appreciato and McCullough. That's a 4-man team, and they are P13 in the championship at the moment, so this will be really good for their standings. As you said, leading Pro-Am class.
17th.
That's a huge start from 17th.
Yep.
So Joshua Vettiger having a ridiculously strong start to this one. That's a great effort. The McLaren pretty strong in the wet, but he is outperforming that car for sure.
Might get a little chance here to have a sneaky look at the outside of this car. I love the koala.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And what's that, Bender? Oh no, please.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Isn't it a Kiwi?
Oh, yeah, probably. I was going to say a magpie, but it's not black and white, so yeah, I guess it's Kiwi. It's on the black side of the car. Makes
Looks
sense.
like a rat.
Whoa.
No. Magpie. When are magpies brown?
Never. That's, yeah, no, never.
I think
I
it's
think you're
Kiwi.
right, though.
That was my guess.
Yeah, I think
Kiwi's a good guess.
if they've got the koala on the yellow side, the Kiwi on the black side, that makes a whole lot of visual sense. So I think you're probably right.
We'll get confirmation in chat, no doubt, and they'll absolutely ridicule us, which is what we want. I think Appreciato made that livery too. Talented man. Grab behind the wheel, grab behind Illustrator or Photoshop. So, Bender, how long did you actually have to dance for to develop and produce this weather?
How long have you got?
He's been dancing since he came off the track at Watson's Glen.
About 3 weeks.
Right, you're going to love it when you get out there today, or tonight, whenever you get out there.
Oh, I am. It's going to be brilliant.
Drop bear and a dream kiwi. There you go. That's what the koala is references for, a drop bear. So if those that are outside of Australia, and you're ever visiting Australia, if you ever see a drop bear, just
Run.
avoid.
Yeah,
Literally,
wide berth.
throw the Vegemite at them and get out of there.
Do not approach. Don't try and get a photo. It's not worth it. Especially if you've got your family with you, because they will go after young ones first. So honestly, just leg it.
Yeah. Maybe just even to sacrifice one of the young ones to get more of a distance.
Yeah, probably a good shout, honestly.
Probably the girl. Oh, gee whiz. Don't listen to this girlfriend when she's watching this back.
Oh, no.
Or is a nice little side by side. This car looks
This is
familiar.
Gibbo on Western, I believe. No, Western up the front there. So this must be the other Audi. This must be Benji Tran. So Western will be first into scenes. He'll have Tran in the slipstream behind him. Gibbo taking the shallow line. And in the Honda, gets through there nice and safely. Tran hangs on to P16 for now.
Just a shout out to Farmers Union. This is the holy grail of all things good in the world. This is a bet that JC lost last race. So, so yeah. Thanks, JC. It looks fantastic.
Lucky it's a quality livery.
Oh, it is. Thank you, Mr. Crowd, for producing it. And don't forget, Fly Cancer Race with Abby.
How many milks did you lose, JC?
JC.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Speak of the...
Oh, he's kept it going straight, though, Gibbo. He's managed to save that. It's quality driving. Maybe got on the throttle there and just give it a bit of a boost to keep it going straight. So could have been worse. That'll be an interesting one for the stewards to look at. Looked like the rejoin coming back onto the track caused the collision, but whether or not that was safe or not is up to the stewards. Gibbo coming off worse there and dropping a couple of positions, but managed to keep it going straight. So not too bad.
Meanwhile, up the front, Paquita in the R8G X Happy Laps car. Flying along in the wet so far. 22 seconds up the road. There's been quite a bit going on between second to sixth. A lot of swapping positions there as the 45 cars made their way back up to third just quietly. Corid flying at the moment. But Vettiger and the 174 Drive to Survive are pushing for fourth, with third not too far away either. 45 does have a 10-second penalty. What are the chances? Drive to Survive on the podium. Would love to see it, just quietly.
Be a huge result.
I mean, you're calling it very early, but it would be massive.
Yeah, a long way to go, but Joshua's had a great first stint here, and all drivers in that team really strong in their own right. So
There you go. P4, sorry, JC. Who's that? Baldwin just ran wide. And
that was
Josh.
Baldwin.
Yep, P4 now.
I've seen Baldwin go offline a fair bit early in the race. Not sure if it was a temp thing, but they still are further ahead than where they started. And obviously, Drive to Survive car started in 17th position. Flying. I don't know why car 150, we're showing as AM class, so if you're out there 150, you are Pro-Am.
I'm sure someone on their team will be listening and can relay that information for them.
I don't think we even need the weather widget.
No.
Take it off. Forecast is wet forever. Make sure you get your tickets for the raffle. Plenty of tickets being sold. We're trying to raise $25,000 for Mr. Babb and his ongoing costs for battling cancer. He's currently, no doubt, causing trouble in hospital, in his hospital room. So make sure you behave yourself, Gorilla. You can also donate directly to the GoFundMe. All the links are on the YouTube chat on the Octane Online Racing channel. Big thank you to all of you who have supported so far, especially VRS, Simrigs for getting involved with prize donations, a few anonymous punters throwing in some prizes as well, and plus all of you lovely people who have donated money or bought tickets so far. Absolutely amazing to see.
Yeah, it really has. And I think it's a bit of a trip down memory lane if we get past here from Herod, looking on Bartlett. Come back to that in a moment. Going for the outside line here. McLaren though, pretty quick in a straight line against the BMW. Oh, that is not how you want to take scenes in this these conditions. Herod, yeah, that's facing the tyre barrier. It looks like Bartlett.
Oh, both of them came off poorly.
As well.
Now they get a chance to rejoin together and continue their battle, which I'm sure is exactly what they want. But yeah, the BMW stepped out from the slipstream. As you said, Ben, the McLaren pretty strong in a straight line. The BMW was catching, but as soon as the BMW stepped out of the slipstream, just hit a wall of air and didn't quite get up as far alongside or even in front as he wanted to, Herod. So was left with a really, really long task around the outside of Bartlett. And then just a really light door bang, really, but both cars coming off pretty poorly because of it. So they fall through the field. A lot of cars going through there.
Yeah, I mean, that speed doesn't take much either in these conditions. You just aquaplane and spin off everywhere. Here we go. Hill and Maddox battling it out. P26, P27. Looks like Maddox has just passed Hill. Maybe it is just the car specific or the angle JC. That spray does look like it's getting worse.
Yeah, you'd almost want to jump in bonnet cam at this point. I don't know who drives in bonnet cam usually, or if you're normally in you can see in bonnet cam that it doesn't.
Muppets drive bonnet cam.
Well, generally Muppets drive in bonnet cam, to be sure, but I think in these conditions you'd be seriously considering getting into bonnet cam.
You want the immersion and pressing those wiper buttons, don't you?
Immersion. Shout out to bonnet cam gang, stay strong.
I remember doing a few F1 races back in the day in wing cam. I don't know if anyone's ever played F1 at wing cam, but
Front wing or rear wing?
side wing.
Side wing.
Yeah. No, a lot of people that are on the bonnet cam have raced a lot of GT Sport in the past. I know the Sneakers brothers have done that. A few others just find it more comfortable. And at the end of the day, who cares what you're racing? You can race in this view if you wanted to. Well, no, you can't. If you're racing this view, you should be banned from racing everywhere.
I figured that was coming.
Get in the bin. This isn't Need for Speed Underground. Piss off. Nah, but if you can actually be quick in this view, you're a god.
Chase cam. Oh, it's a fan favourite.
I've tried to do a lap in this view before. It is
The helicopter.
bloody hard.
This is almost the old school Micro Machines camera. You know, we got the dynamic top-down view coming from different angles, and you're sort of driving on the screen that moves. That's what reminds me of Helicam.
The idea,
like this.
The idea was thrown up in the Discord that we have a bit of a community race and everyone has to drive around in this angle. So obviously you're still driving, but you've got to do it from here. Just a half an hour race, and it's basically a drive to survive type scenario. It sounds like a good idea. I'd be down for that.
Last car standing.
You definitely know who was cheating. The one that could take turn 2 properly. I wish you could force cameras in this game. Cockpit cam, forced. Nah, I'm just joking. Not really. John says you would want a cam on the start of the second last corner a river runs through. Well, we should go investigate that in a second.
Yeah, it's before the entry, so it's actually sort of between... Well, I don't think you'd call the third last corner an actual corner. You got that long, late apex left-hander, and then you got that slight bend in the road around to the right. It's between that bend and the second last corner, and John's spot on. We found it in practice last night. It is a genuine lake through there. It's just slightly in the middle of the track too, so you can't really dodge it on the inside or the outside. It is, it's a really risky business going through there at full speed.
Is it the left-hander or the right?
It's between the right-hander and the left-hander, the second last corner and the third last corner. And as I said, that third last corner is the right-hander that's not really a corner because you go through there flat most of the time. But it's right in the middle there. And
nah, it's still a corner.
It's definitely noticeable in the car. It is an absolute lake. You hit it, the wheel goes light. There's a lot of feedback that lets you know that you have no control over the car as you go through there.
Very interesting. Yeah, I reckon this rain's going to be a thing for the rest of the race, so I'm sure by the end of it everyone's very up to speed with how to race in the wet on this game, at this track, in these cars. As you can see, a plethora of penalties in the lower bracket here. As we should start seeing some stops as we hit the 50-minute mark, if that's what they're sticking to. No mandatory stop limit for tonight, but there is a maximum stint time for a driver of 70 minutes. But a lot of them try and get in on the 50-minute mark. Especially with these tyres at this track.
Might have to add in an extra mandatory stop for this crew because they are absolutely flying at the moment, even through the blue flag traffic that they have been negotiating in the last sort of 10-15 minutes. Bakita on another level, about 30 seconds clear of Talbot in P2. Mull rightly pointed out before that Talbot, Rudin, Vettiger, Baldwin, so the top 10, they've all been battling, and even here the battle continues as Vettiger is tucked in behind Kai Rudin, who looks like they've gone past, actually no, I don't think they've gone past Talbot, he'd be a little bit further up there, but as Mull said, this top 10, they have been battling non-stop for the first hour, so that would be a large part of the reason that Bakita has created such a large lead out the front. Talbot's done nicely to plonk himself back up into P2. Rudin's had a really strong last 40 minutes or so. Has a little penalty to his name, so not without drama, but after turn 1, falling back through the field's done very nicely to jump back up here into P3. But the Pro-Am entry of Vettiger, these guys looking really strong for a good result today and putting pressure on Kai Rudin, our championship leader at the moment.
It certainly is.
Look at visibility when you're trying to lap and lose past traffic here as well. This is This is unbelievable. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it easily shows you how something like Spa 1998, where Michael Schumacher comes around and crashes into the back of a blue flag, or was it Hakkinen or Coulthard in those conditions? It's so easy. There's such little visibility, and this is a much wider track, much brighter conditions.
Yeah, and in those F1 cars, you've got no windscreen wipers or a windscreen or anything to protect you. It's just your helmet, so it would have been even worse. And yeah, with such low reaction time, doesn't matter how good your brakes are, your aerodynamics are in your Formula 1 car, you're understandably straight at the back of someone. That seems to be the case here in these cars too.
Nice battle here for second position. Speedy Mike Racing didn't have a great last event at Watkins Glen. Absolutely here for redemption in a very nice looking livery they've put together. They've been followed by the Watkins Glen winners, IB Racing from the Worn Tyre Tribe stables, as JC would say. And obviously we spoke about this team before, Drive to Survive, from 17th up to 4th at the moment in the Pro-Am class. They're not here to put shoes on caterpillars. Maybe raincoats.
Unless they're gumboots.
Unless they're gumboots. Not here to put gumboots on crocodiles. People tuning in from overseas would be like, what the fuck is wrong with this?
What are they?
What the hell are these Aussies on? Lots of things. One of them Vegemite that does things to your brain. Oh, here we go. Slipstream behind the Porsche. P2, P3. We'll go on board with the Vedica. This is the view he can see.
Wow.
Absolutely nothing.
Which is, guess the corner.
He's got the blue flag Porsche who's just let him through. He wouldn't have even been aware that that was a blue flag car until he got right up beside them. And then through scenes they go. The Honda getting the crisscross here, it looks like, on the Audi of Talbot, but not willing to send it up the inside. Although he is, it looks like Talbot went wide, so the Honda, Kai Rudin, down the inside, looks like he's going to get it done. And now Vedica looking pretty interested here too. Not quite going to get the drive, but this is a very late apex. There's plenty of lines through this corner, and you can see Vedica look comfortable through there, but just got blocked by the good positioning from Talbot. So Talbot defending nicely there from Vedica, but Kai Rudin getting it done up into P2.
It's done it again. The quarter has claimed another. Sorry, the straight has claimed another.
But this is where Pignata fell from P2 previously, and look, there's that river again.
No.
Oh, hold your brakes, done nicely. All those cars having to do really strong reactions to get out of there. They've done nicely. But yeah, clearly there's a puddle out there somewhere. It's claimed its second victim of the day.
Oh, if my car in real life is out there, geez, she'd be dirty. I don't know if anyone else owns a black car, but you wash the bloody thing and 2 minutes later it's like you haven't touched it. And then when you go out in the rain, it's... Oh, someone's thrown mud at it.
There's a lot of curb there from Josh Vedica. Seems to have gotten away with it. Coming on from Mistral Straight. Go again. Audi versus McLaren. I don't know about you guys. I reckon the Audi is going to win out here. As fast as the McLaren is, and it's got the slipstream. The Audi just looks like an absolute rocket down the straight.
Yeah, the Audi's top speed, not necessarily as high as like the Nissan or the Honda. It's just how quickly it gets to that top speed that makes it such a weapon in a straight line. So it's not necessarily going to max out higher than some other cars, but it just gets there so quickly. Oh, Vedica sticking his nose in down the inside here. Talbot having to give him a little bit of space. But again, Talbot's going to have the inside line. This is what we saw last lap. Talbot will try and put this car in the right position.
Oh,
Vedica
no.
going really wide to try and go around the outside. And this time, not getting it quite right. So Baldwin makes his way through. Vedica drops to P5. and now has Sanekis for company in the purple Kovacs entry. So Vediga, after a really strong start, just a little error there, nothing too serious. He's just trying to get moves done. So hats off to him for getting the racing happening, but not getting it right on that occasion. Down to P5 for Josh Vediga.
Let's just quickly take a look at the purple Kovacs racing entry.
This is a banger.
If you watched Watkins Glen, they had Barney on the front. Who's that, Bender?
Is that Thanos?
Yes,
It is indeed.
It is, and I love the logo they've done here. Race for Babby.
That's very nice.
They're loving their purple theme. Very nice.
It looks very good in these conditions. Stands out.
Definitely stands out. So 1 hour in. And
Gone
it's been
quick.
wet the whole time. Most cars are still kicking about. And I'd like to welcome into the commentary box for the next stint. We've got Matt Nipris. How are you, Matt?
Good evening, Miles. Good evening, gentlemen, and everyone in chat. I'm bloody well on this Saturday afternoon. It's not looking real flash out there, though.
No, it's not. And but also joining us in the booth, we've got Mike Crick. G'day, Mike. How are you, sir?
Hello everybody, how are we going?
Good, thanks, mate. Thanks for stopping in, JC and Bender. We'll see you guys a bit later on. Oh, Bender, you're going to stay around, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm staying around.
Bloody oath, I
JC
can't even get rid of him.
bring that down.
Good luck
You
in your
try,
stint,
mate, you
JC.
try.
Yeah, pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. I'll be back later on. Good luck to everyone out there racing and have fun in the box. Welcome to Mike and Matt. Thank you, Neil. Good luck.
No worries. I'm going to step out 2 for an hour. See you guys soon.
Yep, no worries, thanks, Neil.
Okay.
Well.
I'd like to catch us up on what's been happening, Bender.
Yeah, so it's been a really good first hour of racing. The Bakita in the car 88, she's just been dominating.
Oh,
It's
how
about
unusual.
30-second lead out front, but battles have been, the top 10, I think it's second through to about P5, 6, they're all battling on track, and then there's another battle about P9 to about P12, so there's been some great battles in the first hour.
Yeah, I happened to just come in during that battle we had between Karugan, Talbot, Golden, and Vediga. That looked extremely exciting.
Yeah, so lots of different lines, particularly through Sector 3 that cars have been taking, just trying to really explore the grip levels, particularly after scenes, lots of different late apexes, so yeah, some creative lines, some working, some not so well in the wet compared to the dry, but it's been good so far.
And we're also seeing a couple of drivers getting caught out in a straight line as well. That's something new. And of course, these cars being so low and get that aquaplaning effect just absolutely sends us go. Well, that Honda did not look happy in a straight line just then. That saw a bit of a wiggle there. So yeah, it's certainly this race is if it stays this wet, it's going to be a test of concentration for every single driver out there.
Probably one of the better tracks to have a wet race at though, considering that it's nice and wide, there's a good amount of runoff everywhere, so that we have seen that not too many catastrophic damage situations, which is good, and it does keep people running even if they go a bit wide or they get a bit loose in the wet, so it's created some interesting racing so far.
I think that's the thing. A lot of drivers would have, I guess, prepared initially for a dry race with qualification happening, obviously in the dry as well, and then the last maybe 3 days looking like, okay, maybe it actually might be wet, and then rapidly changing to wet setups, doing some wet practice, and yeah, as you were saying before, Matt, just some of the exit curbs on corners, just catching people out with aquaplaning and really finding those rivers of water.
Of course, another big thing is the spray that on board with Vediga in McLaren when they were going 2-3 wide down this drop. Could not see a damn thing. Great heads-up driving from all 4 of those drivers that were involved in that. I thought for sure we were going to see someone get sent into the vents.
Yeah, man, the spray looks incredible. What do you think, Mike? You been driving, or you got a car in there?
No car for us this weekend. But I did do some, just to see what it was like, just to get an idea of what people would be experiencing for the commentary. I did do a couple of laps around here in the wet, and yeah, even in the Aston, which is quite good in the wet, it's definitely a completely different experience. You really have to take vastly different lines. As we go to a replay here, we're probably going to see some wet weather sadness.
It's always sadness when you see instant replay. I think Mistral's claimed another one. Oh, not quite. That's close enough to Mistral. So
Again, yeah, just those curbs, isn't it?
It doesn't look like he really touched the curb. He just lost the rear on
Oh,
top.
yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right there. He lost it before it. I thought it was the fronts that got hooked up on the curb there, but no, you're right. It was. He just lost the rear going in a bit too quick.
There's not really much with that corner. Cause you should at least be at 3/4 throttle to full throttle there. That could just be a case of aquaplaning there, and just unfortunately the front of the car just happens to turn in just a little bit quicker than what the rear can take, and that's how you spin around. And that's unfortunately the way wet weather racing goes. It's going to be completely different every single lap. It's a frustrating thing about racing in the rain, but it's also a fun part of the rain too. It keeps you on your toes.
Yeah,
Interesting.
absolutely.
It'd be interesting to know if that was on old tyres or new tyres. I reckon there might be a few drivers trying to extend to 70 minutes, perhaps just regretting that a little bit.
I must say I don't get too many. I don't find that the wet tires really degrade too much, just because the pace isn't there. But especially when the race has been as wet as it is. As we see, is our leader in the pits? Yes, they are. So we've got our leader now in the pits.
Was in the pits. That's them right there.
Oh, yep,
And
they've just popped out. Yep.
And it is still Bakita still in the car.
Yeah, it looks to be, as long
What
as
does
the
that get?
timing tower hasn't been. We'll keep an eye on it just in case it hasn't updated. But I do believe they are still in the car.
It looks like, at least from the on-screen, it's Ryan Houlihan. So it should update in a moment.
Awesome, love it. Yes, and that is correct. We have had a driver change there. It would be surprising to not see a driver change at this point.
That view. Not rating that.
At least you've got the nice long straight here at Paul Ricard to give yourself a break from the tension of trying to hold onto the traction throughout the rest of the race.
Yeah, I think that is a nice part of Paul Ricard. Like we look at the track map on the screen there, you've got good half of the circuit where you can just relax, take a good look at your tyre pressures, take a good look at your strategy, fuel usage, where you are, and then you got the rest of the lap just to go full concentration. But, a little bit surprising to see that there are no Nissans in the field. They're quite quick down that straight. Would have thought we would have at least seen at least one person go at Nissan, but nonetheless, we've still got a good diversity of cars as well. Seeing a lot of Audis, Ferraris, a lot of Hondas in there. It's just one of those tracks, I think. So we swap over to Andy Bishop as he goes around to McLaren. That might have been a slight clench moment there.
Always a bit of a clench moment in that first corner. But I think you're right on the diversity of cars. We have seen, I think most people have had their cars selected, so the new updates haven't really affected people's cars choice here. But Paul Ricard, I'm not sure. Look, I'm pretty new to this stuff as well, so I'm not sure if there's a particularly strong BOP car here, but most cars tend to do reasonably well. All the cars kind of have enough around these corners because there's so much variety in the types of corners you get at Paul Ricard. It's such a technical track, but you do have that nice long straight. It doesn't really favor any one car to my knowledge, but it does hurt, so the Porsches obviously struggle on the straight a little bit even after the latest BOP update, but it does produce good racing. I'm a fan of Paul Ricard as far as racing goes. Not as big a fan lapping it myself, but it definitely does produce really nice racing.
Yeah, I've never fully understood why there's so much hate out there for Paul Ricard. I think it's quite a nice circuit to race around and even lap around. Yeah, I don't really understand why there's a bit of hate out there for Paul Ricard.
Well, yeah, you've got the perfect person in the commentary box to explain it for you. None of JC's fancy PR talk while he's not here. We'll just move here from Oscar Lau, going on the outside of Onto Fadi to Scenes. Asked about, holds it. Nice move there. Yeah, look, for me, it's just not a great track. I mean, in the dry, the track limits are excessively punishing for what I feel like is often a no time gain scenario. And it's very bland. I mean, there's been edits going around the internet for years of what it would look like if there was gravel or grass runoff areas. And for me, maybe it's a bit old school, I don't know, but you just have no feel with acres of tarmac runoff. And it's great for this, but bring a bit of feel back to it, by having some grass or gravel and actually punishing people that way. I feel that's my main gripe with the track.
Oh, I can understand that, I suppose. I will admit that without the rise and falls, one of the flattest tracks in the world, I'd say. There is lacking a little bit of character there, but I don't know. I think just the layout with how they've designed the corners and even just designed it so that you got this section where you got this big long Mistral straight, and then you got a section where you got these long corners that turn into these awful corners that are very long, but then they tighten right at the end, such as the corner we are entering right now with Mr. Partington here. And then you got that first sector where the corners are those sort of more conventional mid-speed sort of corners that change direction very quickly. I think it's a bit of a nightmare to set up for, but I think that's part of the challenge. But yeah, it could definitely use a few more rises and falls.
I think what I like about it is it's nice and technical. It's an interesting track to try and master, I think, because there are so many different types of corners all on the one track, and getting a setup that works really well here is a bit of a challenge. So, I mean, if you're into that kind of thing, I think Paul Ricard's really appealing. And I guess from a pure driving perspective, maybe it's a little dull, a little cold, a little clinical. But if you really like, doing your setup work and tweaking the car and getting it just right, I can see a lot of appeal with Paul Ricard. And look, I don't know if it's in my top 10, but it's definitely not in my bottom 10 tracks.
Ooh, now I've just spotted something here. Obviously it's a wet race and we are in wet conditions. But I hope people didn't think it couldn't get any wetter, because look at the radar up there. If I'm not mistaken, are we transitioning from moderate rain to heavy rain? Is that logo? Is that what it is?
Is that the little one in under the 30 minutes?
Yeah.
I have no idea what that logo is, but I have a feeling it's just pain. That's what that is.
Pain, suffering.
Yeah, it's the suffering symbol. It does just indicate that the rain is going to increase from whatever intensity it's at now to a further intensity. So yeah, it's probably going to get a little bit heavier.
So who's racing the Bentley? Because we all know that's Bud. That'd be the perfect car right here.
At a sale.
Unfortunately, Auto just... Oh, that's a car parked on the inside there. Who's that?
I'm not sure, but you can't park it down, mate.
That's I think that's car 41. Or is it 45? Is that the corridor entrance?
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it, unfortunately.
I think it is. I think it was. So car 45, I just saw that parked on the inside in the final sector. That's one of the main players of the race, if I'm not mistaken. And they've had a bit of a moment there. So hopefully we can get a replay as soon as our glorious leader returns. But yeah, a bit of a shame.
Yeah, hopefully not a overwhelming technical issue or something like that, and just a brief moment they can recover from.
Well, looks like they are back moving. So that is the good news. But the bad news is, well, how much time have they lost? So that's the thing about endurance racing. These little mistakes, they can add up, and that hurts your final position.
By the same token, still almost 7 hours of racing to go. So, you know, the same thing can happen to almost anybody, especially in a wet race like this. So you really got to stick with it, I think, in these, even if you have those kind of moments, because chances are most cars are going to have one little moment at least like this, especially, again, you know, in the wet. It's challenging, especially as we get later in the day.
Oh, 100%. You'd never, ever, ever give up. Never rage quit. I think back to that sprint series round we had at Bathurst, that 90-minute race. I binned it into the fence, I think, twice. Fell down to 32nd place and managed to somehow fight back to 11th. You just don't give up in these sorts of races.
Yep, as someone who gave up in the 90-minute Bathurst, I can confirm that, yeah, you shouldn't do that. It's definitely worth sticking with it.
Bender, how was your experience at Bathurst?
It was pretty good from memory, I think.
Are you sure you didn't bin it on the roll-up lap?
Oh, no, you mentioned that. I wasn't going to bring that up. Yes, I did.
And you thought I wasn't?
Yeah, I thought you weren't going to bring it up, that I dropped on the formation up, yep. But after
the only reason I asked.
It was upwards from that moment. I can't remember where I finished. I think I had another incident late on at Skyline that dropped me down the order a bit, but that was pretty good overall.
Yeah, Gorilla in chat there, how good was that Bathurst race? It was awesome. I really wanted to try Babs' line through the S's and try and create some sneaky passes there. Fortunately, that would work out.
That was very cheeky.
Yeah, I was first. I had a first-class ticket to that pass. That was interesting.
It was
creative.
It was creative, but it was made me think of the GOAT in Formula One, Michael Babb at Monaco. That was just 1,000 IQ move.
Must have missed that. What did he do at Monaco? Did he cut the hub?
Yes, he did. Yeah, no, he cut to turn one and did not return all the positions. He got a penalty, but he ended up, I think, getting punted by someone anyway. Good times. Good times.
I guess you could say karma in a way.
A little bit. Yeah, karma. I like that. Yeah. I think he was. I can't believe he was allowed to drive a Formula 1 car. That was the most frustrating thing I've ever seen in my life. You know, on a serious note. And I opened up my phone and Michael Babb is testing an Alfa Romeo Formula 1 car. I was like, that is enraging. But hey, at least we all have a chance to get to Formula.
Yeah, if they can do it, anyone can.
Yeah, I suppose it just proves some people got more money than, I guess, brain cells or logic. I'm not really sure there, but that's the outcome I draw from that scenario. So it looks like, as we were saying before, Kyrudin it was, car 45. They dropped down to P8, laying with Pignata in the 616 entry. What was it, Pignata? I think he was, not Pignata, Kyrudin was involved in the lap 1, turn 1 incident, dropped down a bit, but then by the end of the first hour he was up around battling for second and third again, so definitely got the pace. Pignata has the pace as well. We saw he was involved in an incident earlier on, dropped down, but made his way up to, I think it was P5, P6, so both these drivers very quick.
Oh, that was a moment.
It was very close there.
Not the optimal line there from Kyrudin. He's thinking about the move, but then backed out of it at the last moment.
I think that was a, where's my braking marker? Oh, I think I passed it.
Yeah.
Big challenges of racing in the rain, can't see a damn thing, and you missed your braking marker and off you go.
I must say, though, I'm a big fan of all the adverse conditions when it comes to racing. So I think it just makes everything just that little bit more interesting, whether it's night racing or wet weather racing. You know, it's all good and well as we see a bit of a challenge there.
And that's a pass.
Oh, that's a blue flag. Was that?
No, that was a pass.
Yeah, that was a
position.
position.
That was Floyd on
Yep.
McKellar. So Floyd managed to make a very sneaky move there, which you can do in that corner. I think that's the best part of the profile of that particular corner. You can go to that late move. Diabol's chat, what a move. I agree.
Yeah, excellent.
Absolute textbook. And not only that, he did that in the BMW. So sort of expect a front engine car just to sort of plough forward a little bit in that part of the circuit. But they've certainly got that car set up well to rotate.
Yeah, I think definitely they've anticipated the wet weather well there and got the car set up nicely for the rain as well, which will be interesting if it does dry out. We're not predicting dry weather though, are we? We're not predicting it's going to go dry, are we?
I'm predicting motorboats by the end of the race, but we've got a good battle shaping up here. Sean Bubnow and Fowler in the BMW. See Fowler trying to get that nice, Bubnow, he's read that perfectly, just parked on the apex, prevented that switchback from happening, but now he's got to deal with that BMW straight line pace down Mistral.
Honda's no slouch either, so we should be okay.
So I think the Honda's got the Beamer covered, even with the slipstream. Not the fastest in a straight line, the Beamer.
But it was one of the fastest in the straight line.
I think with the last BOP, it's not quite as quick as it used to be, but it's still pretty rapid.
He's closing in now, but just running out of space here at Mistral. See if he can try and manufacture a move. He's had a little bit of a wobble. Saved it, not bad. Could have ended a lot worse though.
Great little battle though. He's holding on to him very well, especially in the wet, because you can imagine he basically wouldn't be able to see at this point. He'd be having all that spray. But hanging on.
Batman's just doing everything right at the moment. It's just... can't even get the words out. There's a curse.
Complete commentator's curse there. Well done.
Oh, where's he gone? He's disappeared.
Yeah, he's off. He must have lost it a little bit more than we thought there. He must have gone way too wide. Probably got caught up in a puddle or something like that and didn't want to push too hard.
What might have happened is if he's hit a puddle, it may have had a bit of a snap, and the Honda's done mid-engine car things and had a bit of a snap. That's a possible. Jeez, I've just got to shut up. I can't curse these guys.
Well, thanks for joining us, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Where's JC? I'll take that crown, thank you.
But good push up for position there regardless. You've got to be in the position to take advantage of a mistake like that, and they were perfectly placed. So 723 moving up.
Now McKellar is falling into the clutches, I think. Oh no, he's got ahead of Floyd again. That's interesting. We missed that.
McLaren's doing quite well here.
Yeah, McLaren's quite a nice car, particularly in the wet. Quite a downforce centered car. Downforce centered cars, but I guess McLaren more so than others.
The Nissan's not a downforce centered car.
No, it is not.
But there are no Nissans, unfortunately, as we were saying earlier. Whoop, sadness time.
Oh, this
There we
is,
go.
This is a good explanation for what happened to Ben Floyd while he's falling behind McKellar. And I think we're about to see a little snap action here. Ooh.
Euro beat intensifies. Oh, that's a good hole.
The good hole.
Coming
Very
back on
well
that would have been a dangerous rejoin for sure. Oh.
And now we see that Floyd has got ahead of McKellar again, so I'd say just a bit of slipstream and Mistral straight. And Floyd is through again. Now let's see if he can stay there this time. In fact, I think they may be chasing Stacey in the number 18 Audi.
Yeah, just a second half back by the look of it, maybe. Yeah, there you go. Sorry for anyone that was looking to find love today or be lonely. You can no longer do that.
You get to be lonely and miserable like the rest of us.
Just stay with us. Be lonely and miserable with us. Not
Not lonely
online
and
fishing
miserable.
websites.
It's not lonely and miserable here with us. We're having a great time watching all these great drivers driving around, navigating the wet. It's good racing today. I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
We'll swap back to Mitchell Weston here in the 96 Audi, and he's being chased by Connor Hind in another one of the BMWs. This is the battle for the top 10, provisionally at least.
Yeah, Hind usually in a Nissan. He's been in a Nissan for the rest of the season, but with that team dropping out, he's now joined NMRT and doing quite well in the BMW, adapting reasonably well to that car.
Yeah, it's quite a nice car to drive, Beamer. It's a bit like the Aston, except perhaps a little bit faster. So you
no.
to replay here. Who is this? Can't really.
That's a Porsche. That's a Porsche.
Race
That's
leader.
our leader. So Porsche doing Porsche things. And yeah, so Houlihan making a rare mistake. But that goes back to what we were saying earlier about not quitting and waiting for everyone else to make mistakes. Everyone can make mistakes in this in these conditions.
Yep, even the top people are capable of making those tiny little errors. So that's it. You just got to stick with it and hold on, because you never know what will happen.
Just quietly though. How good of a driver change is it if you're Philippa Paquita and you get out of the car and you're like, oh yeah, Ryan Houlihan's going in now. You gotta feel pretty good about that, surely.
It's a pretty stacked team there at the top, isn't it? It's a very strong outfit, both in qualifying and in race here too.
Definitely a feels good moment. Like, yep, no worries, take it away.
I'm liking this on the back of this BMW here. They got a green key plate on it. I'm loving the custom liveries. Oh, that was a moment. He hit that puddle on the Mistral Straight. It's just me, or has it just started raining heavier?
Just wanted to update you guys. In 10 minutes' time, it's about to come down heavier for just a little bit, but it's about to pour down. So, just a little quick weather update for you guys in the front.
Oh, disaster up ahead there.
Maddox and a Porsche, I think I saw.
Yeah, getting very close together there.
Oh, was it our leader? I think that was our leader that had the elbows out on the lap car.
Oh no.
Oh, he hasn't picked up damage, has he?
Hopefully not. If not, they've managed to recover okay and shouldn't lose too much out of that. But hopefully, yeah, no damage from that.
I was just looking at that car now. It's wobbling around a little bit. So.
That is a Porsche though. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that. But yeah, it's just not looking super stable at the moment.
Could just be a bit of shaken nerves, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully not. I hate to see a blue flag cause an issue.
Oh, we all hate to see it.
But it's going to happen in these long races.
Yeah. It just happens. But I was very nervous then watching that Ferrari close in on Houlihan there.
Yeah, maybe a bit of damage, but
Darbol's pointing out drive through for position 8. So sad news there. And I think we do have a lap car maybe getting involved with our leader.
Oh yeah, it's just a bit of a snap there from the Porsche, just being the Porsche basically, which has caused a bit of a rough rejoin there too. Got to be careful doing that, but
wasn't ideal.
was not ideal in a rejoin, but I can understand the mentality there, especially if you've been punted a bit by a blue flag. But I think
well,
yeah,
I don't know how to take that one. I mean, we all know that the Porsche is not great in a straight line, but if you're a lap down and you're chasing someone like Ryan Houlihan, I mean, if it was me, I would probably just follow Houlihan, like back off, save fuel.
Well, man,
yeah,
we don't know.
That'd be a leave.
They were entitled to go for it. They were far enough ahead, but obviously we'll let the stewards decide on that. But a few in chat saying before, Matt got drive-through for P8. There's been a couple of track limit drive-throughs already earlier on, I remember seeing. Is that a surprise for you guys?
No. It's Paul Ricard.
Yeah, even in the wet, the track limits are still going to catch some people out.
Though I will say that the track limits have gotten better since ACC's release, which is just, it goes again for I guess the kudos. Oh God, let me try that again. Kudos to Kunos for continually working on this game. We're constantly getting updates and little improvements, and yeah, Paul Ricard is definitely a lot more forgiving with track limits than what it was when it first came out.
That rain is definitely getting heavier. You can see it now. Yeah, just look at that spray. That's yeah. Hopefully everybody puts their smart caps on and backs off a little bit to get through this little 10-minute snap of rain that we've got here. Hopefully it calms down, and because I mean, just look at that. There's just no visibility there. Muscle memory is driving you around the track at this point.
I think at this point you're just looking at the white lines to mark the track limits and just driving to them. Oh, never mind, because you can't see. Oh no, this is not looking good. That is Pignata trying to close in on Corridin, and I think they're still trying to close in on, well, they are trying to close in on McKellar, but so this is a battle for position that we're watching here.
Yeah, we got a Lamborghini on a Honda. And how's the Lamborghini in the wet? It's a pretty downforce heavy car, isn't it? So I imagine it would do pretty well.
Yeah, it's one of the better cars at Paul Ricard in general, from what people were saying in chat earlier. Not too sure about the wet. I've not really driven it that much, but certainly very quick in a straight line. So you think if Pignata here can get within range, Kyrudin on the straight, I mean, Honda's pretty quick too, but should have the straight line speed with a bit of slipstream to have a look at the end of Mistral.
Having a little bit of a fly around this custom livery for Mad Cow Racing.
Excellent looking livery there too. Love the Fight Cancer on the top there for Babs. That's a really nice way to integrate that into the design as well. Fantastic looking car. We don't see enough Lamborghinis, so it's good to see one painted up so nicely. That's Babs in the chat telling us the Lambo is very good here, and I'm going to trust his opinion because he knows a lot more about these cars than I do.
I'll tell you what, Pignata's showing how good the Lambo is. He's really putting the pressure on Corridon. Those thumb screws are tightening, and see the Honda just wiggling around a little bit, getting on the throttle, coming out that long right-hander. Sure, the pressure is now on Corridin. So they make their way through the final corner to tick off another lap. Just under 6.5 hours left in this race. And leader is still Ryan Houlihan, but we're currently focusing on this battle for 6th place.
It's good to see some battles still going on, even an hour and a half into the race. Lots of interesting stuff still happening. I think the wet does help with that as well, because it's a bit harder to sort of run away with it when it's wet like this, because you can't really push to 100% on every lap. So it does keep the field a little bit closer, a little bit tighter, which does make for some more interesting racing. And it also does make the all the blue flags and that just that little bit more dicey and complicated. So it's going to keep it interesting, I think, for the remaining 6.5 hours we've got here.
I do say that rain is the great equaliser. Now, I think I just saw 5th place flying through the bottom of the shot there, so Corridon and Pignata are closing in on McKellar.
Well, there's another one with a drive-through, presumably at this point for track limits as well. P15 car 169. Van den Bosch, although perhaps their P16X looks like Ristofani's just passed them there, yeah.
Coming in now.
Yep, not wasting any time, straight in. That's another good looking livery.
That's fantastic looking livery on that entry. I really like that one. A Hoon call. entry.
I like that Hoon Corp. That's awesome.
Not a fan of the pit entry. Obviously, it's changed in real life compared to what we've got in the game here. It would be nice if it would be updated at some point. I think that entry is just a little bit awkward at the last corner.
It's not Indianapolis though. It's more the exit at Indianapolis that's the struggle.
Well, the exit here isn't great in these conditions either.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, in the rain. Actually, yeah, I had not considered that. In the wet, the pit entry here, the pit exit here, sorry, will be quite a bit more of a challenge.
Steve Davis here on the back of Connor Hine, for P10.
Two BMWs chasing.
Penalties as well.
Yeah, nice little 3 in a row for penalties there.
Yeah, you got to imagine Davis would be considering that, but ooh, going. That's a blue flag, I assume. Yes.
Yeah, looks
Grab
like
the
blue
front
flag.
brake as well.
Another good looking livery here, actually. The 05 Motorsport car. Very nice. I love a good red, black, and white combination, but I'm biased there.
We go, reports from inside the cars, aquaplaning, getting worse conditions, getting worse. It's logging down. Thank you, Joseph. Get this updated.
Yeah, well, I mean, even on the stream, you can see just what the conditions are like. It's tough racing.
It's not looking like fun.
I don't know. I think it's good fun.
Actually, but yeah, it's probably for the majority of these drivers.
Does
it's
change.
just pain.
It does make it a bit more stressful for a longer race like this. To be doing wet weather driving for a full 8 hours is definitely more taxing. I remember I saw in the chat earlier we had Peach saying he was a bit sweaty managing the car for his first stint, and I imagine a fair few drivers, despite the wet weather, probably a bit sweaty.
All right, we have reached the peak rain conditions. Look at it now. Look at it. Oh, it's
Get your
beautiful.
boats. Get the boats. And here's a move from Corridon up the inside of McKellar. And I think Pignar's going to follow him through. Yes. Perfect.
Side by side. Ooh, very
think,
close.
Now, if you're Corridon, would you just like play a few games and try and let the McLaren get your slipstream? Or
Yeah, you probably want. I mean, again, you've always got to keep an eye on that race timer and consider that there is so much more of the race to go. And with the conditions like this, risky moves. I mean, do you want to play it that early? But you also don't want to lose time, especially if you can. You get a sense that the car behind you is quite a bit faster. Has a bit more pace than you. Don't really want to give them an easy spot, but it's tough in these conditions. It's always the hard. It's always easy for us to sort of commentate and pontificate about potential different circumstances, but yeah, when you're in the car, it's all happening at once. Especially, I mean, look at that. You can't see. It's just blurs in front of you.
I don't know. This is making me think. Have either of you two gentlemen seen that onboard footage? I forget how long ago it was. It was at Spa. It was Formula 3. They're going down the Camel Straight. And for some reason, just something happened way ahead of this driver. He couldn't see anything ahead of him. And suddenly there were just cars stopping everywhere. And he just flung it to the left on the grass. He was sideways, somehow kept it off the wall, somehow kept it at the back of other cars, and then got back onto the track nice and straight.
No, I'm going to have to look that footage up, because that
I think
sounds
I
amazing.
remember hearing about that. Was that? I want to say that was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was a few.
It was pretty recently though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but yeah, it was probably one of the most iconic footage I've seen from Spa in recent years.
Just in the chat there, Piper saying the FIA have a ferry on standby instead of a helicopter. Oh, as we see Pignata having a bit of a moment, going off a bit there, collecting it up, but
Yep. Just saw that in the background. He don't know if it was aquaplaning or just a little bit of wheel spin. He just went off the circuit and he's lost time. So Corridon leading from in front, and when you're leading in front, it gives you the opportunity to just frustrate the driver behind you, and they make mistakes instead of you.
Nis Moneth 5 in chat saying, can you confirm that the drivers swam to the grid? Certainly a good shout in these conditions.
We had the life rafts.
Yeet Sim Racing saying we need a safety yacht, not a safety car. Yes, keep going with the water-themed jokes. We love them all.
Speaking of which, there it is. There's a safety yacht.
There it is. There's the boat. Is that the one? How many Bentleys do we have in the field? There's a few. There's more than one, I'm sure of it. That is an excellent looking car, though. Well done there. Great looking Octane livery there. Got our title sponsor on there. Got the VRS logo on there as well. That's nice to see.
I'm loving the full custom liveries. Just opens it up a little bit for a bit more creativity.
I think it's been a game changer.
Oh, it's so much better than the in-game liveries, and I don't just say that as someone who designs these liveries and does them quite a bit. It's fantastic to see so much colour and variety on track.
Oh, there's a mistake.
Kranich just gone wide. Yep.
Or was he letting him through?
Potentially a blue flag situation there. It would be very difficult to be a blue flag on this track in the wet too, actually. Oh no, sadness for McKellar there. Into the wall.
Oh, wow, they're all
sadness.
going off. That's Matthew Lamb.
That was a massive drift.
Yeah. Oh dear, it looks, yeah, so, I mean, they were talking about it in chat that the aquaplaning is increasing, and I think we're seeing that there's quite a few cars now just sliding off there at this turn. There must be some big section of wet puddles there that are catching some people out, maybe going for offline overtakes or trying to, avoid other cars with blue flags. That's really catching people out. I mean, look at the surface of the track. It's basically a mirror at this point.
All right, people.
I would say that the main culprit is that curb on the inside.
Hey, Babs.
When the rain is easing in 10 minutes, it's going back to moderate rain. Your usual wet weather forecast. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Sit tight.
Bender, would you please stop dancing?
I haven't stopped, mate. It's been going for like almost 3-4 weeks now. Absolutely in my element today.
That was clenching.
Nice move though by Jaden up into P17.
Oh no.
Sadness time.
Oh yeah, it is sadness for our trying to drive and survive. Oh, he was well out wide there.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was saying, where, you just go a little bit offline and, yeah, just the puddles and stuff that you're not expecting catching you out from that increased rain conditions that we're having. And it's not exactly like, I know we're saying it's lightening up in the next 10 minutes, but then, you look at it in another half hour, it's going to get worse again. So these are really the race conditions, it seems, and you're just going to have to keep an eye out for those kind of things to avoid that. Hopefully they didn't pick up much damage. They did tap the wall there, but it was pretty low speed, I think, by the time they hit it, so hopefully it hasn't impacted them too much.
I was going to say, if we could just get a replay of that Michael Lamb drift, that was insane at that corner. I'd love to see that again if possible.
That was a good looking drift.
It was
he made it look like he was still driving a Porsche.
I was going to say, that was a bit like a Lamb coming in saying, no, this is how you drift it.
Yeah. Go, Sean. Above now, he's back up to P25. I think he was, down P26, 27 earlier when he had a little bit of a moment. He's chasing down Johnson in the 111 car, so we get the replay. Yes, here we go, look at this. Look at that! That is beautiful!
Only a Porsche driver can hold a drift that well. Even when they're in an Audi.
Right, start the Eurobate right about now. Oh, he locked the brake.
The wheel control. That is beautiful.
That is coming from a man with years of experience of just random Porsche things happening to you.
It's definitely a good car. It'll teach you a lot of things. Especially about how to keep control in adverse situations like that.
JC in chat saying, yo, we are here in Tokyo. Yes, we are. Street racing.
Definitely some points for Sol, for sure. Yeah, he looked like he meant to do that. I agree.
Yeah, entirely intentional.
Oh, Corridon, he's on the move here. The Honda's working really well in these conditions. He's right up onto the back of Ben Floyd. So, yeah, the 45 Honda, he's flying.
It almost feels like the balance of the Honda is well suited to this track in the wet, a little bit more than, say, even the BMW is. The BMW is pretty good overall on most tracks, but maybe that extra little bit of punch that the Honda has, and the extra downforce that it'll have over the BMW, not that it's got tons, but that little extra downforce probably does help it stay a little bit more planted, but at the same time, extra downforce does make you a little bit more sort of susceptible to aquaplaning as well, so it's probably a little bit more risk involved.
Yeah, they really need to look at the steering inputs from Ali here. When he gets on the brakes, how he's wiggling the steering wheel, trying to keep control of this car. It is looking so tough out there for these drivers.
Yeah, well, that's what's creating the sweaty situations Paige was talking about, isn't it? Just that constant working of the wheel that you'd have to be doing, you know, fighting the traction control, making the traction control work with you where you need it to. It's just, you can't really relax. And again, it's good we've got this nice, long straight here to at least give people a bit of a break. I can't imagine doing this at something like Bathurst, for instance. This kind of wet weather would be stressful.
Saw someone in chat saying, I wish this was happening at Bathurst.
There's always one.
There's always one person who's just an absolute sadist.
Isn't that massive? So it's
Yes.
you want it to happen to someone else.
Well, I mean, it's not happening to them, so wouldn't that...
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
How about we just call them psychopaths? Yeah.
That works.
Now, I mean, if Corridon's having this much trouble controlling the Honda, you imagine something.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give a shout out to our leaders, don't you? To be leading the race this much in a Porsche, which is not the best car to be driving in the dry, and even at this track, they're doing a fantastic job maintaining that position.
No, actually, our leaders have actually picked up a penalty. 15 seconds.
Perhaps from that incident that we saw earlier with the blue flag, that might have been deemed, you know, some level of responsibility on them for perhaps sending it too much on the inside there.
It's been there for a while now, the penalty, so that might have been it. Although, just need the times to update. So we've got a 32.7 second lead. I imagine they'll be all right there with that one. So roughly half their lead through the pit stops.
Yeah, still looking to be in good position there as this battle intensifies here.
Corridon's hungry to get around him too. You can see him using all the curbs, turning onto the Mistral straight. He's trying to maximise that late apex to get as much speed down the back straight as humanly possible. So, he's still not losing that much.
Such an important corner entry exit, isn't it? Getting on that straight, because it's so much of the lap this one long straight. That, you know, if you make any of that, any little mistake, it definitely costs you.
Yeah, well, I think in these conditions as well, just getting a good entry onto the straight is more important than perhaps your car's raw top speed. I mean, there's no point having a bad entry onto it if you watch the entry and then it takes you pretty much to the end of the straight to get to your top speed.
Yeah, well, that's where cars like the Audi and also the Nissan as well do really well, because they just have so much punch off the line and so much low down acceleration that even if you do slightly make a mistake getting that entry, you don't get it perfect, the car does help you there. And I think that's what makes the Audi a bit stronger on that straight more consistently than some of the other cars.
I think this is actually a three-way battle, because that is Chris
That's
Stacey. Yeah, so this is the three-way battle now. So Floyd and Corridon, and I'd say Pignata's not too far behind these guys. I mean, he's about 2.5 seconds behind this battle. So this is going to get really, really tight.
Maybe one too many line changes there, I think, from Floyd, but holding on to it.
Can you see the line that he's taking, though?
That's true. That's very true.
Can he see the line he's taking? Not can we see, can he see it?
Can anybody see anything at this point? I mean, that's the question. Might as well have your eyes closed at this stage.
I think for me, just being in the commentary box and going on board with some of these drivers in the first 2 hours, it's been just, wow. How are you able to stay so close to the car in front and see virtually nothing and still overtake people?
Yeah, it is a good position to be in here in the commentary box. I can confirm that. It would be good fun to be down there on the track, though. Absolutely. I am both disappointed and relieved to not be racing today.
So I don't mind a bit of wet weather racing. So I think this, yeah, I'm a little bit happier to be in the commentary box. Oh, look at the wheel work there.
Not letting up, though. Chasing really hard here. Battling up.
Watch the switchback, but Stacey's awake to it. He just subtly closed the door there. Not so much closed the door, but he just sort of slowly just creeped it in.
Floyd definitely not letting up, though. Pushing all the way. Going to maybe go for another move on the main straight here. It definitely looks like he's got a little bit more pace, but making that move stick is still...
Who this is really helping at the moment is Matty Pignata. The gap down to 1.6. So it's that lap car in there, but it was almost 2 3/4 seconds last lap. This lap's come down by over a second as we approach the second round of pit stops. We'll be very happy with that 3-car battle ahead. And as I was saying there, 7 minutes until 6 hours left. When do we start thinking, all right, we're losing time here. Let's come in a couple of minutes early and chuck on a fresh set of tyres. I think any of these guys are thinking about that?
I would say every single one of them are.
Yeah, well, just the fatigue that's going to be setting in. I mean, again, we're seeing all the wheel work that these guys are doing. Just the fatigue is going to be maybe making people, hey, maybe we should come in just to prevent ourselves making a mistake. Get some clean air.
Tell you what, there's going to be some guys out there tonight. They're going to have forearms that feel like Popeyes. As you see Corridon trying to go around the outside. This is going to be an ambitious move. You see the car moving around over the puddles as they head up to the end of Mistral Straight. I think Corridon's going to play smart here and just back out of it.
Definitely had more pace, though. He had to check himself up a bit there. Looks like he might have got a bit of a better exit. He has, as they come into this. We've seen a lot of overtakes here.
That was a slide.
There was a bit of a slide there from Floyd ahead, but they're all keeping, these 3 cars are keeping really close together. Wow. Excellent.
It's going to become 4 cars in about 2 corners time, I'd say.
Yeah, Pignata's cleared the lap traffic now as well. He's ready to resume the battle.
Yeah, Stacey leading a nice little train here.
Ooh, here's an opportunity for Corridon. Just saw Floyd run wide. He'll have the inside line for the final corner. Now, I think the Honda should have better acceleration here, and he does. So Corridon finally gets the move done. And now Floyd starts eating the spray of Corridon.
Pignata looking for a move here too. Now very close to this battle. Actually given Stacey a little bit of a reprieve now. He's got a little bit more space behind. Hopefully he can push forward and get some distance there. But I think Corridon's going to be backing off.
No, that reprieve should last for about maybe 20 seconds perhaps, just with the way Corridon's lapping at the moment.
Yeah, he seems to be well in tune with the car right now in these conditions.
Yeah, look at that spray. That is just insane. I said earlier, windscreen wipers MVP. I think there'll be a few of those that will need changing after this race.
I think Bosch makes some pretty good wiper blades. Just a slight recommendation there. There we go. I think the 20 seconds is up. Corridon all over the back of Stacey going down Mistral Straight.
Yeah, he's got some monster pace, doesn't he?
He's going to have him here. And Pignata's having Floyd as well. Ooh, bit of aquapainting. He goes wide, and Floyd with the old switcheroo.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too ambitious on that overtake there.
So Corridon now up to third place. Here comes Pignata again.
Just sneaking a few looks in there, trying to make Floyd a little bit nervous.
It's exactly what you want to do if you're the attacking car and you've got pace. Just keep attacking. No, do not back off. Just keep that attack on. Keep pressure on. Show the nose every opportunity you can. Just try and get that driver ahead of you to be focusing on the mirror. And I think Floyd has binned it.
Yep, looks to be off the track. Oh, unfortunate end to that little battle there. Probably, you've got to imagine there's something the tyres are starting to wear or something there, because he's been looking to struggle in the last couple of laps. But I imagine they'll be going perhaps for a pit stop or a driver change now. It might be a good opportunity to take it.
A bit worried though. Is that what I was just saying about attack? You've got to be careful. Don't want to punt the driver in front of you. Just hoping that Pignata didn't give a little boot.
That's true. Hoping we get a replay maybe if anything did happen. We do.
Ask and you shall receive. And I think Pignata is in the clear here. Yep.
Just losing that rear end in the wet. Yeah, you got to imagine tyres, or perhaps just, as I was saying before, just a bit of fatigue there, setting in for Floyd and that BMW.
Well, I'd say just that relentless attack from Pignata. That really put the pressure on Floyd, and he started thinking about what's behind him instead of what's in front. And once you get that guy in front of you to start looking in the mirrors a bit more, that's when you start seeing those mistakes creeping in.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to be under that kind of relentless attack from multiple assailants. You're not getting a bit of a break to calm back down. We go to another instant replay. Bit of sadness further back.
Whoa!
Oh, that was just some kudos things there. Just must have got up.
Stacey's around.
Yeah, it's interesting. We are seeing people start to lose control towards the end of the second stint here for most of the drivers.
What is going on, mate? It's wet.
Alright, so I haven't totally just been looking up windscreen wiper blade speed, but I looked up, I was catching a replay here. What happened with Stacey? Oh, that's not a great move there. Oh, snap! Just holds it.
Yeah, just losing it a bit there. Yeah, again, it's interesting to see what the drivers are fighting against, whether it is the cars themselves mechanically or whether it's just their own fatigue for racing in these kind of conditions for so long. We look at the weather chart, it's just getting wetter and wetter and wetter.
Yeah, so the information that absolutely nobody asked for or wanted, but I'm going to give you anyway on today's version of Bender Fact. Michelin estimate that in a 4-hour endurance race in Ohio in America, their wiper blades did 160,000 left to right combinations on one car. So I guess times that by 2, 320,000 left to rights around the 8 hours of Paul Ricard. That's quite a lot.
Yep, wiper blades definitely MVP.
They only have one wiper blade though.
Correction. Thank you.
And more pain to come. Just never ends here. As don't know who exactly we're watching, but
We've seen that before.
Yeah.
Drop on that corner entry. That is strange. There's got to be a puddle there.
Yeah, definitely something catching people out at that point, especially as we get later in the stint timers.
Oh, please don't tell me he drops it again. Oh.
Tragic. That's a big F. Everybody F's in chat for that one. That's very sad because that's going to have damage as well.
Alright, we've just ticked down under 6 hours of the race to go, which means, unfortunately, my time here is up. Thank you, everyone. Also, I think, Mike, you're stepping out with me now as well, which is going to leave Matt and Tom in the commentary box for now, I believe.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you, everybody. And yeah, I look forward to watching the rest of the race and hope everyone has a great time.
Yep, thanks, everyone. All over to you now, Tom and Matt.
Thank you, lads. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the commentary box. Tom, have you been keeping up with what's going on in the race, or no?
I have indeed. I did get a bit of a brief from some of the guys at Kovacs as to what's happened over the first hour. So, been pretty exciting so far. Lots of stuff going on. This weather always tends to throw things around a bit. So,
that's for sure. We were saying a little bit earlier that that the rain is the great equaliser, and we're certainly seeing that. Although someone forgot to tell Houlihan that he's well out in front, as Corridon has just made his way up into second place. As we're looking at now Oscar Liu in the AM entry, the $1.50 Macca Special Ferrari, sitting up there in 14th place. That is quite an effort for an AM team.
yeah, definitely lead Am. We saw him hanging around the back of Houlihan's car for a long time as well.
He's still there.
He's still there. Wow, yeah. So he's keeping on race lead pace. That's excellent.
Okay, apparently our volume is a little bit low. Let me just try and fix that. How's that? A little bit better, Babs? While waiting for that response, we'll just keep an eye on this battle between Pignata, and I think he's right on the back of Carl Johnson in another one of the Kovacs entries. Pignata putting the pressure on Carl Johnson down the front straight. Just show the front of the car in the mirror. So probably just trying to see where he's going, looking at that.
Yeah, that spray is terrible. The lead Lambo as well, the only Lambo in the top 20. So, where are the strengths of that car at the moment?
Probably in this section here, the Lambo does like to rotate. Oh, that's a touch. That's a little touch. Pignata getting a little bit pushy here. Definitely sending the message to Johnson that he wants to get through. And well held by Johnson as well. Thankfully, in a slow speed corner, it's a little bit easier to catch the car. But, that is a bit of enforcer tactics right there.
as well. We wait for the endless Mistral Straight to conclude. Just introducing Nick as well to the commentary box for this stint.
Hello, gentlemen. Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. Glad to be here.
Let's welcome as Pignata gets past Johnson down the straight.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see the 616 Lambo here just as high up as you guys had just mentioned in the top 20. Because when you look down the grid, you have to go. Well, I don't even think there is another Lamborghini on the grid. It looks like it's just the one. So to see the lone Lambo this high up is incredibly impressive, and I don't think Pignata is anywhere close to being done. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going for that P2 in due time.
So I touched a little bit earlier on how good some of these custom liveries are. Here's another one. That is a really well done livery. I've seen a couple of them popping up on Discord, the V8 Supercar based ones, and they actually transfer quite well onto the GT3 cars.
Good to see some originality across the whole field as well.
Have you two gentlemen been working on your liveries for the next Sprint Series?
No, I'm in the commentary box, unfortunately. I'm also just not... I'm not artistic. I can't really make anything look good. I can tell you what I want, and I can have someone else do it, but no, my livery is staying as the in-game editor, and that's about it.
It's fairly fairly in depth with what you have to do to actually make a livery, actually. But, so I can't blame you for that. We run straight onto the front guard of Pete Chalmers' BMW. See what he's chasing. He's chasing Weatherburn in another Honda. Good to see a couple of Hondas up there. Weatherburn just on the cusp of making it 3 Hondas in the top 10.
Yeah, currently Steve Davis is sitting in that P10 position. It's quite a ways to go for both of them, honestly, to try to put another Honda in the top 10. Because Davis is has just started another lap, and Weatherburn has just now started, so he's about 20 seconds off. So he's got to find 20 seconds and then get around all of this traffic if he wants to put another Honda up there.
Great thing about these endurance races, there's so much time for him to do it.
Yep, just saying, again, we were saying earlier, these longer races, if you make a mistake early, it's always possible to fight back. You do not rage quit. Yeah, and then we saw our leader, Houlihan, even make a mistake when he got into the car. So, yeah, certainly not over. Just only ticked under 6 hours in this 6 hours to go in this 8-hour race. So, yeah, anything can happen, and usually does.
So this P16 here with, or 17, or 16, yeah, with Vic Chan here for OES Orange. It looks like he's currently chasing down Nick Laws and Oscar Liu actually out of the pits here. And as they go around, so we got a lot of battles just sort of, not really raging, but more just smoldering right now. We've had the battles we saw not too long ago, and right now people sort of just getting out of the fighting mentality and back into that, okay, you know, got to just get that pace back and get back out there, maybe catch up, maybe build a gap, and then see what comes of it again. You know, we got a little under 6 hours, so anything can happen.
Probably also a couple of people sitting on 1 or 2 track limit warnings, given it is Paul Ricard, and track limits are up to you to decide. So
I would have said we've had a few drive-throughs perhaps, but
we definitely have had a few drive-throughs.
It's hard enough in the dry. Some of these guys are having a lot of trouble even just controlling the car in a straight line, such as the deluge of rain that we've had.
When you combine that with sort of the location of Paul Ricard in Le Castellet, I mean, it's basically a plateau. So, you know, I'm not going to say it makes the track drying or the water dispersal a little bit more difficult, but we don't have a lot of natural elevation. You sort of bank on the track designers doing that for you.
Also no wind either. So yeah, the wind actually does help the track dry out a little bit quicker, but with no wind, no drying.
Nope, and it's only going to get wetter, it looks like, in the next 30 minutes. So, as if it wasn't too much of a beat down, it looks like these drivers are in for a little bit more.
Sure, more than one or two of them are regretting not taking the Bentley, the big old boat.
As a Boatly enthusiast, yes. It is such a good car in the wet. It is so good. I love it.
Oh, here's a moment. Nichols and... Oh, that's a boop. So McDonald gets the elbows out a little bit there. They just meet in the middle there. And I think that's... who's that? Is that Floyd just behind?
Yes, it is.
That's the big thing about these endurance races. Oh, Nichols just picked up a drive-through there. I thought he cut that curb a little bit too fine. So Nichols will have to take a tour through pit lane for his efforts there. So just about to make the point, when in these longer races, when you're coming up onto lap traffic, they're going to be in their own battles then, and they're not obliged just to drive off the track and let you through. You have to be patient, try and pick your way through those battles as well.
Yeah, that's sort of just something you see even just normally with like our regular endurance races or even the sprint series. You have to pick your moment, like you said, to go past any back markers, because we've seen it time and time again in multiple races where someone just gets impatient around a back marker and ends up ruining their own race. And you know, with these treacherous conditions, it makes it just that much more difficult.
Yeah, there is one massive river coming into this second last corner, apparently. So you'll see a lot of cars just poke the tail out on the entry.
Well, I'm sure Amazon has a sale on kayaks right now, so if these drivers are looking to make their way up the river here in France, well, they should be all set and ready to go, seeing as the Bentley is currently docked elsewhere.
According to Babs in chat, the Bentley is unironically terrible in the rain.
That is slander, and I will not stand for it. My little boat.
Well, the alternative is you grab the Nissan. There you go. There's another boat.
The Nissan? What's a Nissan? I'm sorry.
Datsun, you mean?
Yeah, that's
The good old Datsun dive bomb.
Oh, so we got a little bit of intel out there. Number 600 has got a puncture.
Really? I did not know that was possible in this game.
Oh yeah. I think it's these curbs as well. I think the Paul Ricard curbs are especially aggressive with the sawtooth curbing. Even in real life, the drivers have to be very, very conservative with how they take the curbs. So, yeah, that's a bit of bad luck there.
Be interesting to know if that was right at the end of a stint and it was sort of like a tyre wear thing. Because if it is, that'll put a warning down everyone's back and trying to push out some stint times.
I think around this point we're going to be seeing a lot of driver changes. I don't know what our stint allotted time limit is. I think it's normally what, an hour and a half?
Hour and 10, I believe.
Ah, okay. So yeah, we've probably already seen what? If we started at 8 hours, there's 5:45 to go. We've probably seen the better part of... Actually, we should be probably seeing at least the second round of driver swaps pretty shortly.
Yeah, a little bit more info about the 600 car. How's this for luck? It just gave up into the second last corner. That is terrific luck.
That's insane. That's probably one of the best places to get it, if not the second best. We got a replay here of one of the BMWs. Looks like just going out wide.
I think that would be car 600. That
is. Yes, it is. So there you go. Second to last corner, like you said.
That's a
Best
tough
place
rejoin.
to.
That's a tough rejoin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bob now running a little bit deep there. I'm just ploughing ahead.
Running in the Kovacs black car, which unfortunately Michael Babb is not available to drive for at the moment. Sending our best wishes out to him as he continues his recovery from his surgery.
Hang on a second. I think I just spied something on the Bub Now car. Has it got a shopping list at the back of the doors?
It does indeed.
Really? What is on the shopping list? Let's take a peek at what we got. So we have eggs, milk, of course, bread, ham, Pirelli. That's not Pirelli.
That's pepper. Spice.
Pepper.
Oh, there's even got pineapple in there, right there.
I was about to say, I don't think you can get a Pirelli at your local supermarket. I could be wrong, though. This is Jacob Weatherburn here, as we ride alongside. Apparently sponsored by Farmers Union. And Alex Bone here for the Milk Racing team. One of the most prestigious racing teams in all of ACC. And you can see his list right here on the front left of this car, that number 600 again with that puncture, but back out on track like nothing happened at all.
That is some conflicting sponsorship right there.
Sponsored by
Send
the
him one
Australian
way.
dairy industry.
He needs some milk. That is actually my favourite thing about custom liveries in any game, whether it's a Setta Corsa or Competizione or anything. It's when people hide those little Easter eggs in the liveries. I absolutely love it. And if you're out there listening and you're making up a new livery, hide those. There's another one right there. Hide those Easter eggs. It just cracks me up all the time.
If you've got any Easter eggs on your car, shout it out in the chat. We'll have a look.
I'm waiting for someone to put like Mullock's face on their livery, just like somewhere really hidden away, inconspicuous.
Oh, someone do it.
I call dibs. Back to the race. So we got Mitchell Western here in the 96 Audi. Looks like having a little battle here with Weatherburn for this P8, and behind them,
Well, Aaron Lee straight to pit lane. So I was thinking he didn't really fight that too hard, and there's why. Avids, we actually picked up on the green P plate a little bit earlier, and that made me laugh. Especially since it's a Pro-Am entry.
They're shouting out the lead car has pitted and Bakita is back in the car.
Oh, rip everyone.
this is something that I wasn't aware of, trying to figure out like which driver's going in, which driver's leaving. I mean, you don't have to get out of the car at the end of the hour 10. You can go back out. It's just I guess what a little bit of a precautionary measure is. Matthew Pignata taking to the runoff here.
That is a recovering Pignata.
Back out into the world. Ben Floyd trying to maybe grab that position from Pignata, but he has got quite a lot of cars to get through here.
Yeah, including Carl Johnson, who's just ahead of him in the 191 Kovacs BMW.
Wide there.
There we go. So is that a commentator's curse? Like,
yes.
Just saying that, you know, he's going to have to get through him, and Carl's just driven off the track for him.
Yep, that's a certified commentator curse moment, triple C, if you will. Get ready and just get used to racking those up. You sort of wear them like a badge of honor.
I'm well aware of the commentator's curse.
We got a replay here of Pignata from his excursion earlier. So, looks like he's taking evasive action. Just gets tagged on the way around. That was Chan there who lost the back end, unfortunately, for Pignata, getting tail slapped. Thankfully, nothing bad happening to that Lamborghini. Was able to get back out there.
Yeah, huge shame there. He almost got through. That would have been perfect. I love those moments when you get around someone and you can fit a cigarette paper between them. But yeah, Yeah, not ideal.
No, I definitely warrants maybe a bit of a brown flag for a moment before your, senses come back down from the stratosphere and you say, all right, avoided that and let's just get back out there.
Unfortunately for Pignata, he didn't avoid it. He got turned around, and the instinctive reaction is frustration, and you've just got to take a deep breath, go, okay, that happened. Just get your head back into it and get back into that rhythm. And that takes a lot of discipline.
It really does, and especially sometimes when you do race and maybe you do 20-minute races, 30-minute races, an hour, you sort of keep that mindset even in these longer endurance races. And it can be easy to lose your cool, but with so much time left, you say, you know what, it's happened, whatever. There's still, in this case, almost 5.5 hours. Head down, pedal down, get the car moving, and hopefully recover from your little incident.
Hi, coming into service drive-through.
Yep. And we're going to have a look at Anthony Cesano here in the 422 BMW. I think we're going to be finding... Yep, there we go. There's the green P plate. So if you're not from Australia, we have a really well thought out system where you have to have a P plate on your car, and in New South Wales there's an even better system where you're restricted to 80 k's, which doesn't frustrate anyone on the highway, before you move up onto the green P plate where you can do 90 kilometres, which does not frustrate anyone on the highway, and then go onto your full licence.
We don't have that here in the States. It's just, oh, you have a license, have fun. We just send you out there. Whatever happens, happens. I don't know if I would ever expect a P plate here in the States. But you know what? Anything can happen. Hopefully they don't do that. I wouldn't have to worry about it. I'm 23. I'd probably be a little bit past the P plate level, I think.
It's even better if an interstate P plate comes to New South Wales, they don't have to follow that speed restriction.
Yeah, it's great.
And New South Wales P platers have to follow their speed restriction interstate.
That is...
Which doesn't frustrate anyone.
What is going on down there? Like, what are you guys doing in the Southern Hemisphere?
How long have you got? How long have you got?
I don't know. How long can you put this into a little Spark Notes version?
Well, let's start with Melbourne.
All right.
I couldn't do that because I...
You know what? I'll just blame it on the weather. You guys got summer coming up, so I don't blame you.
Summer's great, mate. Okay, so for context, I live in Canberra. We go through winter, and we are probably the coldest city in Australia, and we don't get snow, and it sucks. So I'm really looking forward to summer.
Yeah, relate. I live in Massachusetts. Snow is very common here. It's really nice, except when I have to clear it off my car at 7 in the morning because I gotta get to class.
Yeah, I think I have to clean the frost off my windscreen once a year.
I hate you. I'm so jealous.
It's actually not too bad for me because I recently bought it. Well, not recently, about a year ago, I bought a new house and it has a garage that I can just put my car in. It's great.
That's exciting. I don't have that luxury. I park in the driveway. Parents get the garage. I mean, then again, my brother and my sister also park in the driveway, so it's like, you know what? We all get to suffer together. But it doesn't look like we got snow here in France, thankfully. Just the warmer cousin of winter's precipitation. Right here we got, for P25, this is Peter Papayananu. I definitely butchered that one. Running, I believe, the second highest AM-rated driver?
I would say so. I'm not going to try to pronounce that surname either. That's definitely a Kiwi name. There's probably an F in there as well.
It's probably an F somewhere. Is that a common New Zealander thing?
Apparently, one of the series I commentate, we have a driver whose name starts with a WH, but no, it's pronounced with an F.
What?
That didn't confuse me at all.
Wait, so it starts with WH.
Look,
right?
New Zealand. We just sort of smile and wave at them.
Just let them do their own thing on the other side of the Tasman.
Oh boy, you're going to learn so much about the Southern Hemisphere here.
Oh, I would love to visit. Honestly, I thought about doing it because it's summer for me, and we've got the 557 Audi off there.
We've also got a car off in the background as well, so they're going off everywhere.
Range is starting to pick up now, so probably a bit of worsening conditions catching some people out.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Got the Audi. I can't see quite who that is. It's Joshua Morgan, I believe, who's just hydroplaning like crazy down there. I mean, he's just struggling with everything he's got coming out of that final corner. Tires just, it seems like the tires just cannot disperse enough water, especially with how slow the final corner is. So we're going to get an instant replay here. This is one of the Porsches here on the back straight going slow, letting somebody by, and oh, geez, just right over a bump onto a puddle, and what a massive hit there. That
Porsche got turned. Oh, it's already got damage. This Porsche just turned into a helicopter.
Yeah, and so going down the back straight here, so there's a lot of bumps, I think, on the right side of the track, and already with the damage, I mean, there's barely enough control there, and then just slams the wall. That is a violent hit. Just around and around and around, and having to deal with the front end damage that he's already got, and now it's just the hood's popped, and that's just brutal.
Well, this is the Porsche that we saw recovering in the last two corners not too long ago. So it hasn't got much better, unfortunately. So I think that's another car recovering down the Mistral Straight. That's Honda this time. Yeah.
So trouble all over the place for these drivers in these changing conditions. And we've got another car. That's a BMW off, I think.
Yeah,
that's Hurley. Hurley's got front end damage. So what has happened here?
Just misery and pain and sadness.
It sounds like my average Paul Ricard experience.
He's getting up to pace, but I would expect that car to go one way, and that is straight to pit lane.
Most likely. The damage, yeah, he's just struggling in the corners here. It's already hard enough to get these cars around this track right now with the weather. But with damage like that, any amount of damage really is going to be an issue. And along the inside there, we do see one of the Hondas struggling. I believe that is the number 27 Honda in the background. But yeah, probably straight into the pits here for Hurley.
Worst thing with these endurance, actually, he's going to go around again.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, I'm about to say, with these endurance races, you've sort of got a bit of a responsibility for your teammates to just try and persevere, because you got to try and work with the strategy as best you can. So if he came in now, that might hurt their strategy a little bit later in the race. So you've really got to manage that in these endurance races.
It's an incredibly difficult thing to do because you go in with your plan, but you know for a fact that your plan is not going to stick entirely all the way through. You're going to end up, maybe moving a pit stop a few laps later here, maybe settling maybe just sitting behind someone for a while. And when you have so many people going off and so many people having issues, and speaking of issues, you've got an Aston Martin up there getting off, I believe that is Clark. So, these strategies just almost getting just thrown out the window, it seems like. Apologies, that was Gowers who's actually off, not Clark.
Hello to Don Tawati and Sammy Downey. Yes, it has been a crazy race. So, and I think it's only going to get crazier because 10 minutes time we're going to see that rain get heavier. So, yeah, should have packed a boat.
Get a poncho.
Like you said, Amazon's got the specials on kayaks.
Or they could hit up the Mercedes F1 team, because they were giving out ponchos for some of those high ticket holders for the Belgian Grand Prix, if I remember correctly. Fair enough. Oh, jeez. That was insanely close. That is one of the... Yeah. That was maybe just... That's another thing I feel like people don't realize with the rain is how much different your brake markers end up being, or your brake points rather. You know, you run this so many times in the dry, you know what to do, but when it starts to rain, you got to start moving those things back. And even if you're an inch or two off, a little too far forward, that's going to be a lot further forward than you would be for that corner. We almost saw how terribly that can end.
I think more to the point is you can't see your braking point. If we were to go on board here with Jaden, we will not see anything.
Oh, I can't even see anything right now. It's just kicking it up. I mean, that's terrifying.
Oh.
And you got cars exiting pit lane all over the place. This little group here, even though they may all not be fighting for position, it's still incredibly terrifying to just be dead smack in the middle of.
Oh, we got comment of the day there from Don. Oh, wetter than convent of nuns on a bunch of rubies. Oh, no.
Well, always leave it to stream chat to give you something to laugh at, as always. That's not what they're really good at. But here right now, Jaden's doing quite a good job of giving Kale a lot of pressure to deal with. And right now, as we go onto the Mistral straight, a very good exit here for the number 74. A little bit of weaving here, and actually, that may be a is that a back marker? No, it has to be. It has to be Kale. There's no way it isn't.
This is a battle for position.
Oh, it is. So you can see Jaden here. He's just poking his nose on the inside, just showing himself, trying to sight Kale out of this corner here as we get to the end of the Mistral Straight and onto the brakes, and Jaden just has to back out. And you can just see the spray getting kicked up. I mean, there's absolutely, like we said, you can't even see your brake marker. You kind of have to almost rely on your fellow driver to be the brake point for you, as Kale's going to overshoot. And Jaden on the inside, some door-to-door racing. Kale loses the back end.
Wonderful move. Absolutely beautiful move by Jaden. He just kept it as tight as he could, and you can get away with it on that corner, but I think great heads-up drive from Kale as well. He just sort of saw that coming and just gave the space. So, yeah, great driving from both. And, Kale having a bit of a moment. There we go. So, no rain. Coming up in 30 minutes. Good stuff.
Get that. We can put the umbrellas away, finally.
Poor
Fortunately,
Bender.
just in time for a stint changeover, it looks like.
Yeah, perfectly timed for a stint change, though, as you were saying there, Tom. Guess what? We got this lull in action. Something I really wanted to bring up. Did anyone see from the Spa race in real life when who was it? Stefan Rattel accidentally announced that Kunos is working on GT2 cars for ACC. Is anyone else excited for that?
Wait, did they actually announce that?
It wasn't meant to be announced, but Stefan Rattel accidentally announced it at Spa.
Because I saw that and I immediately wrote it off as a joke. I was like, no, that's not actually, that's not true.
Well, apparently Kunos came out and went, yeah, that wasn't supposed to be announced.
Well, the cat's out of the bag now, so looks like we're getting it. Did they give a release date, or are we sort of just in that whole, it's happening, but we'll figure it out?
2023, apparently.
That's like at least 3 months away, 4 months away. I can't do math. I'm a communications major. The last thing I need to do is math.
Yes. But yeah, that really throws it open a little bit for leagues. A bit of a headache, I think, because there's so much content now on ACC. Of course, if anyone's new to Octane or new to this stream, you don't know what Octane actually does normally. We have got a lot of series running around in ACC. We've got, what have we got? We've got BMW Cup, Porsche Cup, GT3 Sprint, whole variety of different formats in the Sprint series. Great fun. So I should definitely, oh, that pole. Will Bender ever see rain again? I know what I'm voting.
No. You know, as someone who's on the front lines of Sprint, which feels like week in and week, that's that's the one thing I feel like a lot of people are excited for, because we've had a bit of a change with the scheduling this year. We had a switch between the regular 1 hour sprint and then the super sprint, which was 2 races, and those would alternate. But now this season, we started with the super sprint, and then we did 2 rounds of sprints, and then the new extended format, and then 2 more rounds of sprint, and then ending off on a super sprint. But I mean, it is great fun to both drive and to race, and I'm absolutely blessed to have the opportunities that I do. And if you're looking to join in the OOR space and you're not certain right now, maybe you're a new driver to ACC or just a new driver to the OOR in general, you can start off with our rookie series, and then that acts as our own little feeder series into the higher leagues that we've got. So if you're maybe a bit on the fence about it, I would say just go for it. You never know, you might surprise yourself.
Poor Ben, he's going to get a ban now. We put pineapple on pizza, straight away ban.
I don't know, I would never do that. I've tried it. There's just something about the way the pineapple gets cooked, and then the way it just feels when you chew on it, that my brain just, it doesn't like it. It gets upset with me.
Have you never had grilled pineapple on a hamburger?
Excuse me?
I don't think they do that in America.
No, we don't do that here.
Oh, you need to try it.
Our burgers are like lettuce, tomato, onion, ketchup, mustard, bacon. I've seen people I saw someone put, what did I see? I think it was chips on it one time. I don't know. And when I say chips, I mean like potato chips, not fries. I know there's probably some people who are like, oh, they put fries on it. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we do that. Sorry, we beat you to it.
You call them fries chips and chips crisps or whatever?
No, that's England. They call them crisps.
Okay, so but you call fries chips, yeah?
Yeah, I think we just call everything chips. There's no need to complicate it. It's potato, it's chips. And
what would you like for breakfast? What would you like for breakfast? I'll have some scrambled chips, please, thank you.
Usually it's BB.
Dude, I want to try a BB so bad. I don't even know how it tastes, but I have a sound alert on one of my streams, and it's the lovely Aussie man talking about his favorite drink at 20 to 8 in the morning, and it's like, you know what? If I ever go there, gotta try one.
Oh, that man. We all love that man. All right, so I guess we got the next fundraiser. Try and get Nick down to Australia, and we'll greet him with a case of VB, and he has to drink it all.
You say that like it's a challenge.
He doesn't know our beer.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. I'll down it. You don't know me. All right. Back to the action here as we talk about excursions, and here's one. Thankfully, keeping that one off the wall, those brakes, slowing the car down just enough, and the distance was quite great. So it was a bit of a lucky escape here. So we've got Connor Kingston looking to hunt down the 191 of Senecas for P4.
And just because I will be jumping out of commentary soon, you know what? I love pineapple on pizza as well. Try and ban me.
You're not coming back.
Banned from.
It was fun. It was fun. It was fun, guys. Catch you next time.
Absolutely.
But going back to that, Nick, if you get a slice of pineapple and put it over some charcoal, you just get that little bit of smoky flavour behind it as well, and it is spot on a burger.
I will definitely keep that in mind, because if you say smoky and just describing food to me, like, my mouth is already watering. Thank you. The way it was meant to be, and well, the way things are meant to be right now here at Paul Ricard as we get under the 5.5 hour mark. It is still Bakita up in the lead, Herbert in second, Sweet a sweet P3, and then we've got this battle for P4 between Senecas and Kingston, the remaining 2 drivers here in the top 5. Kingston's been doing a pretty good job of keeping up. The last lap for the Lamborghini was a 2:08.1, and for the BMW it was a 2:08.007. Fairly certain that James Bond isn't in that car, but the gap's opening up now, so for the South African, this is actually a pretty good sign right now, just to build that gap as we head onto the Mistral Straight.
Okay, and on that, I am going to have to duck out of the commentary box. So thank you, everyone, for having me, and I'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Nick and Tom. Enjoy the rest of the race, everyone, and I will see you in the next straight.
Thanks, Matt. Have a great night, mate.
Number 2, but yeah, we've had a pretty solid race here so far. A lot of drama, a lot of spins, a lot of bumps and bruises, some scratched paint, and maybe a few fingers getting pointed as we stay here with Connor Kingston right now, and he's just doing everything he can to try to close that gap up to Senecas. It was right on his bumper towards the end of the last lap, and now you look at it and he's got, well, it looks like, just didn't even know, looks like about a second gap now. So struggling to find just the line with that Lamborghini.
Almost looks like the tyres have just gone out of the sweet spot. As you can see, he was really struggling, sort of getting the car rotating.
Yeah, it just did not want to move. Last lap for Senecas was a 2:06.5, and Kingston was 0.6 back with a 7.1. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he goes into the pits here in the next couple of laps if the tires have fallen off, like you said. Senecas maybe on some younger tires, so he will definitely be staying out. But this little battle here is sort of where we see some of the action for the time being. Although, as I say that, down in actually the battle for, looks like P22 between Bichelle and Vaughn. These guys are almost bumper to bumper here as they're heading up towards the last corner here. As we look at Luque Apreciado, number 10 in the McLaren, so he's doing a pretty good job of keeping that thing pointed in the right direction.
Lead Pro-Am.
Yeah, actually, ahead for the Pro-Am. So this is that battle for P21. You can see just how close Vaughn is. A lot closer than we saw with that battle for P4 between Senecas and Kingston. And that's, I say that Honda just using the acceleration out of these corners to gain a gap. But we'll see how well that can hold up as we head on to the Mistral Straight. Vaughn's struggling with this corner. Get both the onboard and the overhead. Looks like Bushel has actually started to pull away by quite a lot, so even if there was a chance of a slipstream, it's now gone. Behind them actually appears to be the number 2 BMW maybe joining the mix.
Yeah, hopefully the speed's not getting up there where aero wash becomes sort of a problem, because I know there's a problem with the end of that first sector.
It's absolutely something these drivers have to deal with. And then on top of that, you do have the wet weather conditions. So this is just turning out to be quite the task for these drivers. Nothing I think they can't handle, but definitely something that adds to the stress of this race. I know earlier we talked about the physical exhaustion, but even the mental exhaustion of racing is something that these drivers will constantly have to be worrying about, especially as we get towards like the end of the race later on. Still holding on to Bushel's wing, it seems like. These guys are, looks like closing in on the final corner. Yes, they are. So another lap down for these drivers. We'll see what the gap is looking like, what the lap times are looking like. Vaughn, though, sitting in that slipstream of the Honda, just going to pull to the left side here. Not really close enough as we head down into the first corner. Who's going to be braver on the brakes? Vaughn Looks like a little bit of a mouse bravery level there. Has to back out. Maybe he's going to go for a move. Maybe just sit back and then use the slipstream and overtake on the back straight.
Wise racing there. There was no point finding that one. Didn't have it done early enough.
No, he didn't, and Bushell actually maybe overshooting his brake marker a little, or his brake point a little bit. That gives Vaughn a chance to catch up. You can see the slightly different lines here for these drivers. If you look out the back of this 919 Honda. So we get ready to head onto the Mistral Straight once more for these drivers. Take a moment though, the last lap for Bushell was a 207.79. Vaughn's was a 207.70. So looks like he really picked it up in that final sector. This final sector is actually 7/10 quicker, but you can see here just through 1 and 2. I mean, he's got almost nothing right now. Even with that slipstream, he's still quite a ways back, and if he goes for anything, it's going to be quite foolish.
Yeah, that Honda's just got the top speed advantage where it needs it.
Does that Mistral Straight. I mean, that's 20 seconds of pure pedal to the metal, and down the inside actually goes Vaughn. Bushell just barely missing that brake point. It's just what happens here with these wet weather conditions, and your brake points just get pushed back and back. You miss it by a little bit, and you're going to overshoot by what feels like a mile. Vaughn, quite a simple overtake. That's going to be P21 for the Audi for the time being, unless he managed to keep Bushell at bay.
P20 net, because Herod in front's got 15 seconds of penalties.
That's true, but Herod is probably going to serve that at some point at the next round of pit stops for that team. And now it's Bushell who's in the chasing position. You can see Vaughn just covering off that inside for the time being before slopping back onto the racing line. A little bit later on the brakes for Bushell. Not close enough. Maybe just getting ready for a Mistral Straight overtake. Vaughn just pulling away. So, and as I say that, he misses his brake part a little bit. And now Bushell's back under the bumper here of this Audi. So a little bit of back and forth here. As we round the corner, we look out the back here of Vaughn now onto the Mistral Straight. We talked about the Honda's speed and the acceleration, and now you've got a slipstream on top of that, and it looks like Bushell may be closing in for the kill.
That Honda's just so much better over the curbs in the first sector. That's probably why I was pulling away.
It's at least one of the strongest parts for this car. You can see that slipstream being put to good use. Bushell pulls out to the right side, loses the car a little bit, and I don't believe there's going to be a move down the inside towards the end of the straight. No, he's not. Vaughn, though, you can see him just barely off the racing line, and that's going to give Bushell a chance to catch back up. As that Audi goes way, way wide. The doors open on the inside. Ooh, Bushell, a little bit ambitious, and it almost cost him.
So 10 more minutes of this heavy rain. It's going to start lightening up properly.
Yeah, hopefully the track dries as quickly as it can. I don't know if the rain will come back, because not only do we have to get the track clear, we got to get everything dried, and the clouds and the temperature do not help that at all to pop up here. This is turning into a battle for P10 between Apreciado and Ty right now. Drivers. Last lap was a 2:16.7. This was a 2:06.6, so I'm assuming that was because of traffic that he had to let through. And not really a true indication of pace here. Ty, though, in that Honda, so definitely going to be using that acceleration and top speed and the advantages it has over the curves through Sector 1 to try and catch up as these guys enter lap number 77, still a lap down from the leaders, but definitely in the mix for a very exciting race.
Always good to see our AM and Pro-Am drivers fighting in the top 10.
absolutely. It shows that even if you've got a different colored background on your number, you can still have some amazing races. Seneca's here with a drive-through penalty, and it looks like he's just going to serve that right away. Normally you get 3 laps to serve that, but he's just going to get it out of the way, done and dusted, and get back out there. Maybe a smart move?
Yeah, I think the race is long enough. There's no need to serve it as late as possible and let the field spread, because the field's already spread.
Yeah, and you have to consider that perhaps maybe those that are behind you that are going to end up passing you, you know, you don't know how many track cut warnings they have, and on a circuit like Paul Ricard where it's very, very easy to go wide, as we actually do see that as the camera pans away. You'll have to wait and see just what can happen here later on in the race. Right now, we've got some 2x2 action here as we head towards the end of the Mistral Straight. Friciato on the inside, a little bit of a switcheroo. How do you do from Ty? And now he takes the inside line, and just off he goes.
Well held.
Yeah, indeed, very well done to keep that Honda off the wall. I don't know if maybe it caught a bit of a puddle and just started sliding, but that was looking very scary for a second.
Oh, those tires are cooked now.
Yeah, those tires, you may be considering slowing down, or perhaps maybe going for a pit stop here. But we'll have to just wait and see. That battle was looking really good for P10, and just one little mistake, and from then on it was kind of over, under, and out for the Honda. It's Bushell again. So Vaughn's actually managed to pull away. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right. So out of one pan and right back into another, it seems like.
Papuinu in the second AM car, running in 23rd, just on the back of Bushell now.
As they head on the Mistral Straight. Bushell, though, with that superior straight line speed with Honda, you can see the gap just, I mean, what was a very close Honda for the BMWs now just seems to be an ocean away, just down the Mistral Straight. This BMW struggling. Keep up. It's a reminder that slipstream kicks in at about 7/10 of a second back, and that's a little bit more than 7/10. Anthony Sansano is going to be our focal point here in P15, and behind him is Wafik Priyanada in the 28 Ferrari here. It looks like I think they just had a bit of a position change, if I'm not mistaken.
Hard to tell, but a couple of cars in close proximity. Looks like the leaders are coming through as well, which is not what you want when you're fighting for position, but you've got to deal with it.
Yeah, and a confirmation that was just a recent position change. And we hop up a little bit further here. Pete Twalmer with just ahead of him is Convoy, and you can see Ty, their Convoy, maybe getting conned out of this position as the BMW looks to strike. But a little drift there, a little bit of a wiggle. These tires just struggling. It's that back end stepping out. It seems like for everybody just a little too eager on the throttle, especially when an opponent ahead makes a mistake like that.
Well, interesting strategy news. It's going to dry and then rain again. So Bender, your rain dance has worked. The water will return.
Good. It's been a little too sunny for a little too long, it seems like. The rain gods have decided that 10 minutes is far too long to not have any precipitation, and decided that it was time to bring it back. So even with the rain gone, there's still going to be a lot of water on track, and with the clouds and the ambient temperature and the track temperature, it's not really going to help the process of drying all too much. So these drivers don't really have much to worry about in terms of tire wear, tire temps. So it should not be too much of a problem. Regan Herbert here, getting through some lap traffic right now, currently sitting P2. We've got Boquita way up the grid. You're looking at, well, more seconds than can be displayed at the moment. That just goes to show you how far ahead the number 88 is. And see Jeremy Walter here for P8. Pretty well trying to catch up to Lou in P7. The only amateur class driver in the top 20, and actually that is P7 right now. Walter gets held up.
Marshall behind is going to drive through for track limits, so...
Oh yeah, you're right. So, well, as if it wasn't hard enough to control some of these cars in these conditions, you got to drive through, even though it was probably an accident over some water. It happens. Martin, though, does opt to stay out, so it's not a huge deal right now. There's going to be a few more laps to serve that before it becomes a bigger issue. I would not be surprised if Martin decides to go in at the last possible second.
Convoy and Pye still going at it in P11, P12.
Oh yeah, you're right. This is the battle for P11 here. Convoy with that slipstream. It's the battle of the Hondas here. It's actually going to be Convoy just backing out a bit of a lift to try and make sure he meets that apex as well as he can. His opponent seems to be running the same playbook, and just up ahead is that the McLaren? Is that the number 140 or the 174 McLaren? I believe it is.
No, I think that might be one of the back markers.
Oh yeah, you are right. So what I thought was going to be a three-way battle for P10 is actually just someone blocking the way. So obviously the back marker will let these guys through on the Mr. Straight. Is the safest place to do that, and we actually see Chalmers there in the background. Maybe just trying to pick up any scraps he can, playing a little bit of scavenger here. Hopefully running that scavenger pro, of course, the best version of that perk.
Definitely didn't come into a set of course of Call of Duty references, but
You never know what you're gonna get. You never know what I'm gonna reference when I'm in the booth. That's my skill in quotation marks, mind you.
Oh,
So
come
it looks,
on.
oh, Convoy getting held up quite harshly. And that's even given Chalmers, I believe, a chance to catch up. Not what you want to see when you're trying to get around back markers, especially when you have that long 20-second or 20-plus second back straight to work off of.
Yeah, it definitely helps everyone if you are being lapped. Just if you lift off halfway down the straight, you don't lose too much time yourself. Everyone else gets past safely. Benefits everyone.
Exactly, and even with some of these gaps to the other drivers, at least those who are running the back marker show like we saw, you have to think about the gaps from that driver to the one who's truly behind them position wise. If it's quite a lot, it's not going to be a huge issue. I can understand that if they're right on your tail, it's a bit of a different story, but with, like you said, just on the straight, just lift off a little bit, let these guys through, and if you just time it properly, you can start getting back up to speed as the other guy's passing you. So Convoy's got a lot of work to do now to catch up to Ty, but he seems to be doing quite all right for himself.
Interesting to see how this drying line starts to happen since the rain's really starting to back off now.
10 minutes, it'll still be a bit wet out there. Cars will probably not be able to clear a lot of the water, probably a good chunk of it, but then after that we've got more rain moving in, so it'll just be right back to where we are now. Convoy here on the back straight with Ty, and I think we have a little bit of a McLaren ahead. It's a back marker, so ideally lift off like you had said earlier, Tom, and then just let these guys through.
Perfect. Exactly what you want to do.
Yep, and even letting Chalmers through as well, so very good and very beautiful sportsmanship there from the McLaren to let these guys through, as Convoy, despite losing all that time to Ty, looks to be catching up and just recovering everything. I mean, that's amazing stuff from him.
his Honda's coming alive, and you can see tyres really struggling to get the nose in and then keep the back to follow it around nicely. So
Convoy looking for move down the inside, doesn't opt for it. Maybe partaking in a little bit of psychological warfare here, trying to just spook Ty out of a corner. As we head onto the front straight, Convoy's got an amazing exit here, and they actually should be passing up Martin as he serves a drive-through penalty, so it's going to be maybe a bit of a position gain for both of these, though. Ty remains in the lead right now. Convoy promoted up to P11, and actually just behind them is Chalmers, who's done a very good job of catching up. Convoy losing the back end, and just all that time he gains to Ty, he somehow just loses it. And Chalmers is more than happy to take that position if it's given to him.
yeah, all three of the boys very, 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 very experienced racers. So mind games are plenty, but I'm not sure how much effect they will have.
Well, even the subtlest attacks and subtlest chips off of the old mental armor can sometimes be the difference between gaining a position and losing it entirely. See, Ty has gained so much time here, just between turns 2 and this back straight, and it's quite something to see, even in the same cars. You have to wonder if these setups are a bit different for these drivers. I know, in my experience with endurance racing, you sort of, with these setups, you have to find a bit of a compromise between the drivers, because even, you know, you guys are in the same car, you are going to be driving them a little bit differently. You need to play to each other's strengths, so even between competitors, you know the setups are going to be different. So I'm wondering how much different Ty setup is from Convoys.
Ty setup might be a bit more dry friendly because the rain has stopped, so that extra grip, he might have a bit less downforce, so he gets away with a bit more. He pulls away down the straights.
Probably, yeah. So Convoy's probably erring more on the side of caution here with these wet conditions, as he's gonna just slide out a little bit on his brake point. Chalmers thought a move was gonna be on, but decides to just sit back and wait a little bit. There's still plenty of time, or just under 5 hours to go here in the race, and I believe now is as good a time as any to welcome to the booth Stefan, who's been sitting and waiting rather patiently. How are you doing, Stefan?
Very good. Yeah, I was just wondering. I mean, I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but yeah, glad to be here. How is everybody doing?
Pretty good. It's a little past 3 in the morning for me, because, you know, Northern Hemisphere gang, where are you at? Yeah, it's been a good race, though.
And you don't need things like sleep or what we mere human people need from time to time, so you're just sticking it in there and going, oh, that's great effort.
Yeah, no, my sleep schedule's been just completely bombed for the last, like, 8 months. So, what's a little bit longer? I got school starting up this coming Wednesday, so, yeah, I've got to get that wrangled in a few days' time. But you've joined us at a pretty solid time. There's been a lot of action here around Paul Ricard. A lot of slips and slides for these drivers, and actually we do see Martin coming under attack here from Morris here as we go down the straight. Once again, that slipstream playing into effect. They're going to go door to door here at the end of the straight, and Morris just going to poke his way through up into P13. So BMW's starting to turn up a little bit here.
You can really see the extra drag coming onto the non-racing line where the extra water is, because they pull out of the slipstream and just slow down.
It's like hitting the brakes all of a sudden.
I think this is the part where it gets really interesting, when you start to see a massive difference in speed between the dry line and the parts of the track where there's still a lot of water. And I mean, I did come in at the most interesting bit of the race so far, because so far it was only rain, but now it's gonna be a bit more spicy for a few minutes at least before we have rain again.
Yeah, we had Bender do his little rain dance apparently, so it was staying a little dry for too long, and well, the rain gods didn't like that, so yeah, like you said, half an hour, we'll see the rain again. I know we discussed setups, so some drivers will be favoring a bit more of the dry setup. So we should see those get a little bit of an advantage here, but obviously that will quickly diminish once the rain comes back down. We ride on board here with Jaden. This is looking like the battle for P13, maybe even P14, as Martin starts to pull away.
I think it is quite of a gamble, right? I mean, you do know that there is rain coming up, but you don't know how much or for how long of the rain. After the race there will be rain, so you have to find that setup compromise, and some people might have pushed it more towards the dry, some people might have pushed it more towards the wet, and it looks like the latter ones are the ones who are winning out at the moment.
Yeah, there's still plenty of water on track. The rain just stopped, and you know, these cars can only get rid of so much water off the line. As you see Morris almost going into the back there of Martin. But to continue on, yeah, these cars can only get rid of so much water from the track, and you combine that with cloudy skies and lower temperatures. The track on its own is not going to dry as quickly as if it was sunny and maybe a few degrees hotter. Right now, though, in the background for P15, Jaden is getting dangerously close to Sansano for that position, and yeah, this looks like it could be something that may be raging on for quite a while. Sansano is struggling to find his way around.
I mean, in the first place, it's quite amazing. There's still battles for positions that are so close together on the track. I mean, they have been added for a few hours now, and still some people are still closely racing for the longest time while they're maneuvering blue flags, as we can see here on the right. It is interesting times to keep that all together in very dicey, rainy condition. I think that was contact. There was contact on the left. Are they side by side?
Yeah, we've lost the BMW Sansano. It was a very, very precarious situation to be in, going into turn one at speed with the wet. And it just unfortunately ended the way it did. Hopefully get a replay of that in a moment so we can look it over once again as we take a peek at our race leader. Looks like more of a Sunday drive, if anything.
Well, you could say so, but I mean, you also need to acknowledge that it takes a lot of skill to be in that position in the first place. So it's not that these are just random drivers who ended up very much at the front. I mean, these are some of the very, very fastest driver all around the place.
So this is the replay of this turn one incident. So it's door to door here, down into turn one. And it looks like, I don't know, I mean, that could just be a bit of a racing incident, almost getting other drivers tagged up, but I don't know, I would maybe place that on the Audi there.
Yeah, I think the Audi needed to realise that the BMW on the inside does deserve at least a car width at the apex. You can't rely on them to go over the curb safely, you've got to give them a width of road.
Think about how much water is on those curbs. It's going to be a lot more water on the curbs than there are on the track, so grip becomes a bit more of an issue now because you're on something that hasn't been clear as much, and yeah, like you said, cars with at least for that corner.
I do wonder how the tire temperatures of the different teams are evolving at the moment, because it is getting a little bit drier and they are obviously all still on wet tires, so they probably might be getting to the higher end of the spectrum at any point soon. It would be interesting to see whose teams can cope with an even more slippery car for the longer time, and then whether they can actually place their pit stop at the right moment in time to get rid of the completely shot wet tires and put on a new set of wet tires for the upcoming rain.
It's definitely a strategy that is ever evolving. As we see,
Fantastic save.
Yeah, very good save there from, I believe that was Martin, who got a little too sideways there in that little complex. Job well done keeping that thing not only away from the other drivers, but also just keeping that pointed in the right direction. So we do get a replay here as we're heading down after the first couple of corners, and I'm wondering if it was the curb or maybe a bit of hydroplaning. Oh, just sort of just loses it, so probably these puddles playing a part.
Had his wheels on the blue stuff on the outside, so just didn't have enough grip in it to slow it down and turn it at the same time.
Full lock there, trying to keep that car in the straight line. He does, and just sort of carries on like nothing happened, but that has given his drivers behind a bit of a chance to catch up, as everyone apparently running as wide as I assume the track will allow, unless they're going beyond that. Martin just under so much pressure right now. Round the outside goes Jaden, and that's actually going to backfire on him. And almost down the inside of him is Morris. So these guys, a little bit of yo-yoing between who gets to attack and who gets to defend.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where you really need to think 2 or 3 times whether you want to make a move, whether you can actually make it stick. Because as soon as you go offline, the puddles are going to break you quite substantially and you will struggle to make the move, but that immediately gives a chance to the car behind to then put an attack on you. So it's, yeah, it takes a lot of experience and a lot of coolness to actually try to keep it together and make a move stick at this point in time.
Yeah, that's a skill that you don't really develop right away. I mean, that is hours upon hours upon hours of carefully chiseling away at that skill, and these guys are a very good showcase of exactly what you can do and what you can manage when you really get those nerves under control here, as Jaden again just starting to put the pressure on Martin here as they head towards the Mistral straight. They're both in the Audi, and the slipstream will definitely play a part, so you have to think Jaden is realizing that he will have to be in those puddles and it will slow him down, as he is just bouncing all over the place right now.
Yeah, to be fair, we have seen quite a few crashes in the middle of the Mistral Straight, which is something which you never see in the dry, but with the puddles there, some people have managed to swear off right into the wall. So it is dicey, even on the straight here.
Yeah, we saw it earlier with one of the Porsches, not the leading Porsche, of course, but a Porsche a little further back, already with damage, so you have to deal with that. And, you know, it was a pretty violent hit, so drivers got back to the pits, got that sorted out. Hayden, though, still just putting on this pressure, trying to get Martin to make a mistake, and I believe up ahead is Chalmers, who picks up a drive-through for the track limits. Actually, Chalmers is quite a ways up, so this is a different BMW we're looking at, but the battle for P13 rages on.
While that rages on, I'll let you both capable individuals keep on commentating on a jump out for a bit. I'll catch everyone on a bit later tonight.
We shall hold down the fort, and it will not be burned down when you get back, we promise. Right now, Jaden looks for a move down the inside, but again, just backing out, perhaps biding his time, waiting for that Mistral straight to pop back up.
Also at this stage, it really becomes a game of patience. I mean, which driver can actually keep up acting under that pressure? Oh, wait, never mind. There we have seen quite a dive. He never made it close to the apex and goes off track. Let's see whether he can rejoin in a sensible manner, but he barely lost any time. He's still all over the back of the car in front.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, we saw him off track, so it was just kind of keeping up, and that will give him a much better chance of staying in line there, and he actually gets an amazing exit there. So Jaden just blowing by Martin there. Sorry, I believe that's Martin up ahead. But yeah, it was just that off track was a little bit sketchy and kept up. Thankfully was able to slot back in safely. Yeah, it's Jaden who actually overtakes for P12. Dylan is relegated to P13 for the time being, but there is still plenty of time to claw these positions back, and these guys are not even close to being done. We hop up a bit. We've got Sweet here, giving us a nice little potential. He's got some back markers actually, so this is going to play a little bit of an interesting card into the hands of both of these Audis.
Yeah, I think these are exactly the moments that you're waiting for if you're locked in a battle like that. I mean, now they just had a move where they actually changed position, but if you go on for the longest time and you can't find a way around and everything gets more tense and more tense, then back marker or a blue flag or in this car a leading car coming through might actually produce one of the opportunities where you can make a change in that deadlock of a situation. So it will be interesting to see how quickly Sweet is able to get past these two, or whether he's gonna split up this battle even further than it is now.
Yeah, and you have to think about with this battle here for P12, you know, Martin is going to lose time, 100%. But maybe when he lets Sweet through, he can try to stick with him as closely as possible because he knows that his opponent is going to have to let him through as well. So maybe use a little bit of unfortunate timing for the leading car to slip through. We see it all the time across many series, just using that faster car as a way to gain a position.
Oh, never mind, the car behind is off, so that battle is over for now. The Audi was spinning on the straight. I didn't see exactly what happened there, but maybe we can get a replay for that.
Well, thankfully, it looks like that Audi has been kept off the wall. So I mean, there's what seems like acres upon acres of land to really explore here at Paul Ricard on this back straight. So yeah, it's just that battle you said it's now over. What was looking good has been turned into something rather unfortunate. So we see Connor Kingston right now pretty comfortably in P4. Not a huge problem for him.
Yeah, just thinking when you mentioned how to keep it out of the walls on Paul Ricard, it's funny that you do have what feels like miles and miles of runoff, but then once you are spinning, the walls suddenly come closer very quickly. So it is kind of an interesting situation. Now we get the replay of what happened to the Audi, and I think he just lost it on the curb there. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I just drove over it. Lack of a dry line there over these curbs. These curbs are rather notorious for their lack of grip. It just pretty much feels like almost any stage of the game. And actually into the pits goes the Audi of Martin. So it looks like a new fresh set of tires is on the menu for him.
It's an interesting decision because the rain, I mean, the wipers are still on, but I think the rain has still stopped. So strategically speaking, you would want to have the rain back on when you put on a new set of wet tires, so to make sure that they are gonna be in the best shape possible for the next hour of your stint. But now probably he has cooked them with the spin and decided to say, well, okay, let's change this up right now, and then we can start with a fresh set and put our heads down and put in laps to maybe get at some point back into the battle that he was in before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we talked about it earlier with strategy. You kind of plan out everything, your pit stops, and you know maybe how are you going to drive from this time frame to this time frame. So when you have something like that happen, it really throws a spanner into the works because now you have to worry about, you know, how much do I have to change around, how much do I have to, you know, maybe improvise a little bit. I mean, these drivers definitely more than capable of getting plans sorted out on the fly, but it is always a frustrating thing to deal with when it does happen.
Exactly. I mean, as the saying goes, no strategy survives a first lap incident, for example. There's always things that you cannot account for, and then it's more about how you actually react to these incidents that happen, how you make up your strategy according to the new situation on track, and you have to keep doing that and keep doing that and keep doing that. And just make sure that you get the best in the situation. You will never have it perfectly as you would have had it planned out.
No, definitely not. And it's a skill that is, you know, much like any skill in racing. It's something that gets developed over time. I feel like, though, most people don't get a lot of time to work on it, especially because, you know, with these longer endurance formats, it's not something that everyone's doing all the time, even in shorter races that you do in, you know, public lobbies. There's only so much time, and usually you're not even going for a pit stop. You're just going start to finish, maybe 20-30 minutes. So for some of these drivers, this is probably going to be the first time they've had to figure this out. For other drivers, this is something they've probably been working on what feels like day in and day out.
Yeah, at least for the longer enduros, you have a team of a few people, at least 2. Most of the teams are 3 drivers, so it is something that you can actually discuss while one person is sitting in the cockpit and focusing on hitting the apexes and not spinning the car around. So the 2 others can actually look at how the race is evolving. They can have a look at the track map. They can tell when to pit and where you were gonna be on track after pit. So I think it's a bit more of a team effort that I really like about endurance racing.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a lot of fun to have your teammates, you know, in the background while you're racing, sort of figuring out the new strategy, and then they can give it to you and see what you think. As we have a bit of an issue here for the 999 Audi of Chris Anto, excuse me. Looks like maybe going off a little bit. Hopefully we get that. That is on just before the Mistral Straight, so this is going to be quite a long trudge through the water to get back to the pit lane. Not what you want to see, and Boquita is actually rolling up on some lap traffic, so he'll have to navigate that in well, just a few moments time, it seems like.
Or right now. I mean, it seems like the 521 had a bit of a wiggle there that put them very closely in front of Boquina's bumper. Okay, we have a replay.
So this is out of the pit lane. So what in the world happened here? So out of the pit lane is the 999. Brings it through turn 1 and into turn 2. Oh, he just goes on the inside there, loses the Audi. But now my question is, was the front end damage already there, or was it inflicted at some other point? Because right now, yeah, the front end is spotless. So I'm starting to wonder if maybe this is a case of hitting one of those puddles on the back straight, letting people, oh no, looks like just getting in the way of other drivers right now and causing problems. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a really unfortunate situation if you come out of the pits and you're basically what you're wishing for is to have a first lap which is quiet, which is without incident, so that you can find your footing, you can find your confidence, you learn the track, you learn to see.
There it is.
Oh wow.
Jeez, that is a huge hit onto the Mistral Straight. It just gets a little too wide there, and then the last place you really want to be putting a car.
Yeah, so it's the exact opposite from what you want on lap 1. You just want to find your footing, but here he quickly had the first spin, and then it just adds up, and then at some point it is the wall. So very unfortunate for these guys. Let's hope it wasn't too much damage, but it looked pretty bad.
Quite a heavy hit there. And even when you come out of the pits and you spin what's almost instantly like that, it does mess with your head a little bit, because, you know, maybe you've gone into practice or you've had your pit stops just in general, and you've said, all right, you know, I can come out of this pit stop, no problem. I come out of this pit stop, and then you do it wrong once, and all of a sudden you start second guessing yourself, and then that distracts you from getting the job done and getting around the corners, and then, you know, just it sort of compounds, and it's something that you have to really sort of wrangle and recover from, because it can be quite difficult to do.
Absolutely. I mean, it might also be the case that this was the first pit stop they had to do in slightly different conditions, so maybe they didn't have the tire pressures spot on, and he was on cold tires just exiting the pits, and then you have that first moment of insecurity, and then from there it just goes downhill. It adds up, exactly as you say. Well, we see, is that an overtake on the Mistral Straight? Yes, it looks like they're getting close.
Yeah, the BMW of Scarney was sitting in that slipstream there and pulled out late on the back straight, and we talked about just the standing water and the puddles, and it just slows the car right down. Around the outside goes Scarney, is trying to make a move stick, and that's going to give Hignet a chance to actually push on through, it looks like. So this has been a bit of an issue for the number 723 unless this is somehow a back marker, but I don't think so.
No, I think Scarney was trying to make that move for position, but I think it's also that...
Oh.
What happened to
Way
Garo
off.
there? This might be a disconnect. Oh no, he's back.
Possibly
yeah, as
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, I mean, you have to really think about where you make your move, and this comes with experience. And I think Scarney is somebody who has more recently joined OOR, and he was up against two very, very experienced drivers, Hignet and Garot there. So they would see a mistake like that, and they would just instantly capitalize on it.
Yeah, it can be very intimidating when you see some bigger names in whatever organization you may be, and you see those guys and you think, okay, well, I'm new, these guys have been here for a while, you know, that's kind of terrifying. And then, like you said, you make one mistake and that's it. It's over, under, and out for you. So, you know, with time, of course, and more racing, then we'll be all set and ready to maybe be one of those drivers that's able to psych out the other opponents. And a quick weather update. More rain on the way in 10 minutes and in 30 minutes. The rain gods are definitely smiling upon us, but maybe not in the way that we're all used to.
Completely different question. We have a change for the leader. Is that due because they're out of sync with the pit stops, or has Herbert actually overtaken a Hunter there?
I believe that maybe a pit stop. They're both on the lead lap, so I highly doubt that. Oh, but you look at, so it must be pit stop, yeah, because the distance between Hunter and Herbert is quite vast. So I wouldn't be surprised if Herbert comes in eventually. The Kiwi, though, if he hasn't pitted already, the Kiwi is staying out right now. Jump back, though. Hignet and Scarney having to battle here. The Honda ahead is not one to be worried about. And of course, we have the number 88 there of Daniel Hunter, who's gotten around these guys, starting yet another lap, as Regan Herbert, your current race leader, does stay out on track.
I think we're also seeing the first outlaps of Hunter here, because before it was Bukita still in the car. So he's probably also in that phase where he's trying to get his tire temps up to speed and getting settled in the car, and then being able to go his normal pace. Because for the moment it didn't look like he would pull away very quickly from the other battle that was raging a few laps behind.
Yeah, it's something just to really work with over the race. Right now, Flatty Malik here in P17 with quite the spiffy looking Ferrari there. He heads down the back straight, trying to hunt down Jaden, who surprisingly does have the fastest lap that was taken away. The fastest lap is now looking to be a, what do we got here? A 201.8. No one really in striking distance of that. I mean, that's an amazing lap, though.
Yeah, I think he must have gotten the right tires for the right lap at the right conditions at this point, because I guess there was only a very short window where the rain was letting off and you could get one of these good laps in. So now I think it will be very difficult to challenge the time ever. I mean, it doesn't look like the rain is letting up anytime soon. I think at this point we will be lucky to have it dry at any point in the future of this 4.5 hours left.
Yeah, no, these drivers are going to be dealing with a lot of precipitation here as the event carries on. I assume if the last 4 hours or last 3.5 hours is really anything to go off of. I'm sure that perhaps there have been some whispers in the Endurance Series or the Endurance Sphere about the possibility of rain for this event, so maybe drivers putting in a lot more practice in the wets. And for those that have, it is definitely paying off.
I mean, I have to say, I'm quite sad that I'm not sitting in the car right now and driving this one, because I absolutely love driving in the rain, so I would have the time of my life for these 8 hours. But I think it's interesting. I mean, it's based on the real weather forecast for Paul Ricard, right? And oftentimes when people say real weather, nice, and everybody's on board, but then the actual weather today, to my understanding, would be thunderstorm and probably a flooded track. So if that happens, then suddenly people say, no, we might still prefer some sim racing weather. So it's kind of an dynamic there.
I mean, I've never seen a race that's run in thunderstorm conditions. It is possible in this game. It's very possible to do, but we've never seen it. So I feel like if we managed to pull it off, it would be some, I don't know, maybe some 60K speed of racing, nothing too crazy.
I mean, the thing is, for OR servers, it has a setting enabled that prevents the track from being flooded. So the thunderstorm is out of the equation. The worst that you can have is the heavy rain that we have seen earlier, which was actually the first time I've seen heavy rain in an OR race. So, yeah, because the last flooded races on a flooded track that we have seen, it was practically undrivable. I mean, you can barely go full throttle even on the straight, and yeah, it feels much more like you're trying to row a boat around the track than actually driving a race car. Some people like that, but the majority probably not.
I mean, I like rowing a boat just on its own. It's a nice little fun activity, great exercise, but in a beautiful machine such as these, I'd rather just, you know, get the pedal down and go fast. So yeah, maybe someday for an event we can just maybe remove that little part of the server that says it can't flood, because I would love to see the results of that. I feel like that'd be quite exciting. And speaking of exciting, we've got a little bit of a scrap going on here for what I believe to be P22 between Harad and Bosch. Bosch actually just losing that position just now.
Is that a three-way battle, or is it just the two of them and the car in front is a blue flag?
I believe no. This is a it's Felgen. Yeah, my boy. Shout outs to Felgen. Very, very good driver in the European Sprint Series. Definitely one of the top drivers. But I believe this is just sort of some back marker, as Novar here has quite a lot of damage on the front end. This is the same Audi we saw earlier with that front end damage and those issues at the start of the lap out of the pit. So it's like from one bad egg to the next, as he actually opts to stay out. Very interesting to see, and you can see how much slower he is. Even though he is a blue flag, just with that damage, I mean, that Audi is struggling.
Yeah, I think it very much depends on how the car actually feels, because sometimes you get damage in one spot of the car and it still feels fine. And in other situations, you get a little bit of damage in the wrong spot and you have to pit to fix it immediately. So I think it's all down to whether he still feels comfortable with driving the car, and then the other people in his team will have to check whether he's actually seconds slower per lap or not, or whether he's still kind of able to make it around the track in a normal pace.
That's it's a lot to put on the plate for not just the driver but the team. So hopefully they get that sorted out and can get back out on circuit in due time. Excuse me. So
now we've seen that. Yeah, exactly. We see that it was due to pit stop, so Hunter is back in P1, and I think quite comfortably so. I think the gap is at the moment 37 seconds.
It's looking pretty good, and unfortunately what's not looking pretty good is the 402 Audi of Joshua Morgan here. That front end's a little bumped up a bit, and I'm wondering if there's been some performance issues. And here's as though Audi's still struggling it feels like a lot of Audis here right now. Having some front end damage. This is Dean Karki here down in P40. That is scratched up front and left. Maybe the right as well, but opting to stay out, so probably not a whole lot of damage going on, or a lot of performance changing damage for these drivers. John Rad sitting pretty radically P13, and Aaron Lee here P9. So varying degrees of success right now for these drivers across the grid, not just the ones we looked at, but even those that we perhaps haven't taken a peek at.
It's a very nice livery, this one, with the zebra-ish pattern, but with some geometric triangles going on. Looks good.
I'm kind of a sucker for the geometric triangles. I don't know why. If you pull it off just right, it looks amazing. I know there's one custom livery I have for the Huracan that's like Polaroid, and it sort of follows the same sort of style that Lee's got right now, where the front end is, you know, pretty clean and it looks, you know, it's pretty simple, but you get those geometric shapes as you head further back. So we do have a lot of very cool liveries here this evening. I can't really sit in my game because I wasn't given the files, but that's okay. I shall live. I shall persevere. But thankfully, Mullock, who's running the broadcast as he does, a great guy and definitely very talented in what he does. He has all the liveries, so we get to see all of the creative beauty that these drivers had to offer. We talked earlier in the broadcast about a lot of the Easter eggs that these drivers like to hide in these wonderful designs, and obviously we encourage everybody to do that because it gives us a little something to look at as well as the race cars.
Yeah, I think we really need to acknowledge also the amount of time that goes into making custom liveries. I mean, it's something I only recently started, and I have to say it takes hours and hours of fiddling around. Oh, as we can see, quite close. That was the back marker of the 423.
Yeah, 423. That appears to be Zach Graham. That is, Porsche is definitely not having the best of days. Aaron Lee, though, is trying to, I believe that is not a back marker. I could be wrong. Actually, no, that is Cameron Rule. So that is the 150 AM class rated driver, definitely punching well above his weight. This is the battle here for P8. The Honda Power from Lee is going to be used as they go door to door here down to turn one. It's Lee on the outside, Rule on the inside, and Rule's going to rule this corner as he maintains his position for just a little bit longer. Lee having to slot back in, and a backmarker BMW joining the mix, but not really a threat for Lee. These two guys, 8 and 9, definitely going to be going at it.
That's definitely an interesting one. An interesting one to watch while they both go into the corner a bit sideways, actually. So they're really, really pushing, and they are on the limit of what the tires allow here. Let's see how long this will be raging on, because they do seem quite equal on pace, although Lee was catching. But now when we go onto the straights, we will see how that looks after the toe figures into that equation.
Well, Lee's last lap was a 2-minute 2.5. Rules was a 2:03.7, and actually the amateur class rating is incorrect. It's a mistaken game. It's actually a Pro-Am for the 150 Ferrari. So this is a very sensible spot for a Pro-Am to be, as there it is. Cameron Rule getting a huge snap of oversteer in just sending the prancing horse way, way off into that runoff area. That was quite frightening.
Was that a 360? I mean, we should give him style points for that, because it looked pretty cool. Although his tires, of course, are going to be screaming right now.
Yeah, the exact opposite of cool for those tires. They're quite hot. But I don't believe the OR dishes out style points. Kind of a missed opportunity, if you ask me. Because you know the first person to figure out how to land a flip is winning, period. So we're going to get a replay here. So keep in mind, this is Cameron Rule. This is up in P8. So this is getting towards the end of the Mistral straight. He's kind of moving around a little bit, trying to figure out where he's going to go. He dips his car onto the blue. Yeah, there it is. So these blue stripes on the side of the circuit have been a huge issue for these drivers. Just a lack of clear space there, a lack of a bit of a drier line. And then you go onto the curb, and that Ferrari just had no chance.
Yeah, at least for the one positive thing that you can say about this spin is that he actually managed to be straight-lined again before he hits those red stripes on the outside. Because interestingly, the blue stripes and the red stripes, you can feel a difference in them when you actually spin over them. And the blue stripes are already quite grippy, and they will hurt your tires quite a bit. But once you get to the red ones, this is where it really pulls chunks of rubber out of your tires. So he avoided that, but still, those tires are not going to be happy.
No, they are not. And, it's just something you sort of live with. You're grateful that you didn't go off into a barrier, but of course, you want to keep the tires in good health. But it's better to spin off, especially at that part of the track. I mean, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it is definitely very, very difficult to hit a wall, especially with all that area you have to work with. So it's a lucky escape there for the 150, but all that work to get up there has been squandered. Of course, P9 right now, so we can we can get the times there later on. Just as a reminder, this is a special stream for our good friend Mr. Babb, who is currently in hospital recovering from surgery for his battle with bowel cancer. The fundraiser, though, first prize, of course, is the VRS Direct Force Pro pedals. Very slick piece of equipment for your sim racing rig if you're looking to upgrade, and we've got the updated prize list. So of course some of these are donated by VRS and sim rigs, and a few others from anonymous sources. We would like to just take a second to shout out VRS and sim rigs. VRS, if you're looking to upgrade your skills in iRacing, they've got you covered. They have just about every single discipline you could imagine in that game, and many different packages. If you're thinking about trying them out, they do have a free package that you can work with, give you a bit of a preview of everything. And on top of that, we'd like to give a shout out to SimRigs, who, as far as I know, is one of the biggest suppliers of sim racing equipment in Australia. So if you're looking for a bit of an upgrade to the rig, you know where to go for that. But back to the action here, as Flatty Malik here in P13 in the Ferrari, so doing pretty well for himself as he carries on.
Yeah, so the big question now is, did you get your raffle ticket? Because you can still buy them until the end of the race, if I'm correct about that. How many did you get, Nick?
None. I have been doing a lot of stuff outside of ACC, none of it really productive, besides work and getting ready for school. I probably should just buy a few. I might actually do that. No, even if I win, I'm not just gonna be like, no, give it to someone else. I'm all set, thank you.
Well, that's fair enough. But I think I usually buy a few. I mean, not trying to buy 10 so that you actually would have a bigger chance. But yeah, it's for a good cause. And if I win those pedals, I definitely wouldn't say no to them.
Yeah, no, this whole race here. For the VRS Paul Ricard 8 hour is a very special event, of course. Race for Babby. I don't want to say interesting in a way, but it has certainly been quite a interesting time here for the OOR. Of course, you never want anyone anywhere to deal with such things, but Babs he's a fighting man. So again, as he is in hospital right now recovering, we do wish him the best, and hopefully makes a very speedy recovery.
Yeah, I think it also shows the standing of Babs in our community when you see how many of the cars actually have put the sticker to support him on their cars, as we can see here with the 19 car on the side. The Fight Cancer sticker, it's there on quite a few of these cars, and I think it's just great to see how many of the drivers are giving this shout out and hoping the best and wishing Babs well for a speedy recovery.
We all got hands, and I like to make a bottom bell that we are going to throw hands with cancer as we continue our race here at Paul Ricard. 4 hours, 17 minutes to go here at the French circuit in Le Castellet. A lot of these drivers have been sort of in that long endurance race rhythm, just trying to get these laps banged out. Mitchell Western here actually rocking it right on the lid for all above in the helicam to see. And also just an amazing livery overall.
Yeah, let me ask though, how many of the teams have been getting drive-throughs for track limits at this point? Because I mean, Paul Ricard is a track where you pick up a drive-through at some point. It happens even during shorter races. And being in the stewards box earlier, we have seen some teams already collecting a few of them very early on, so I wonder at which point in the race this might really become an inhibiting factor on the drivers because they know that they're already on 3 track limits. And if you go wide one more time, then suddenly you have a drive-through.
Yeah. Drive-throughs we've gotten, it's certainly been a lot, and it's definitely a track where it's very, very easy to pick them up. Even as safe as you can be on track, you're always going to end up picking up something, and it is frustrating, and it just seems to be something that happens all the time here. So, like I said, I haven't been keeping track. It is certainly a lot, but just how it is.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, especially in the rain where you think that you are still within the limits, but then you have a little snap and suddenly you're out of the limits. So I think it's very, very difficult to keep your nose absolutely clean here in terms of track limits. But what we see here is the inside view of a McDonald's, and we see him sporting a red suit. I'm wondering if that is just because of the server settings or whether with the custom liveries we are also able to customize our suits. Because in this case it was matching his livery, but I do remember on other servers that it was always the obnoxious red one. And when you're driving in VR, which I am doing, you actually have to look at it when you look around. You see it quite a bit in this. And every time I was just praying to change that one day, maybe.
I believe that is a server setting. I know with the Sprint series, every single time I pop the camera in the car, it is always, always, always the red suit. And it you know what, it is unfortunate because I have, you know, you take that time, because I feel like even though you don't see it, you spend so much time on that race suit, and then you hop into like the server and you just see it's the standard red and black, and you kind of shrug and you go, what's this all about? I spent, 30 minutes making my race suit look good, and now I gotta deal with this.
Yeah, your vanity really clashes with the technical possibilities there.
My artistic vision just cannot be contained within the servers of the OOR. But no, I think it's also just for server stability. I know when I raced in the Sprint series, I think we all had, at the time we had teams, and they had their own custom liveries. But with seasons beyond that, we've said, you can have your own liveries, of course, but they have to be made with the in-game editor. And that's just for stability's sake, because sometimes there are issues with computers not really being able to load everything, and that can make things a little bit difficult once you get into it. So yeah, the red suits, of course, are just for server stability.
Okay, yeah, I mean, there was a change recently, and this is also the reason why OR now allows custom liveries. I mean, before it used to be that horrible moment where whenever a custom livery joined the server, your game would just freeze to actually produce the in-game livery files, and it would just freeze for a second or two, which was quite horrible. And now they have changed that, and these freezes are not there anymore. So this is why we can now enjoy all the creativity of the different OR drivers and all the amazing paint jobs that they have done.
Yeah, it's always nice. It's difficult when you have a game that allows, that was close, that allows for this level of expression. When you have an issue like that, I mean, you might say, oh, a second's not that long, but when you look at it in the terms of motorsport, in terms of racing, that is a very long time. So, especially when you're at speed and you're trying to, maintain maybe a steering angle in a corner, having that second is going to send you way off. But yeah, with the patches that do come out for this game, that issue has been ironed out, and we can have all these amazing liveries, of course, for all these drivers to see. As we just pass under 4 hours and 15 minutes to go here, and the rain is showing no signs of stopping.
No, the rain is the one thing that is pretty constant about this race. Let's see whether maybe at a later stage we might get a little bit of a less rain there, at least, a bit more of a drying track. But at the moment it just looks like, yeah, get your rubber boots out, umbrellas should be opened, and enjoy the temperatures.
I'm sure all the pit crews have thrown on "Singing in the Rain" for the radio for the drivers to enjoy. Because I mean, that downpouring, you might as well have a little bit of fun. There's someone probably trying to splash in the puddles in pit lane. Definitely would not be me. Not at all. Definitely. Nope. I am a professional.
Of course.
That's why Mullet gives me the keys to the broadcast for EU and NA, and also keeps me in the commentary booth.
Oh, I wouldn't be doubting you. That's whatever you say, Mike.
Never met you, but you know what? You sound like you know what you're talking about, big man. Oh goodness, we have a lot of fun here. The OR, of course. We have all these fun little liveries and fun little Easter eggs and good times all around, of course.
Definitely. As we see the Sonicus car, and as every time when I'm confronted with the situation of where I see one of the Sonicus brothers on track, I don't know which one it is. Is it John or is it Jean-Pierre? Because the J in the name that we see on the screen just doesn't give me any information about that. But that looks like they had been doing quite well. They are in P4, and I don't remember seeing them in many of the close racing actions or battles or even incidents. So it looks like they really have a lot of space on track. They are putting in their laps. They are being consistent as they usually are, and are driving a quiet race so far.
Yeah, they've done a very, very good job sitting up in P4 right now. We actually have Hunter and Herbert both serving some drive-through penalties. 107 laps down here. So a lot of work that is yet to be done. Craig Dale here. A name that I recognize from Sprint Series. And let's look at the different Craig Dale. Vanden Bosch here, P24. So a lot of these drivers having to just get into the rhythm and get this race keep the race going rather. It's been a long 4 hours and they still got quite a ways to go, and they're gonna hear their spotter say, "Hey, race is halfway over," and they're gonna look up at that clock and see 4 hours, and maybe there's gonna be a little bit of a groan as they realize just how much longer they've got to go.
Yeah, on the other hand, they had more than 4 hours now to figure out where to actually activate their rain lights, and I still see quite a few cars who don't have that rain light on.
You can still see the car. Why do you need the rain light? It's right there. You can look.
Well, to be honest, there is a few situations when you are following a car closely, and especially when the rain was a bit more pronounced earlier, where you actually do have problems to see the car in front of you. So the rain light comes in handy, but yes, I mean, in the current situation, you're right. In these conditions, it is maybe more of an aesthetic choice to have that little red light at the back.
That's true. It's always a nice little indication. Especially with some cars, like, look at F1, they don't have brake lights, and even the brake lights could do a bit of the same job as a rain light, but of course you have to really, really react to that. You have not a lot of time, and obviously if you're acting too late, you're going to go into the back of somebody. But these drivers are skilled enough that they should know where to brake, and of course if they're following someone a bit too close in these conditions, maybe just backing out before the corner.
Yeah, I mean, in these conditions, and also usually if you're going down the straight and you only brake when you see the brake lights coming on in front of you, then you're quite guaranteed to actually hit the car in front of you. So ideally, that was interesting. The Marmite car going around a competitor in the last second of the Mistral straight.
Very brave move if that's the case. Marmite, as far as I'm concerned, is a bit of a questionable condiment, I think. That's what I don't know what Marmite is. I'm actually not certain.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, none of us is Australian, and I think we do have a lot of Australians in the audience, and to my understanding, questions like Marmite and Vegemite are something that you shouldn't speak about, because it's a bit of a minefield, and you can only lose if you bring these things up in the wrong way, so I would probably not make any comments on it. It seems to be touching on quite a bit of pride when it comes to these condiments.
Well, I think we can ask our resident Australians. We welcome to the booth Jamie Conboy, and back to the booth Tom Maloney. And gentlemen, welcome back. And how are you guys doing?
Hello, Nick Amone. I'm sure I speak for Tom and myself. We are very well. I've just jumped out of the car and I can't tell you how much fun it is out there. Oh my goodness. Tom Maloney, tell me about it.
I have not jumped out of a car, but I'm now well fed, so I'm also in a good mood.
Also good fun. For those out there in chat who don't know, and I'm sure Nick probably introduced himself, but he's from North America, so it's bloody nearly his bedtime over there. What time have you got over there, Nick?
It is 4 in the morning. I was expecting to hop in here at like 2, maybe like 2 to 2:30, and then people started popping out, and I'm like, well, it's just me and Steph, so might as well just, carry it out. I mean, my sleep schedule's been destroyed for the past 8 months, so this is nothing new for me, but I have to get it under control because I start classes on this coming Wednesday. My Wednesday, your Thursday.
You have done God's work today, my friend. Everyone in OR appreciates you coming in and blessing us with your dulcet tones. So thank you kindly. Go and rest your pretty head. And same to you, Stefan Bechtold. I believe we're not going to see you for the rest of the evening. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're not going to see me. You will just see the penalties that I'll be handing out in the steward box. This is where I'm going back to. So yeah, it was fun being around here, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Nick Amone and Stefan Bechtold, thank you very much, guys, for joining us. Have a good one.
Have a good one, boys.
Bye.
Boy, oh boy, Tom Maloney. I'm not sure how to start off this stint other than to describe, again, how much bloody fun it is driving this track in the wet.
Yeah, why don't you describe your stint for us, just to roll us into the next hour?
It took us a little while. Well, I say us. It took me a little while to get a handle on the conditions. The worst part about it is the aquaplaning and the puddles that are out there, and trying to identify where those are. And they're in the same spot every lap. So eventually, you start to get an idea of where you should tackle them and how you should go about it. So towards the last half of the stint, started getting really comfortable actually, and posting good times. But the first half of the stint was utterly scary, and the visibility is shocking. Tried to go to bonnet cam, kind of made me sick. Not sure how people drive in bonnet cam, so that lasted 2 laps. But then went back into my standard cockpit view, and you cannot see anything if you are behind another car. So you're basically just trusting that the other cars got it right, using their brake lights to sort of be your brake marker. The windscreen wipers, they do nothing. It is utter chaos, especially, as I said, for the first half an hour while you're still finding your feet. But once you get into it, it's super fun. And this track's so good for it. It's wide enough, plenty of lines through these long, late apex corners. What a day we're having. We're only halfway through, plenty to go yet.
Definitely. We saw you had a really good battle with Stephen Ty, which was really fun to watch. Both of you guys very experienced and knowing exactly what you needed to do to each other to keep yourselves where you were.
Well, to be honest, Stephen Ty is usually quite a lot quicker than I am, so it felt really nice being able to keep pace with him. And then I was trying to battle off Chalmers behind me as well. Very quick, the Kovacs lads today, Pete Viney and Chalmers, are up there in P13 at the moment, and there was a couple of times where Chalmers forced me into errors that I thought I would have to give up the position to. But he's a gentleman and a scholar, and allowed me to keep that spot in between himself and Ty. And yeah, as you said, being able to keep up with Ty and race him was great fun. I had a little bit of an issue with the blue flag driver. Not sure what the deal was there. I don't know if he's been whacked or what. I can't remember what number it was, but that was weird. Up the end of Mistral, he sort of just parked himself in between me and Stephen and made it a bit awkward. Was that on stream?
It was indeed on stream, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it definitely felt very awkward to, because you didn't know whether he was going to give up the spot. He had the whole Mistral straight to give it up, and then it just, I couldn't work out whether he was going to give it up or not. And then he just slotted between me and Steve. I'm like, okay, you do you, bro.
You all survived to see another day, and that's what we want to see. You've got 4 hours to make up whatever time you lost from that.
So how the Kovacs lads are going? Good to see the Kovacs purple team up there looking strong. And I just saw that the leader and P2 both got a drive-through within 2 corners of each other. So that's interesting. That brings P3 and P4 right back into that battle, essentially.
Yes, definitely. Good for everyone, in the leading pack to be on the same lap because it keeps all the options open for the race going forward. So yeah, purple up in P4, sort of in their own little world at the moment, which is a bit of a shame when you're doing that for 4 hours, but it's a good place to be. Pete Chalmers, as you said, P13, again, really strong race from those boys. I'm not sure where the other guys are at the moment, but I'll have a look down the list and see where they are.
I can see one in P26 at the moment, currently serving a stop-go 30. I wonder what that is for, Jesse McLean.
Yes, and Sean Bubb now in 23rd, sharing the car with the hamster, Mark Bushell.
They're doing a great job there in the... I'm calling it the Kovacs Babby car. It is the Kovacs Black car, of course, but that is a two-man team, and they're doing really well up there. So here's my man Gibbo in the Farmers Union entry. Look at that. That's a very pretty livery. Just a once off this livery. As Mull said at the start of the dream, we lost a bet. We wanted to finish inside the top 10 at Watkins, and we finished P11. So we just missed out on that one. So we're running the Farmers Union for this one only, and then we'll jump back in the Dare entry. Or potentially a milk entry. Those milk liveries look really good, so we might slap one of those on for the next one. Kovacs ones are best on the grid, though, in my opinion.
All the custom liveries are looking fantastic. Good to see so much representation and not too many people sort of just ripping off generic real-world liveries, coming up with their own little artistic masterpieces.
We have so many beautiful and creative people in OOR, and we are blessed to have their services creating liveries for us. Good to get the leashes off them and let them get their juices flowing. And yeah, as you said, Tom, there's plenty of good ones out there.
Cam Rule in the lead AM car, sorry. Continuing to motor along in 15th place. Mr. Hine in front in 14th. Fastest lap of the race as a Pro-Am driver.
Wow. Yeah, well spotted. That's... I wonder when that was. We had that dry period about 20 minutes ago, so probably during that spell. Is this a battle for P13 we're seeing up here at the end of Mistral into scenes from said purple lap driver in the Audi, who looks like he's just snuck past Pete Viney there. Pete Viney not giving it up though, and having a little look around. No, it looks like he's got that one done, so nice little move there. Tell you what I don't have at the moment is YouTube chat. How's YouTube chat going? Hang on, get it up. Yes, there it is. Mrs. Tully still in here. She's doing the marathon today with us. Bender's chatting in all caps about the rain. Bender, have you had much rain work yet? Have you been in the car? Have you heard the rain? Have you seen it? What's going on? Diabols has probably been here all day. He's a legend as well. Plenty of likes on the stream. That's what we love. It's been a good day so far, and I'm so pleased that we still have 4 hours to go. I do hope this weather holds on for another 4 hours too.
We're looking for some heavy rain in 10 minutes time. So Bender's rain dancing is doing wonders for the weather gods at the moment.
Drive-throughs coming through thick and fast now. I think Jesse McLean just picked up another one. So that's a stop-go 30, and then very quickly followed that up with a drive-through. So that's a couple of visits to the pit lane for Jesse McLean. Vediger, the lead Pro-Am car, now has a drive-through as well, which means that Jaden here in car 74, as well as Malik and Viney, they get a chance to close that gap. It's 15 seconds between P11 and P12 at the moment, but once that drive-through is served, you would assume that they will return to the clutches of the pack behind, and Jaden here is currently P2 in Pro-Am, so that'll make that battle for the lead of Pro-Am really interesting.
Yeah, I think people's minds have started to sort of get a little bit tired, and the track limit warnings are starting to catch up with everyone.
Yeah, amen to that. It's one thing trying to work out where all the wet patches are and driving the wet, but it's another thing trying to do that around other cars as well. And you just the amount of sheer concentration that is required for your entire 70-minute stint is exhausting. But that's why we love it.
shout out to anyone double stenting as well. That's a monumental effort.
Yeah, agreed. And back to those guys who are doing two-man teams today. I think there's a fairly large handful of teams out there that are just running two-man cars today. So, you know, hats off to them. It's a big task. It's always nice having someone who can spot for you and let you know who's coming out of the pit lane or who's coming up behind you. Are they blue flagged or not? Those spotters are just as important as the drivers themselves. So when you've only got a two-man team, it really means that you've both got to be on the ball all day. There's hardly any time for breaks or whatever. And if you do have to go to the loo or go and grab a drink or stretch or whatever, the driver in the car is left literally to their own devices, and that is pretty tough. So, yeah, those two-man teams, really strong efforts from them today. So, big hats off.
Seeing a lot of these little packs, about 4 or 5 cars, even if they're not necessarily on the same lap. Just there's not a lot of empty space on the track. That spray is just disgusting.
It's impossible. You can't see anything.
Follow the blindness.
You just got to know where the track is. And as I said, you almost want to follow the spray, follow the brake lights in front of you. But yeah, God forbid you hit a wet patch or you forget that there's a puddle up here somewhere or something like. There's one right here where that cone is with the 50 and the 100 board there. There's one that just runs across the road there. I don't know whether that's because there's a part of track that runs across there. But when it dried out, there was a dry line forming and we started searching for the wet parts of the track to cool the tyres down because they started warming up a bit. And that wet, it's like a river that runs through the middle of the straight there as Malik goes really wide in the MPR GP entry, which allows Viney to sneak on through. He'll appreciate that free position, will Pete Viney. But yeah, that river that runs through catches you out every lap. Like, you know it's coming, but the wheel goes light, it snaps on you, and it's pretty scary.
You don't expect to see the traction control light flicker in 6th gear. And that river at the entry to the second last corner, so we can see someone's being caught out. Oh, Ferrari,
there's a couple of cars. Yeah, a couple of cars having dramas there. And Pete goes a little bit wide there too, so the rain is back. And it is back with a vengeance. Don't worry about your dry line now. It is really heavy at the moment. And just catching a couple of cars out there all at the same time in the last sector. Oh my goodness, there is death everywhere. What is going on? There's a lot of drive-throughs on the board. So as you said, the fatigue starting to set in a little bit potentially as teams start to rack these up. This is Dan Hunter here, who's currently in the lead of the race. They're still 35 seconds up the road, so they've got a few mistakes to play with if indeed they have any sort of issues. There's another one going sideways down the road. That's Regan Herbert, who's currently in P3, and this is your championship leading car, by the way. The Warn Tyre Tribe entry currently top of the points table for this very endurance series, so the tyres generally work better when they're travelling forward as opposed to sideways, but Regan just testing the limits there of what the car's capable of.
Definitely getting some feedback as well that if you do have a spin, it does take about a lap to bring the tyres back into a state where you can sort of lean on them.
There's cones all over the road here. It is super moist. As I said, that dry line was nice there. I'm not sure whether I liked it more than the rain or not, but it was nice just to get a break and to loosen the concentration a bit, but there's none of that now. So there goes that one. It looks like I think that's the Macca's special car that got through safely there. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no, that's not it. That's not how you do that. That is going to be a paddling. Don't usually put my steward's hat on while I'm sitting in the commentary booth, but that'll be a paddling for sure.
Off to the principal's office.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, Herbert's lost the place to Baldwin.
Senekis has taken a huge chunk out of this time now too, up to Herbert, so they're back in it. In the battle for P2, which is essentially what this has developed into with Hunter, Bakita and crew up the front by a long margin at the moment. even after having served their drive through. They've still got a really nice lead after 115 laps, but that battle for P2 is just starting to tighten up again. Here's another replay of, this is what happened to Hunter. So Hunter's had a little error at some point as he comes around and loops it.
Looks like he was just maybe put off by the blue flag there.
Oh, the replay's coming through thick and fast here. This is probably what happened to Herbert. We saw him cruising around sideways, and indeed the car just left him there. That is scenes, and it just seems like a weird spot for that to have occurred. It wasn't like he was up on the curbs or anything. It kind of just left him the rear end.
Bit of mid-engine things going on, I think.
We're having fun in our Honda. We've whacked some extra downforce on it, and it feels really nice. We're sort of getting eaten down the straights, but as long as we haven't got anyone right in our slipstream, the time we're making up in the first and third sectors is really nice. So currently P9 at the moment. We're having a nice old time. I'm happy with that. Herbert up here is the lead Honda. There's another one out the back there having a bit of trouble. That was a purple car of some description. It is Jamie Kosa in the OES blue entry, facing backwards. This is going to be a tricky rejoin. I'd suggest chucking that into reverse and getting the car facing the right way before you attempt to rejoin here, although there's a really large gap coming up that Jamie's waiting for there, I would suggest, so it won't be too bad for him. There's yellow flags on this track map everywhere at the moment. It is kicking off once again. I didn't see that poll in chat, by the way. Will Bender ever see rain again? Yes, no, or ha 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 ha. And apparently ha 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 is the winner of that. Cop that, Bender. That's a bit rough. A little bit savage.
That's right, that's what he's there for, isn't it? So the second running AM driver. Bit of a wiggle out of the scene corner.
Peter Papiano doing really nicely up here in P18. That's not particularly surprising. That car is full of capable drivers. Not necessarily the fastest out there by any means, but all very experienced drivers who would have done a lot of wet work in their careers. So hardly surprising to see them up there in P18. This is Flatty Malik. This car has been facing backwards quite a lot today. So to be up here in P13 shows you how quick this team is. This is a team of 4 drivers, and it shows you how quick these drivers are when they've got it facing the right way, because, as I said, they've had plenty of issues today, and they are still up here in P13. We watched Malik get it a little bit wrong through scenes before, which allowed Viney to go through, but now Malik looking to get that position back. Missed that apex there at scenes by a country mile, so it won't be through here. But again, you can see the difference. This is such a good corner. This is one of the best corners in the world, just because of the amount of different lines that there are through that tightening apex.
Just how much it rewards bravery as well. If you reckon it'll stick, see what happens.
And then this wet patch up here is a river that runs through right about there for Flatty Malik. And it looks like Pete Viney caught it. And you just skid on through there. You've almost got it. You've got to know that puddle is there, and you almost want to give a little squirt on the brakes before you get to it, because if you leave it too late, you do exactly what Pete Viney did there, and it's just too late to rescue it. You get sideways. We've seen plenty of drivers make errors at that corner, and I guarantee it's because of that river that's running through the road there before the apex. Who's this popping into view now? I don't know. That's not Vettiger. So that is I think that's the Alliance black car, and they are in position, well, they're not even on the timing board at the moment. I'm not sure where they are. Down there in P23, so they are just popping themselves in the mirrors here of Pete Viney. who's still trying to recover his tyre temps after that earlier little spin. Yeah, this battle's been going on for a while now. Viney and Malik have swapped positions a few times. So I would suggest it's not over yet. The BMW not particularly strong in a straight line, but in the tow here. So we'll be enjoying the extra couple of kilometres per hour it gets up the straight. Just coming up behind him nicely. Now he got a great run. Malik protecting the inside line. Viney asked to go around the outside, and oh, it's a bit of a save too, it looks like, from Viney. Don't know how much rallying he's done in his career, but looks like he's well adept because he got that one under control really nicely.
What's the grip off line like at the moment, JC? Is it rough? Because we're seeing a couple of guys try and go around the outside and just have nothing to work with.
Yeah, it is rough. It is exactly that. Once you, if you miss your brake marker and if you go, it's so, there's so much understeer. It's really hard to get it back under control, and you just lose so much time. And then a couple of drivers, I guess, not wanting to lose too much time, might be getting a little bit greedy on the throttle, and then you see them making those errors, as you said. So yeah, it's not pretty out there. But again, this battle rages on. Viney and Malik have been going at it for probably 3 or 4 laps now. These two have been going at it. You'd suggest that Viney looks slightly quicker, but Malik's got track position at the moment, so she's got to keep it composed and calm and under control. And Sassano behind them also looks quick. He looks like the quickest out of the 3 of them, but he's a lap down, so he's basically stuck where he is. He's got to wait for this to develop. Or oh, it's someone facing backwards back there too. That's
parking incorrectly.
Zach Malloy, you can't park there, mate. Oh, he's got plenty of damage there too. The front end of that BMW looking real sick now. That's from P11. So I'm not sure if these two, who continue their battle up in the scenes. Again, Viney getting a nice run on Malik. This time getting the inside line into scenes. You would assume that he's got this one done nice and comfortably. Malik getting a little bit crossed up there on the exit too, which costs him a bit of time. So you would think Viney's got it well done. Now Malik having to recover himself, and Sassano, again, Sassano a lap down. I don't know if it's a lap or 2 down, but he's down in P23, but he does look the quickest of these 3 drivers. If he can find his way past, you would think he'd stretch his legs, but he's just stuck behind Malik and Viney at the moment. Malik and Viney, who have themselves moved up to P11 and P12 after Malloy has dropped out. We saw him in the wall with the BMW's broken front end, so he drops down to P14. Sassano there getting a little bit wide. But Viney will enjoy a little bit of breathing room now. Malik has dropped a little bit off the back. This is a replay of what happened to Malloy. So just coming on to the straight here, that is a deadly curb on the outside there. Anytime you get on that blue stuff, that blue stuff is almost slipperier than the red and white curbs. This one that Malik's coming down here too, you want to get on this blue curb when it's dry, and you want to use that to really open up this right-hander, but you cannot touch that blue stuff. It is, if not more slippery, it is equally as slippery as the red and white curbs. And that's what happened to Malloy there on the entry to the Mistral. Just got up there on that blue stuff, and round she went.
Thing about these wet races, you never know how much grip's out there because it's going to change every time you come round.
Look how heavy this rain is. Goodness me. And I think it was Diabols who rightly pointed out before that this doesn't do it justice. this broadcast camera does not do it justice to what the cars are actually going through, what the drivers can actually see. I can't imagine what it'd be like in VR either. There's probably a couple of drivers out there in VR, and wowee, that'd be intense trying to run around here in VR. Temperature's gone up a fair few shades since we started as well. It's now just gone past 12 p.m. and we started off at 16 ambient and 16 track temp. We're up to 20 and 22 now, so it's definitely warming up, which will throw a little spanner in the works of the engineers and the teams, who will have to keep an eye on that and make sure they get their pressures right. Pressures almost more important in the wet than they are in the dry. Once you get them in that window, the car can feel pretty good, but as you said before, Tom, a little spin or changes in ambient temperature, you haven't got those pressures right, they fall out the window, and it can be really hard to get them back under control.
Seeing that, unfortunately, Bender couldn't get the driver change right, so he's going to miss out driving in his favourite conditions.
What? Bender in the car. Forgot to request driver change. Oh, no. Oh, no. So that's Peter Papiano in P20. The car number is 2, and he's going to double stint by the sound of it. And hopefully the rain continues on for our man Bender. That is car 2 there, so I don't know if they have obviously already tried to pit, and Peter is still in the car, so that'll be a marathon stint for Peter Papiano. That's 140 minutes of the most intense driving. Well, I say the most intense driving he's experienced, but he does a lot of AMS2 work, and that's a pretty intense sort of game sometimes too. 140 minutes of wet weather racing in ACC is... She's going to be exhausting, to say the least.
No room to breathe either, because he's fighting for position with Sassano.
Eyeball's saying this might be his 3rd stint in a row. Goodness me. He's going to be absolutely pooped.
I think that's torture in a few countries, isn't it?
A stop-go 10 seconds for car 521 for causing a collision. So that's a fair whack as well. Potentially that rejoin we saw, I won't pretend like I know exactly what that was for.
Shout out to our stewards with Alex Aim race directing. Doing a fabulous job as always.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another exhausting job, and that's there's no 2-hour stints or 3-hour stints. That's Alex Imey in there all day long. And that is an 8-hour stint in the race controls chair. So, yeah, as you said, Tom, hats off to them. Probably a little bit underappreciated. We obviously give Mull a lot of love for his broadcast and direction. We give the drivers plenty of love. The stewards, not necessarily underappreciated. They get enough love, I think. They get a bloody good alcohol budget is what they get. How's this battle going? We're back here with Malik and Viney. Viney currently holding position in P11 after grabbing that one from Malik a couple of laps ago. Malik just hanging around. He's still under a second. Yes, Bender, we know. He forgot to select his drivers. We know. Oh man, it's gonna stop raining in about 45 minutes, I reckon. No, that's a reverse curse. I don't want it to stop raining, mate. I want it to rain all day long, just like you do. So, I'm sure you'll get some wet weather running. Hang in there.
If not, hopefully some wet weather at Zandvoort tomorrow for the F1s.
What is the weather forecast there? Are we expecting a bit of moisture?
I don't know. It's calculated at the time, which is always a bit spicy.
Oh, you mean for the Legend Series? I thought you were talking about real life. That is Chris Stacey, who's currently in P5 in the Speedy Mine entry. Out here doing some donuts for the fans. He's 15 seconds up the road from Fluke. Don't know how much time he lost, but that is Fluke there. So a 15-second gap will now be reduced to what looks to be about a 3-second gap. Fluke now can spot Stacey in his vision. So Fluke running really wide there. So we've lost a couple of tenths. But yeah, Stacey facing the wrong way back there. So the gap to Senekis was 5.4. That'll stretch out now to 15 or 20. That'll give Senekis a bit of breathing room. And yeah, Stacey now back in the clutches of Robert Fluke. There they are. That is your P5 and P6 cars. The Speedy Mod entry now no more than 8 tenths up the road from Fluke in the Mad Cow racing car. And Stacey's tyres will be in all sorts of trouble. You can see him really struggling to get the car turned in. So Fluke will smell blood. He'll be looking to close the gap by another couple of tenths up the Mistral here, and then perhaps gain some time around scenes. So this will be well worth watching for the next lap or two.
Luke also in the only Lamborghini, as we mentioned before. So, car with its own strengths. We don't know exactly what they are. It might be pretty good down a straight line from memory, but
not as strong as the Audi in a straight line, I'm willing to bet, but we saw Matt Pignata have a great start to this race in the Lambo, and I think he moved up 10 spots in the first sort of half an hour or so before having a little issue of his own, but it was here through scenes and this last sector that the Lambo looked really good in Pignata's hands. So we'll see what Fluke can do here. Again, he's closed by a tenth and he's right up underneath the bumper of Stacey now. So the Audi definitely with a very slight advantage in a straight line down Mistral, but you can see Fluke has really closed this gap now and will continue to do so over the next lap or two as Stacey tries to calm these tyres down and get them back in the window. Have you bought your tickets to the raffle yet, Tom Maloney?
I have indeed.
Nice little bag of those.
Couple little bag, yeah. Shout out. It's I think it's another 2.5 hours remaining to buy your tickets if you are intending to buy. Pass your link around to your family and friends. Oh, Oscar Lau. Facing the wall.
That is at the entrance to Mistral Straight. We've seen a couple of cars that we saw Malloy no more than 4 or 5 laps ago in that exact spot. That blue stuff there is absolutely deadly, and it's caught out a couple of cars. Pignata is another one who had an issue there at the start. After his good start, he did exactly the same thing, just got the tyres on that blue stuff and went around, and every one of the cars that we've seen there go around has ended up in that wall across the road. So it's another one, another victim claimed.
Looks like Viney's lost whoever it was chasing him.
They've pitted. Ristofani in the Ferrari is the car that Malik was in. So they have pitted. Malik has pitted and put Ristofani in the car. Ristofani extremely quick. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that gap come back down pretty quickly. Martin now is 13 seconds behind this man, Pete Viney. And Martin in the Steezy Motorsport entries up in the top 2 or 3 in the championship. This is what happened to Oscar Lau in the 150 Macca Special. No, that's before the blue stuff. That's just a little too greedy before the Mistral and didn't get into the wall, which is nice. So managed to rescue it from any sort of damage. That'll be nice. But would have lost a handful of positions down there in P19 at the moment.
Just a note from the admins that 150 is actually a Pro-Am, not an Am car. So Papiano is our lead Am driver in 21st.
They've just snuck themselves into the Am class somehow. Not sure how that's occurred, but yeah, as you said, that Ferrari Pro-Am, so they're currently P4 in Pro-Am, I think. And yeah, Papiano, P1. Here's Jesse McLean. They are P2 in Am class after serving multiple penalties a little while ago. And then Steve Lewis in the Ultima Spin entry is P3 in Am class at the moment. Doing very nicely. 27th overall for the third. Whoa, whoop. Save. Never mind. Carry on. No one saw it. Play on Steve Lewis. Yeah, 27th overall is pretty good for Am class. So they're doing nicely up there.
Seeing how the game goes without traction control. Not the day to test that.
No. No, sirree. Jason, oh, I'm going to butcher this. Jason Hun? Jason Hoyne.
That's the one.
Hoyne? Let's go with Hoyne. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Jason Hoyne. Jaden Hoyne. Jaden Hoyne is currently in P9. He's got a very nice gap to Viney in P10. Currently leading Pro-Am by a very nice margin is this Audi. They are, what, 21, 30, 40, 50, probably a minute and a half up the road from Vettiger in P15 overall. So 7.4 is leading Pro-Am. 1.74 is P2 in Pro-Am. And yeah, driving around with the purple lap to their name that they probably picked up in the dry conditions. So clearly got a bit of pace about them.
Shout out that Herbert has caught up to Mr. Sonicus up in P3.
Yeah, nice. That's happened recently too. You can see Seneca's only just up the road there. So they may have pitted. Who was in this car before? It was Kyrud, Herbert, and
Van Vliet.
Van Vliet. But no, Van Vliet wasn't in the car though, so we saw Herbert going sideways, didn't we not? Yeah, maybe he's just
oh no, sorry, Sonicus has passed Herbert then. So
yeah. I thought it was because they pitted, but Herbert's still in the car, so unless he's double stinting, and he has pitted, Senekis has got that one done on merit. So yeah, nice work, Senekis moving up the P3.
Say he's definitely not pitching based on that number.
Well, there you go. Senekis obviously got a bit of pace about him. Well, we all knew that. Pretty similar stint timers here too for Senekis and Herbert, so running a very similar strategy. Not a lot of time left in those stints. They'll be pitting within the next 10 minutes. But yeah, this battle for P3 that's how close it is. You can see it there on your screen. 9/10 after 4.5 hours.
You love to see it.
You do.
It's the content we come for.
Just saw Baldwin's only 13 seconds behind P1 too, so they're doing nicely up the front there. They've been closing that gap slowly, and Hunter in the car at the moment. We saw him have a bit of a whoopsie-poopsie earlier on, so not sure if he's had any more, but Baldwin only 13 seconds behind now. Oh, sent that cone flying. That's
playing bowling with the cones.
Took offence to that cone for some reason. Car 521 has been disqualified by race control. So that's unfortunate for them. There's been a few penalties handed out to that car, and obviously the stewards have had enough.
It's not happy to take that corner.
Oh, holding brakes, doing the right thing here, just allowing the cars to filter on through. It's the best way to go about it. Just be predictable. Don't move. Perfect. What a rejoin. That's what we want to see. That is how it's done. It might hurt to sit there in the middle of the road and have to be that patient, But that is just how you got to go about it, and it makes you predictable. And you saw every other car got through nice and easy there. So that's beautifully done by, I think it's Vintner in the car at the moment there for the 723, the Disciples of Speed entry. So beautifully done there by Benny Vintner.
Pine past Gibbons.
Yeah, I've just been watching that in the background. He's clearly got pace, does Iron. Not that Gibbo's slow by any means. Gibbo's been doing very nicely. Has made very few errors in his stint. The Peanut, who was in the car before him, got 3 track cut warnings in one stint. With the initials JC, he's put a bunch of bloody pressure onto Gibbo, has he? But he's done nicely for just cruising around up there in P9. But yeah, you see Hoynes got him now, so a lot of pace in that Audi for Jaden Hoyt. And he's pulled into the pits, so Gibbo gets that one back. Thank you very much. Jaden in the pits now. Not sure whether there'll be a driver swap there, but Jaden's clearly got a lot of pace, so you would hope that they manage to keep him in the car for his maximum stint as many times as possible tonight.
Going to see where everyone comes out. Hunter's doing a double stint, it looks like. Starting to warm up a little bit too, up to 21-25.
It's shooting up, isn't it? Yeah, even while you and I sit here, we've only been here, what, half an hour now, 35 minutes. And it has increased the temperature. So, again, drivers got to be aware of that. Because that will play havoc on the tyre pressures, especially if we get another patch of dry weather. You'll see those pressures shoot up. The tyres will be yellow, red. On the MFD, you'll start to really struggle with the tyres if the temperature continues to climb and you're not across it.
Well, these two boys pit.
That is a cracking livery. Pete Viney whipped those up, didn't he?
He certainly did. He's a master of that sort of thing.
He really is. Every one of the Kovacs liveries is exceptional. They were at Watkins too, with the Almo and the Oscar the Grouch and the whole Sesame Street gang. But he's outdone himself again, Pete Viney. These are absolutely gorgeous.
Definitely a market for really, really good livery makers. So if you've got some skill in Photoshop, give it a crack. More people doing this sort of thing, the better, because ideas can do whatever you want.
As Tom said before, we've got about 2 hours left in our race for Babby fundraising raffle. That will end with 1 hour to go. The entries will close. First prize is the VRS Direct Force Pro Pedals. What a beautiful little piece of kit that is. Goodness me, they look fancy. I'm a big fan of them. Join the Church of VRS if you're lucky enough to win this raffle. Thank you to VRS for donating those as the top prize. Simrig's coming in with prize 2 and 3. You got your shifter and a Pro Button box. So nice little bit of kit there as well. And then some coaching sessions, boots, gloves, and a competitive sub. 4th, 5th, 6th, plenty of prizes on offer. Goodness me, for $10 a ticket, you'd be mad not to go and contribute to this wonderful cause for our man Michael Babb, the gorilla snapper, laid up in hospital at the moment. The nurse is in there looking after him. He'll be back shortly, but until he is, get around him and his family. $10 a ticket. Goodness me, that's a. It'd be silly not to go out and grab a couple and get in the draw there.
You just can't not. It just makes sense. Shout out to Simrings as well for sponsoring a couple of prizes as well.
Yep, and to our anonymous sponsors too. Interested to know who they are. Anonymous, okay, all right. Well, send me a DM if you're that anonymous. I want to thank you. Whoever anonymously donated those gloves and whatnot. This is a really close battle now. Herbert and Senekis on the same stint time as they are both going to pit within the next couple of minutes. And Herbert all over the back of Senekis here. Looking really likely.
So the rain's going to get worse and worse over the next sort of half an hour. So nice time for a new driver to come in while the conditions are getting worse.
Yeah, it'd be really hard for new drivers to get in the car. It is, if you haven't experienced what's out there, it is really tiptoeing around for the first couple of laps, especially while those tyres are getting warmed up and getting into their window. It is an absolute tiptoe show. This is Herbert looking up the inside of Senekis here. Is he going to send it up here? I'd be thinking he wouldn't. He's better than that, and indeed he doesn't. But Senekis starting to feel the heat from behind now. Currently up here in P2 due to the pit stop from Hunter, who has put Paquita in the car now. So they're in P4. And Paquita's starting to close the gap here too. I don't think Paquita will catch these two before these two pit. Although I've underestimated Paquita's pace before to my own woe, so maybe I wouldn't be surprised. Oh no, she's 34 seconds behind. All right, never mind that. I thought she was 3 seconds. Bit of a timing board update there. So yeah, these two will pit before Paquita catches back up. But Paquita will go into P2. Baldwin in the pits now too from the lead. There they go. Both of them diving in at the same time. Herbert nearly pushing Senekis into the pit lane there. So that's how close these two are. Nearly 5 hours down, and these two are separated by the length of your bumper.
Paquita just in the last sector. That Porsche looks fantastic.
Yeah, she's got a bloody good handle on it too, though, Philippa. Class above the rest in that Porsche. Pretty tidy livery too, just quietly. But yeah, they're looking really strong for a race win here today. Baldwin and his crew not far behind. They're in the pits now. They're coming out, so interesting to see where they rejoin and get much traffic, because they had closed that gap. So
that pit exit's nasty. You don't realise how nasty it is till you see someone coming down pit straight while you're exiting.
Yeah. Yeah, and every lap that you're in the car, you're almost just looking over into the pit lane, hoping that no one's coming out of there. Because, as you said, you really want to open up turn 1. And to do that, you need to be in the pit lane. The braking marker for turn 1 is basically in the pit lane. It is a prick of a pit entry. We've got some bad ones, but that's it's up there.
Looks like the Sonicus car has managed to get a bit of a gap on Herbert in the pit lane. Definitely something worth practicing your pit entries and pit exits and pit stops, because you can definitely gain a couple of seconds for really not much effort at all.
And those seconds add up too over the course of the day. We're going to do probably 7 or 8 pit stops. Some might do 6, some might do 9, but you add up those seconds across a multiplication of that many pit stops, and they really do add up at the end of the race. So, as you said, Tom, well worth a practice, that skill. Getting it in the box, getting the ignition off in time, getting it up on the jacks, and then counting down the timer for your next driver so they know exactly when to get the ignition back on and get out of the pit box. There's a lot going on during a pit stop, and as you said, it is a skill, so well worth practicing.
Chalmers in Kovacs Blue in 13th position. Again, another graphical masterpiece from Pete Viney.
This is his car too, isn't it, Pete Viney? He's Pete Chalmers in the car at the moment. But the two Petes in the Kovacs Blue entry. Just the two of them today. Very good effort.
Looks like a P20. There's a bit of a battle there for P19 with Morass and Bushel.
This is another 2 Kovacs cars, is it not?
Morass is not.
Right, my apologies. You sure?
Yeah.
Fab's Kovacs green, is he not?
Oh, he is too, yes.
I mean, I didn't want to... Yeah, I was pretty sure he was. Just for-
Mind blank, he's our newest man, so apologies.
So that is indeed Kovacs green, Fab Morass, and Kovacs black behind. And now, oh my goodness, what's happened there? I don't know whether Fab's just intentionally allowed Mark Bushel to go through or what, but it looks like Fab got off the gas there a little. And I don't think Mark was ready for that. And that was very, very close to some Kovacs on Kovacs action. Oh, Jesus. Oh, nearly went right up his rear there. I don't know whether... I don't think that was coordinated because it didn't look like Bushel was aware of what was going on.
Mr. Tatey just behind them as well now to try and capitalise on some of that messiness.
Don't know how far back T5 is, but that's the MPRGP entry. I think
yes.
that's... Who's in the car now? Ristofani now. So he's a lap in front. That's some blue flag action. Ristofani will move his way through. That's T5 there. He's about 4 seconds back. So he will have closed the gap a little bit to the Kovacs lads in front, but he's still got plenty of work to do in this Disciples of Speed entry. But up here in P21, he'll be pretty pleased with that, him and his team. They'll be very happy with P21, I would suggest. Still a long way to go, but it's been a pretty good start for them. Having a nice old day out here. It looks like the rain's lessened off too. I don't know whether that's just because of the helicopter cam here. Looks like it's nowhere near as heavy as it was before. It was coming down in sheets before, so looks like it's just eased off a little bit.
P5 in Pro-Am is nothing to sneeze at, so well done to those guys for consolidating a good place.
Big ups to the crowd too for coming out and jumping in the stands. They got their flags out, and a lot of them have shirts on. I don't know whether they were aware of what the weather was going to be, but these guys have made the trip out here to the south of France and can't keep them away from their racing. They love Paul Ricard just as much as I do, and it's good to see him out here. There's a lot of cover here. There's no one under cover. There's plenty of cover, and they've chosen to stand in the rain.
That's just how good the racing is.
Meanwhile, there's another stand over here with no cover, and it's full of people. Yeah.
Come on, Kunos.
This is Bender rejoin corner too, by the way. This one right here. We've got to name this. We've already got Bender's corner, so what do we call this? Rejoin corner? I don't know. Oh, it's got to be queued up at some point. We surely got to get that clip happening today. Speaking of hardcore, hello bots. The bots are going hard today. Good to see you, bots.
Be good to see some variety from the bots soon.
Yeah, I want to see them come in and like speak different languages. They should be speaking in French today. Come in here and best adult dating site. No, that's not French. That was bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what that
That
was.
was Eastern European.
Yeah, yep. Peter Papiano looks like he's coming in the pits now. Has he selected another driver, or is he going?
Drive-through.
He's going for 4 stints. Oh, he's going for a drive-through. Okay, that'll be it. So this is another visit to the pit lane for Peter, in which he won't get out of the car. He's going to be he's going to have his bum imprinted into that bloody seat by the end of this. Dylan Martin up here in P8. These guys had a rough start. I think they were caught up at turn 1, or definitely in a first lap incident. Steezy Autosports up there in the battle for the championship. I think they're in the top 3. So the fact that they have come from the back of the field basically to be up here in P8, clearly another team with really good pace. So doing very nice up here. They've got a 10-second gap to Jacob Weatherburn, 10 seconds behind, and they're trying to chase down Stevie Ty in P7. And then the Mad Cow Racing entry is only a second up the road as well, so they continue to drive nicely here. Dylan Martin in the seat at the moment. If he keeps going along nicely, you would expect him to close that gap and really challenge for a top 5 here with 3 hours to go. Looking good.
I think Pignata and Jacobs are about to have some biffo. P6, P5.
Indeed, the Speedy Mine entry of Jacobs under a lot of pressure from Pignata at the moment. We watched Fluke in the Mad Cow entry close up behind Talbot. It was before, after Talbot had a bit of an issue. So now both cars have swapped drivers. This is Jacobs and Pignata now. And Pignata all over the back of Jacobs here. So we'll see how this plays out up the straight. As we said before, Tom, the Audi no slouch in a straight line, but the Lambo pretty handy as well. See how it goes in the slipstream, but it's not the straight where the Lambo's faster than the Audi. It's definitely the last sector. We saw in the first stint, Matt Pignata had a really good first stint. It was in the last sector where he made up all these spots. So here he goes. He jumps out of the slipstream, goes on the inside, and it looks like he's going to get it done pretty nicely. He tucks it in. Doesn't quite find the apex, but nah, neither does Jacobs. So yeah, Pignata gets that done. Nice little move.
Dry in 30 minutes. Thank you, Mullock.
Dry in 30, just before Bender gets in the car, I reckon.
It's the Bender curse. Let's call it that.
What do we gotta do for the great man? No, Peter, get out of the car. Oh, he's hogging all the rain. Oh, no. So another dry spell. It does take quite a while. Like, even during the first dry spell that we had, the track stayed wet. There was a dry line that started to form, but it was still a wet track. So wet tyres were still optimum, but the lap times came down by 4, 5, sometimes 6 seconds per lap. So they're out there doing 210s, 211s at the moment. They came down to about 203, 204. So definitely an improvement in pace when the rain stops, but not enough for any pit stops to occur. No dry tyres coming out. No one brave enough to go on dry tyres. It'd be pretty silly. Is this the 2 Disciples of Speed entries? I reckon it is. It is indeed. Dante Fighty and George Fowler here. 623 and 723. You've seen Kovacs on Kovacs action. Here's some Disciples on Speed action. These guys fighting for P20. And that car behind them is the McLaren of Carpenter, I think. So he'd be a lap down, although that doesn't sound right, because I think they were up there in the top 10 before. I don't know if that is them. Might be confusing myself. But anyway, T-Fighty and Fowler here going at it. See the different approaches to these, especially these last couple of corners in this sector here. There's just so many different approaches. Mind the wet patch about here. Both cars navigating that pretty well. Georgie taking a wider line and a later apex. Not a lot of straight to capitalise on that though before we get to the last corner. And then a good exit from both cars. So T-Fighty holding firm here. Fowler just letting him know he's around. Staying in the slipstream. Fighty going a little deep there into turn 1. And Fowler getting a nice exit out of turn 2. So definitely waggling around behind him. He's putting himself in his mirrors. He wants to let Fighty know that he's around. Scarney and Benny Vincent are both in chat here. They're part of the Disciples of Speed teams. And it looks like Fowler's going to have a crack here. Fighty going a little bit wide there, and Fowler doing very nicely to sneak through there. That's not really an overtaking corner, but Fowler was all over it. He was ready for that, and through he goes. So up into P20 for George Fowler. Nice little move through there. Fighty has to settle in to the slipstream for P21. And speaking of settling in, welcome to the frankest of all Frankfords, Mr. Frank Frankfurt. Hello to you, sir.
Come in, Frankie.
He'll join us shortly, I'm sure. That's Don Fighter going very wide there at the end of Mistral. And ended up off track. Managed to save it, so no spins, but yeah, a little error there will force him back through the field a little bit. He'll drop off the back of Fowler. You jump in whenever you're ready, Franco.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Slight technical issues, but I am here.
Good to hear your beautiful voice. How are you today? What have you been up to? So you've got a couple of long stints coming up in the commentary booth.
Yeah, I do. I've been doing the usual stuff that people have to do on the weekend, cleaning up and laundry and all that good stuff. Ready now to settle in and watch the end of this race, the next 3 hours. I think you guys have got me for.
How dare real life and laundry get in the way of what has been a very exciting first 5 hours here at a very moist Paul Ricard?
Yeah, I have been keeping tabs on the race as it's been going. See Makita out in front, enjoying a 16-second lead from Floyd, but I have also noticed that it has not been dry the entire race. So there'll be some very, very tired drivers out there because, as everyone who drives in these wet races know, it takes almost 200% of the effort than what it does driving in the dry to keep these cars under control.
Yeah, spot on. And at such a low visibility too, it's mentally exhausting. That is exactly what it is. These races exhausting enough just on their duration. So as you said, chuck in the fact that you've got to be working doubly hard, both in mental and physical capacity, and it is bloody exhausting. A lot of people are going to sleep very well tonight.
And if that means some will be a bit tired for the F1 series tomorrow, I'll be all for it.
Yeah, there's a fairly large portion of our F1 Legends series out there, so I think you're right. There'll be a few tired boys and girls tomorrow night for that as we head off to Zandvoort.
Yes, start to get down the last 3 hours of this VRS Paul Ricard Enduro. And must say, it's definitely made it a little bit more interesting than a normal Paul Ricard race, seeing the weather that we've got at the moment. It's looking like it's going to fine up, as you were mentioning earlier, and we'll start to see who's got a dry setup or who was completely banking on it being wet the entire race journey. And there'll be some people in the background working out tyre temps, tyre pressures, and where their cars need to be as we start to see that dry line potentially opening up a bit later on.
Yeah, that's going to be the really tricky part for those two-man teams, is working out the tyre temps and getting them to the driver and, sorting out, making sure you got this. Because as Tom said before, the pressure's super important. Getting them in the window can make such a massive difference in this game in terms of how the car feels and the sort of performance you can get out of it. So in the two-man teams, all the more critical that those guys are switched on for these last 3 hours. The 3 or 4-man teams have got time to go and stretch their legs and give their drivers a rest, but those two-man teams, they will be champing at the bit for the rest of this race, and it's going to be tough.
Yeah, no doubt. As we watch, this is a battle for P28-29, I feel, and I think that's Taylor getting the job on Leonard Scott. So good overtake there. Had to go a little bit offline, which is always a risky proposition as they head towards camp. And then and they start to wind up for the big long Mistral straight, which unlike Formula One does not have the chicane, so you can sort of sit there for a couple of seconds and just have a little bit of a relax while you approach one of the fastest turns on the track.
I heard Mistral well described a couple of weeks ago as gear change practice. Because there's not much else to do.
There's not much else to do. It's a fair point. But that, I tell you what, that river through the middle, it wakes you up every time you go through there. It's there. There's a river that runs straight through the middle of Mistral, about halfway up, and it's straight across the road. It gives you a bloody good shock every time you go through it. So, whilst it might be a bit dry, as that cone gets a fair old beating on the way through, yeah, it might be pretty boring in the dry, the Mistral straight, but chuck in the fact that you got no vision if you're tucked in behind another car, and then, as I said, that river halfway up, not as boring as it would be in the dry, the Mistral.
Oh, as we see one of the NGK cars almost cutting off Bushell there, as there's contact and he's around. It was always going to happen. Just Bushell, I think, was just a little bit frustrated. Felt like he was being held up, and then just contact at the rear corner at the worst possible moment, and around goes one of the BMWs. You just got to be very, very careful if you're around cars on different pace to you. There is a couple of decent straights. Main straight is not too bad. Also Mistral, of course, but through those last couple of corners, it's very, very hard to try and let people pass, because it means you're risking going on the wetter parts of the circuit where there's less grip. So you might not be as willing to take that risk to let traffic through. Watch Pan now. He's only 1.1 seconds behind Ristofani in the Ferrari. He'd be interested in getting into a battle.
Yeah, this is the car that had Jaden Hoyne in it before and picked up a purple lap at some point, so this car's got plenty of pace in it. And even after the pit stop, they hold on to P1 in Pro-Am, so they're doing very nicely up there at the moment.
Gorilla Snapper back from a walk around the ward. He's up and running.
Yeah.
What have you missed? What haven't you missed, Gorilla?
You've missed Steve Davis have a bit of a smash into the wall here by the look of it, because the front of that BMW is looking very sick.
Speaking of Babby, I've got word from the hospital. He's been taking the racing lines in the wheelchair.
Nice.
Just cooked a couple of corners, but he's setting some PBs.
Hitting all the apexes around the ward.
That's exactly right. So we watch the other Disciples of Speed, the sister car in that incident earlier. The two Disciples of Speed cars were top and tail a little bit earlier, but obviously they've put a bit of distance between each other now. See a couple of people with some pens. Davis with 10, Madden with 10, Lewis with the drive-through. So he'll have to serve that in the next couple of laps. And this is the man that we've all been waiting for. He's finally got a chance in the wet stuff. Bender, after being let down for so many enduros, now's his time to shine. Let's see what sort of pace he's actually got as he tries to chase down Tawari in P22. How much do we think he's enjoying this, guys?
Oh, I don't know if you heard him at the start, but he's been absolutely frothing all day. He has been very excited. You could hear, audibly listen to the smile in this man's voice. So I think he'll be having an absolute ball out there.
Well, the main thing is, though, he cannot bin it. If he has even a slight oversnap, then, yeah, we'll just rubbish him that he's not the Rainmaster that he thinks he is. And he should probably stop wishing for rain. As we watch Fab Morass, as he's currently sitting P19, 2 3/4 seconds behind Fowler in P18. That's Fowler in the foreground there.
And my understanding is Bender doesn't actually think he's top notch in the rain. He just loves it that much. He just thinks it's that much fun. So I don't think he over exaggerates his pace in the rain. I think he just does the dance because he enjoys it more than he enjoys driving in the dry. So I just want to come to the man's defense there a little bit. I wouldn't expect him to shoot the house down in terms of pace.
If you're going to talk up wet races that much, you better be good at them. And he's got what he wanted. Let's watch a little bit further afield. This is Steve Wilton at the moment in BC Racing. Currently a face full of mist from Leonard Scott in front.
Yeah, that visibility is still next to nothing. Especially when you've got two cars side by side. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to see. There's nothing. You got the brake lights in front of you. That's all you got. You got to hope and pray that everyone gets the braking in front. That's very close there to the side of JLS. JLS forced out a little bit wide there. Not sure if there was any contact there or not. But the wide line from JLS, regardless of contact or not, that allows Wilton to head on through.
Yeah, I think that was Leonard Scott just being smart and just trying to avoid contact. He left room for Wilton to make the move. And as you said, did compromise his line onto the straight, but I think he realises contact would be the worst result for anyone. And there's still best part of 3 hours to go. He might just be happy to sit in the slipstream, although it does mean reduced visibility. But as we see on the weather forecast, it is going to ease up, so it might make it a bit easier to follow in the tram tracks of the Marmite Kart.
That dry weather's more than half an hour away now, though, so Bender's wish is further coming true.
Oh, it just keeps coming up for him at the moment. Mind you, he's a bit behind on his planned stints due to a issue with change of drivers earlier, from what I can gather.
I don't know how much stock I'm putting into that weather radar. I've just watched that change 3 times in the last 60 seconds. That 30-minute mark has no idea what it's doing. It is going up and down and increasing and decreasing, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a little sun pop up there. There it goes again. 4 times in the last minute and a half that has changed. So the weather's got no idea what it's doing. I'll tell you what it is doing. It's just rain. It's just going to rain.
Well, this is a bit of a gaggle. As we see, who's this? Heath Dixon trying to get a move done and defend at the same time, by the looks like. You went in front of them. He's got a drive through, so he'll have to come into the pits and serve that very shortly. This might be Nguyen coming in now, I think.
Yeah, Glover diving into the pits there too, so a couple of cars just popping into the pit lane there.
As you can see, the track is nowhere near approaching anything resembling a dry line or drying. It is still pretty tricky.
We were watching Sassano before, Tom and I, and he was stuck behind Viney, and I think it wasn't Ristofani, it was Malik in the car at the time. So Malik and Ristofani up there in P10 at the moment, Viney and Chalmers in P13. Sassano has been let loose and now has a lot of space and has actually really started to close the gap to Chalmers. He was a lap down and is now sort of only 20, what's the gap there? It looks to be only sort of 35, maybe 40 seconds. So Sassano still in the car after we're probably double stinting and is really strong in terms of pace in this BMW. So looking really good in the Alliance Gold car is Anthony Sassano.
Meanwhile, this is our race leader, Philippa Bakita. Once again, doing her best work in the Porsche, in the wet, still with a healthy lead.
Yeah, she is proper fast.
Just gets it done every week.
23 seconds is the gap to P2 now. We saw during the last round of pit stops, it was hovering around that 23-second mark. So Benny Floyd in P2 has done really nicely to not allow that gap to escape any further, and has also built up a nice, healthy 24-second gap to Carl Johnson in the 191 car. So Ben Floyd, it must be said, is driving very nicely. But yeah, Bakita's still very comfortably at the front here with under 3 hours to go now.
Probably the one thing that's helped the Porsche is this wet weather means it's deficiency, although apparently the speed deficiencies aren't as bad with the Porsche now as what it has been in the past, but for sure the lower top speeds that some of these cars will be reaching down the Mistral will be definitely helping the Porsche stay competitive.
And apparently the Porsche is one of the best now, so
it's interesting.
Isn't it the strongest in terms of real life pace in a straight line? I thought it was one of the fastest cars, and it's just backwards here in ACC.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Because I think they just use that as because it's pretty strong everywhere else, so they sort of had to make it weak to sort of balance it amongst the other makes. So they just did the easy lower top speed. Look now at P2, Benny Floyd, another season campaigner. Once again, we'll thank our sponsors for this event, VRS and Simrigs. Thanks for jumping on board, especially for this special one for Babb. And just a reminder, there is still time to get your raffle tickets if you want a chance at winning some really great prizes put out by some of our suppliers and some secret donators.
Not long got to go now, though. Don't hold off too long. You've got about an hour and 50 minutes before that draw will close and the gates will slam shut. So don't miss your opportunity. Franco, I'm sure you've got a couple of tickets to that one.
Yeah, I just bought some today. Thought I would do the right thing, help out.
Welcome back to the box, the big man himself, Neil Alexander.
Just press that button, and I put the wrong fucking link in there. What a race! What a weird race.
It's been a blast.
I was going to say, Malik, it's probably one of the longest wet stints we've probably had in Enduro for quite some time, I would have thought.
Oh. This will be the wettest race we've ever done. By a mile.
That's
I'm trying
amazing.
to think of the next one. Monza had a little, but it was only a 6-hour race, and I'd say maybe 3 hours of it max.
Yeah, that was where it rained in the middle of the race. It started dry and ended dry, and
yep,
it's just that middle section that spiced things up.
In my time, the Bathurst 12-hour that we did last season had a wet start and then a bit of rain in the middle and then a bit of rain towards it. It was on and off all day.
Yeah, this is proper rain now, though.
Oh yeah, no, it has been non-stop all day. We've had one really dry patch for half an hour about 2 hours ago, but even then the track stayed wet. It was not anywhere near dry enough for dry tyres.
Aquaplaning. Are you guys jumping off now?
Yep, I will bid you adieu. Good luck to you, Franco, for your 3-hour stint. Thank you, Neil, for taking over, and a pleasure to work with you, Tom Maloney.
Ditto to you both. Thanks for sticking around, Jamie, and enjoy Neil and Frank.
Thanks, gents. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
We're alone together in the same room, Frank.
Oh, this has been a while. This has been a while since it's just been you and me in the booth. I want to say Formula One seasons.
Yes,
a little while ago now.
Got a bit going on.
Yeah, this one thing about this circuit is always that big opportunity for an overtake thanks to Mistral. There's watching good old Pete Chalmers here, trying to catch up to the back of Lou, who's in P13. Just see him just in the distance there a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those circuits where you've got a bit of opportunities to either let a blue flag car through or to overtake, but for some reason there's still been some shock and rejoins today. Some questionable blue flag tactics, which you see most endurance races, but this track, it's hard to understand. Obviously the conditions aren't great, but just get off the track. Go have a bath outside your car, and it's interesting. Definitely a challenging set of conditions though for the drivers out there, especially if they're not used to it, which would be quite a lot of them, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's a very sad looking BMW. That has been in the wars.
That needs a sledgy.
That is Davis, and he's about to buy all the race tape out at Auto Pro. I'm going to be taping every part of that bonnet down. Obviously, go 3 wide now.
This is for position as well.
And how's this going to work? There was a bit of a slide there. It's done well to hold it. It will potentially cost. It does. So, this is yeah, that was good. That was actually, well, the lead car did well there. You could tell it was starting to lose the back end, but sort of steered it out. It did mean going off track, but did mean didn't loop the car. So, still not out of this battle yet.
Now, this race, in real life, what wet weather race comes to your mind more than any other race, or any races?
Any wet weather race are you talking about?
Yep, any wet weather race and any type of motorsport.
There's 2.
Bathurst 92?
Yes.
Yep.
What do you think the second one is?
Mine's an F1 race.
Yep. Is it in 1998?
Spa. That was one of them. I do have another one. That Hockenheim race recently in F1.
Oh, yes. Where everyone went off.
In that race.
Yes.
And Hulkenberg threw away a podium.
As he did fairly regularly in his F1 career. Just seemed to lose podiums as this battle is still going on. We'll come back to wet races. However, George Fowler, he is trying to get past Johnson here. Didn't have the gross exit on a Mistral. Don't know if he's going to have the pace. But that BMW is strong in a straight line.
Yeah, it's looking quite ominous here for George Fowler. Is he going to have enough run down to the end of Mistral? I think he will. The Astons, you can just hear it aquaplaning still. So much standing water, and that's not really going to disappear in that little short bit of sunlight we might see. And not quite enough.
No, but he might have a gap into the next corner because Johnson's gone wide, and now Johnson's in trouble from, I think that's McLaw's behind as well.
It is. I love the Alliance Gold deliveries, but I definitely have a soft spot for this one. This does make me moist, this livery. Moist for iced coffee. Yeah, if you've been around in 1992 to watch that Bathurst race in the wet, the good old Godzilla GTR.
I remember watching it on TV.
Oh, same. And one of the wheels buckled in after Forest Elbow sliding down Conroy. That vision's in my head. I can't even remember what car it is, but I can still see it sliding down the road.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's actually when... it might be a different one. A very similar one was Denny Hulme actually had a heart attack and died in the car in that race.
That was a bit further down Conrod.
And he, going down Conrod, he pulled it to the side.
He pulled over on the left. I can see the car at the top end, and there was like about 2 or 3 cars that already binned it. Yeah, crazy. Oh, I just didn't mean to. I didn't mean to mod that. Try again with that message, chat. I pressed the wrong button. My apologies. GDR.
But yes, that was the infamous one where Jim Richards won after they spun the car because they counted back a lap. Meanwhile, McLaws, is he going to do the old switchback? No.
Nope, he's going to go into the fence.
No, that's in the fence, and that's big damage.
Unfortunate there.
Yep, just probably got it too aggressive on the throttle, trying to make the over and under work, and unfortunately just speared into one of the few barriers you can actually hit here.
And it's been hit, don't you worry.
Yeah, I think I've seen at least two other cars hit that inside.
I reckon there's been 10 to 20 that have hit that, especially in the first 3 hours of the race. There's a big puddle of water there where cars were aquaplaning just on an apex, and just the car would just step out.
Well, that Farmers Union is just letting some blue flags go.
Yeah, mixed up bunch here.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting lines being taken at the moment.
I wonder if the majority of teams and drivers out there are going to change their mind about simulating real life weather, because at the moment at Paul Ricard there's thunderstorms, so this is why the percentage of or the chances of rain were increased here. So they got what they wanted. Will they still want the same next race?
Isn't it? I thought Europe's in a bit of a heat wave dry spell at the moment. I'm very surprised.
I think it's that warm heat, that type of like the moisture in the air is kind of just it thunderstorms a lot more. So our Zolder race in round 1 was meant to be thunderstorms as well, but didn't quite. It passed it like a couple of days beforehand. This one didn't. This one's actually kicking off pretty hard.
So what you're saying is we need to schedule some races in some like tropical cyclone, like Suzuka in typhoon season.
Well, if we're forecasting of IRL weather, then the Bathurst 12 hour in Feb or whenever we run it next, she's going to be... The tyres are going to be toasty in this game. 35 degrees. What's track temp going to be? 45? 50?
Well, you're going to be running some very, very soft tyre pressures if that's the case.
Some kangaroos on track.
It doesn't... I'm a bit disappointed it doesn't simulate that. I'm waiting for someone to mod that. Just random kangaroo strikes up the mountain.
Maybe on a Assetto Corsa.
Yeah. AMS too, there's always a chance there.
Yeah, true. To have a witch's hat looking like a kangaroo. The old Skippy. But yeah, the next voting for round 4 will be up first thing tomorrow. So make sure you... Actually, I might even put it up tonight. I'm flat out tomorrow, so you may not see me for a couple of days.
Yeah. I'm assuming you're broadcasting this off a couple of milk crates and some 4x2.
Basically, you're 100% correct. Well, I've been organising stuff during the race, so multitasking. But yes, the voting will put up tonight for the 4 new circuits for next vote. 2 of them, one of them you'll know, one of them we used the last vote, and 2 you don't know, so should be very interesting to see what you guys lean towards this time. I've asked that we don't have any political style campaigns for the next vote, because JC could get a job at some government He could probably get Trump re-elected. Jamie Conboy. Babby's not actually too bad. He tried to get Monza out.
We haven't done Monza for a while, I didn't think, unless I missed a Monza Enduro, but I think that's been out of the rotation for a little while now.
Yeah, since Imola got added, I think the drivers have been leaning towards Imola a little bit more. But also Misano's a fun track.
Yeah, I personally couldn't get into Misano. Imola I can get around, but and Monza certainly. Misano just never really gelled with me. But it has been a while since I've dabbled in ACC, so...
Yeah, Misano's good once you get the hang of it. I found that I didn't really know it either until I started playing ACC. Once I got into the circuit and understood the circuit, it was like, oh, this track's actually a lot of fun. As we can see, the rain has stopped, and Betty Floyd there looking for the wet patch.
Yeah, it's obviously trying to get the tyres back down at a reasonable temp. I'm not sure where they're at stint-wise, but I'd say they're trying to make sure they're not...
43 minutes in, so rain is due again in 10 minutes time, so they just have to tough this little section out. There's no real point going in for dry tyres.
Yeah, you can start to see a bit of a dry line. There'll be some people with tyres that'll just be getting on the toasty side of normal. And it's just a matter about hunting those wet patches down the straights, just cool them down.
I wonder if Bender's going to be double stinting.
I think he'd have to after Pete triple stinted or something earlier.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, just see a drive-through picked up there by 422.
That's McLaws. Just won that battle earlier. Been a few of those lately. As track limits start to become a thing.
No, I wish we had a tally. I'm sure we could work it out how many drive-throughs have been given by the game today. It's always going to happen. Everyone was worried about Coda. Oh, drive-throughs at Coda. Oh, and then we did the Coda at sprints, and there's a couple of drive-throughs, but no real difference in this circuit. And everyone loved the track, so I think, and I said that. I said once you drive around Coda, you'll probably love it a little bit more, and they have. So you might see it back in the voting sometime soon.
Assuming the Coda layout's the same as F1's?
Identical. Yep. It does have a couple of alternative layouts IRL, but they're not used by F1 or not used by ZGTs. I actually don't know what's... There's actually a rally cross track in the middle of it as well. That'd be interesting in these cars. Get the BMW M2 out there. Oh, it's not enough power. It's pretty half decent, but...
Yeah. Speaking of power, Bakita has extended that lead. It's now up over 30 seconds, so almost a pit stop. There's another two DTs, as pointed out by chat. I think that's Lou. As we once again see the old Farmers Union having to defend.
If I had my way, the whole field. The Farmers Union.
That would require a lot of sponsorship money, I would assume, or everybody gets a lifetime supply of iced coffee.
A lifetime supply. I should own shares in this company. I bought enough of it. Wiper's still on there for... Yep, still a lot of spray. They're the MVP today, the windscreen wipers.
Well, as I always say, if you got bonnet cam, you don't need to worry about it.
If you've got bonnet cam, you should get yourself out. This is the camera I use in ACC. I don't know what you use, Franco, but
yeah,
I don't like the wheel in the way.
Let's just say I have used bonnet cam, but I've made some changes that might necessitate a proper camera now.
So what he's saying is, you're a hack.
What I'm saying is, I've been in bonnet cam since like Gran Turismo. It's a very hard habit to break.
That's what I mentioned on the stream earlier. I said if you're using bonnet cam, you probably played Gran Turismo before.
Like the original ones, because there was no cockpit cam in those games. Because they could not render all the different dashboards. There wasn't enough space.
Yeah.
So it was bonnet cam and or chase cam, which is even worse. So yeah,
Remember when this was the norm in racing games?
Yeah, I think on consoles, I think a lot still do that.
I don't think.
But as soon as you add a wheel to the equation, it just sort of doesn't work.
It's pretty more of a top like that.
Yeah.
Some games it works for, some games it doesn't. I know Wreckfest, some people play chase cam. I do a little bit if I'm on pad, but if I'm on the wheel, it doesn't feel right.
I think that works for more your kart and your Wipeout F-Zero style of game. I think obviously that works a lot better.
Yeah.
But real racing, I mean, once you invest in a wheel and a proper setup, you want to try and get it as close as you can to the real thing.
This camera.
Yeah, this is a good old bumper cam. It just makes everything look faster. The lower you put the camera, and you just look like you're doing 300 Ks.
Alright, let's try that. That's pretty low.
That's
That's scary.
That's Max Verstappen's full plank. That's about what level he rides it at.
I don't think that's.
Hey, remember, kids? For a long time, this is all we had. That sort of camera. It was that or chase.
Yep.
There's no, as Matthew Pignato's done a stellar stint, has to serve a drive-through.
Peter Solberg drives in chase cam into Rally 2 because it allows him to have a visual representation of what the rear is doing.
Yeah, I mean, rally is such a...
But you don't see it when you're driving in a rally, though. It's all about feel.
Yeah,
so
but
are you really practicing anything?
I think for him, it's more the fact he can't feel the back of the car, with his body in a sim. So the chase cam is the only way you can sort of, in his mind, process what the rear of the car is doing. Because he's just so used to the, actually feeling the car through his seat.
But then you got to still transfer that to knowledge of what you think the car's doing when it actually does give that feedback to you in IRL. I just think that'd be a really tricky way to teach your brain.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Petter was using it for actual training or keeping his skills sharp, or if he's just just doing it on his downtime.
Peter, get good.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell Peter Solberg to get good. He's plenty good on his own.
Yeah, look, he's no slouch. I'll admit, he's no slouch.
I'm not going to sit here and give him advice.
I'm surprised. He doesn't have VR.
What he needs is a full motion rig.
Yes. If anyone is out there in our OOR that does use chase cam, and that is your excuse, not having a bar of it, you'll have to be a world champion to be able to say that in real life. Speaking of world champion, Bakita, 154 laps into this race, leads by 31 seconds. The SFB team, the 546 car, I think they started 7th, maybe 6th or 7th. So they're up from P2, so they've had a great race. We did see the 174 car who are currently in the pits. They started 17th. We got up to P3 at one stage. Absolute mega first stint of the race. Thanos in P3. You see this livery?
Is it a Thanos themed with the purple?
Yes. Barney has been yeeted out of Kovacs and they're replaced with that.
Oh. Yeah. There's only certain times you're going to see Thanos make that face at you.
And you don't want to be around for it.
No. Anyway, it's better than the other song getting stuck in your head for 2.5 hours.
Oh no, why'd you mention it?
I'm a terrible person.
Someone needs to create a lamb chops livery.
In a Lamborghini.
In a Lamborghini. That'd be amazing. Mad cow. Maybe mad lamb racing. Yeah. Lamb chops, do it. 12 place grid. Moving uppy. Reverse penalty. Speaking of penalties, did you watch any of the free practice in the F1?
No, I missed it unfortunately. I did hear Max blew a gearbox in FP1. I'm assuming that's one of the free ones that they can blow up and it doesn't do anything to their grid position. As I'm just watching the Thanos Mobile just get through some lap traffic at the moment.
Max could blow a gearbox in the race, have it changed in the pits, and still probably pick up a win at the moment. Ferrari would still butcher a strategy. They've got to have some luck soon. The darts they're throwing at a dartboard must hit something that works soon. Plan G.
It's that scene from The Simpsons where everybody's watching Homer at work and they're just saying, "Get ready, he's going to do something stupid." That's where I feel like I watch Ferrari every race. Like you're just waiting for, like they took the entire race last time. They called Charles in to try and set the fastest lap, which he didn't do, and incurred a time penalty that cost him a position. But you know, they managed to find a way.
Yeah, it hasn't been happening just this year. It's been happening for quite some time. So, my good friend Mitch, we watch F1 every round. I have to hide all sharp objects, close the bathroom door, lock it up, hide the toaster, and just
watch in a padded.
Yep, in a padded room.
I bet Charles has got one of those rooms at his house where it's just full of breakable stuff. Have you seen those?
Yes.
Where it's just like a room where you just pay to break stuff for 20 minutes.
G'day, Brad. Brad asks, can you tell us how you're going to draw the raffle and what's Bab's lap record in hospital ward wheelchair Grand Prix? I think Babby's doing about 45 seconds at the moment. The line is drying up. He's knocked a few out in the way and their IV bags are spilled on the floor. So there's some Bernie Eccleston style puddles there. But hopefully that clears up. And how we're going to draw the raffle? That'll be randomizer like we did for the last raffle on December. So that'll happen post race. So about the hour mark, you can't buy any more tickets. And I'll shoot away to sort that out because that actually takes a lot of work to sort out. So get your tickets in. Amazing cause. Race for Babby. First prize is a VRS Direct Force Pro pedal set. Thank you to VRS Virtual Racing School for that donation. Absolutely mega of them to get involved and to sponsor this race. We've also got a couple of items from Sim Rigs, so thanks to Derek and the team at Sim Rigs. They've got Sim Magic Q1 sequential shifter and a Racebox GT3 Pro button box, both amazing pieces of equipment, and a few other items that has been donated anonymously. We've actually got 2 sets of gloves, some racing boots, $100 iRacing vouchers also been donated, plus Julian at VRS has donated a competitive sub from VRS and a one-on-one coaching session. So only $10 a ticket to go in the draw, with all the proceeds going towards the GoFundMe. So win-win for everyone involved. But you've got about 81 minutes to get a ticket, and the link to buy the tickets is in pinned chat message on our YouTube channel.
Yes, everyone get around it. Get your raffle tickets if you haven't already, and if you have, buy more.
Hopefully Kovacs don't win everything like last time. No, that's what a draw's for. If it works out that way, it works out that way. It's all random.
It's another DT for pass there. It's just popped up. Cutting, currently sitting in P16, so that's going to hurt them a little bit. Doing quite well in the AM class. I think they're currently leading that class at the moment from Bender.
Nope, wrong.
Wrong? Is there another one?
No, 150 is actually Pro-Am. That's the one mistake out there. They're a Pro-Am team, borderline Pro team. And for some reason, it's just showing as a red number. So car 2 actually leads AM class at the moment, with car 74 leading Pro-Am.
Well, there you go. Apologies.
That's all right. Not your fault.
Well, this is Kyle Madden trying to get another overtake on Johnson, who's just feels like he's being swarmed at the moment. He can't seem to have a break where he's just being able to drive by himself and not having to defend, as this is going to get very, very tricky into turn 1. I think this is, yep. Johnson holding on, as I think Madden was just balked a little bit by the car in front. So it didn't leave him anywhere to make the overtake. Yeah, it was a lap traffic. Probably would have wished that was let them through a little bit earlier. But now he'll get another opportunity on Mistral.
I think this is Luke Johnson's debut for the Rockets Evolved.
What a debut in a completely wet Paul Ricard.
With that livery. I'd race around the sun in that livery. So it's raining again. That was short-lived. 2 hours, 19 minutes to go. In 30 minutes' time, the rain eases off again. Will we see a dry finish to this race? I wouldn't be betting on it, not in a lifetime.
It'd be very interesting if it does. It'd be interesting to see who... Imagine if it dries up with half an hour or 20 minutes to go and you have to make the decision to get rid of the wet tyres and go on to slicks. Or do you just hang it out there and save yourself a pit stop? These are the sorts of things we look for in these sorts of races.
Yep. Fastest lap at the moment is 2 minutes and 1 second by car 74.
Don't think that's going to be bettered at the moment by the looks of this weather.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be interesting as well, because there's a couple of bonus points on offer for fastest lap as Luke Johnson comes into the pit lane. The very Kmart car park. Oh, it's pretty deceiving there.
Yeah, still the bad pits entry.
These guys just need to go into the pits, drive the car out the back, just put a blue tarp over it, and just call it.
Yeah, time of death. 2 minutes 17 to go. It's not. Oh, there's a bit of a slide there. Start to approach the final couple of corners. I don't know how straight that car's steering at the moment. Obviously straight enough to persist with it because that damage has been there for quite a while now.
I think it's that visual glitch that happens where it's fixed in the pits but not visually.
Okay.
Because it looks terrible, but steering seems to be fine.
Yeah, it's in a straight line at least.
Gibbo says the car 500 has been on 3 warnings, all caused by JC for the last 3 hours. Need bets on JC giving a DT next stint. Look,
Oh, that's dead
it's a
cert.
shoe-in.
Don't think Sports better be offering odds on it.
No, that's the Maccabi Diva of all bets, or the Black Caviar.
Meanwhile, our friend Bender is now under attack by Walter. I don't know how hard Bender's going to fight this because he knows he's really racing car that's in P26 at the moment, which is Dale. So Bender's pretty smart. If he thinks he's going to lose a spot, he's not going to fight too hard, I wouldn't think. Ultimate Local asking, how much rain did you expect for this event?
Basically,
I didn't have any. I haven't been sort of paying attention to the weather forecast, so I had no idea. I did see somebody post some things that suggested that it was going to be wet, but like anything to do with sim racing, as Bender is actually going to try and hang it around the inside through Charlie Sheen corner. And thinks better of it, will just tuck in behind.
I didn't know how long the rain would persist. I knew it could get heavy. We've never used these settings as high as we have before. So yes, I was expecting it to be quite wet. I just want to see at least one dry stint, but I don't think we're going to see it.
So you see the red light flashing on the back of these cars, meaning they do have the wets on. So we jump down to Bushel, currently sitting P17. See over the back there, I don't know if that's hills or if that's clouds. And if it's clouds, it's very, very dark over that way.
We noticed something pretty funny before. Just quickly go on a bit of a drone flyby.
Is this the stands?
Yeah, so you can see everyone's out in the rain. If you just go over here, everyone's in the stand in the rain. Then we've got this one undercover, not a cracker.
I don't know how hard it would be to put in a thing to say if it is raining, the crowd will be located under the covered grandstands, and yeah, probably would be. But you know, ACC, if you're listening, just think about it. Yeah, I think that was well under. That's Mark Bushel coming into the pits.
Looks like Houlihan is in the car now for car 88.
Yeah, just when you thought, you know, Baki's out of the car, we might have a chance to catch up, and then Houlihan is the co. So that's another big ask, as he is another very, very quick driver.
Yep. Lachlan, I have no idea why this race started the time it did. It was meant to start at 1 p.m. in the game. So something's happened along the line there, but it shouldn't change too much based on these conditions.
Yeah, we didn't want to pay. We didn't want to pay everyone overtime, so we had the race finish in the daytime.
I'm sad about it. I'd love to see the twilight finish here. The 7 p.m. on track with a tiny bit of sun just looks immense visually. Does this mean global warming's over? It's actually climate change, Brad. Theta, whatever her name is, hasn't she told you? Yes, Akash, it's not easy to change the crowd for these types of games. Some titles, sport titles, are starting to do that a little bit with crowd numbers. If you're versing crappy teams, crappy stadiums that don't have as many fans, it's not as congested.
Take me back to the days where everybody looked like a cardboard cutout and had no animation.
Look, it's no slap shot.
I'm going back further. I'm going back to sort of the N64 days, where everybody was just literally a cardboard cutout.
Yep.
And did not move.
Didn't affect the graphics too much.
No.
Or no one cared, really. It was like, oh, cool, that kind of looks like a crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlucky today, Douglas. Hopefully, lesson learnt from whoever was in the wrong for joining the server.
But sorry to cut you off there, Malik. Bender is hanging around Walter at the moment, so like a bad smell. He's obviously enjoying getting the toe. As he goes a little bit wide, he's struggling to find the turn in there. This is all Bender really needs to do, is just drive to the conditions, stick with somebody that can tie him around a bit. Look, I go, that's not the line. That's,
there was so many different corner setups in this track. I didn't know where he was off to.
Yeah.
Funny.
Piper 026, don't worry, I go back well before the N64, but you go back to the SNES days and everybody was just a square of dots.
Yeah, you didn't even worry about the crowd on Atari. You just were trying to worry about the thing you're controlling.
Yeah.
I had Atari 2600. My uncle actually brought one around one night, and that was it. That was us done. We're hooked. Great little console.
So your uncle was a crack dealer, essentially?
Yes, still is.
Meanwhile, Floyd currently sitting in P1, but that'll be because Hooley's done a pit stop.
Cash is saying that Codemasters will release F1 Crowd Manager. Yeah, and they'd still fuck it up. Sorry, Codys.
What?
But
waiting for that. Waiting for the crowd control sim, where you just heard people at concerts and stuff like that. Like those sim titles you see, like road laying simulator and building sim. You know.
Yep.
All those, they just churn out. Carl Johnson in the Kovacs Racing Purple. It's about to be under attack from Houlihan, who's on fresh boots.
My sister won an Atari 2600 wood grain in a McDonald's. Wow, that'd probably be worth a pretty penny now if it was still working.
Or is that the re-release?
It might be. Are they like miniature ones?
No, I think they're fairly close. As Johnson has decided pits now would be a good chance, as well as Floyd. So Houlihan will take over lead of the race once more as John Jacobs in P4, about a minute and a half off the back of the leaders. It just looked like this all race. It has not looked like anything sort of conditions you'd want to race in.
It depends who you ask, really.
Oh, well, I'm not asking Bender.
I think quite a lot of enjoying it. Something different.
Well, it says it was the original in the early 80s, still have it working. Well, hang on to it.
Send her in. We'll take it. If you don't want it. I'm not saying you don't want it, but if you don't want it, send it in.
Yeah. I've still got most of the old consoles that I have had over the years.
I wish I did. I think I've owned Atari 2600, Super Nintendo, which I still have, 64, which I don't have, PlayStation, which I don't have, PlayStation 2, which I don't have, original Xbox, which I don't have, 360 I've still got, Xbox One I've still got. I never owned a Sega. Never really owned much later Nintendos like the Wii or... Wii was garbage. If I wanted to go bowling, I'd go fucking bowling. Don't want to use my energy. Shit out of here. Oh, and obviously lots of computers.
Yeah. So I have all the main Nintendo consoles. I don't have like the Game & Watch or many of the handhelds. Still got a PS1 and a PS2. Never got an Xbox One, but I still have an Xbox 360. Just trying to think what else. PS3 3, 4, and 5.
Sam Downey, do you reckon many teams are running full wets? I'd imagine there'd be quite a lot of compromised setups today. Full wet, maybe not so much, but definitely leaning towards that type of setup. I'm not sure what you're kind of doing this game for it, if you're raising the ride heights and...
We'll definitely be running more TC.
Nah, do that off.
just
Purist.
Just drift, you reckon? As we see the 30-minute is telling us it's going to be more rain and heavier.
Yeah, my old man used to work for Acclaim, Activision.
Oh, jeez.
I can't remember a couple of other ones. EA for a little bit, just as a manufacturer's agent down here. So we had like, for the PlayStation this is, about 150 games.
Oh, Jesus.
And like, you don't realise that until you have your own money. And then realise, if I had 150 games, what the fuck am I doing? Because these days, they're still so expensive for a console. Still what, 80 to 100 bucks a pop?
For the games, yeah, basically.
Hard copies.
That really hasn't changed over the journey. It's been 100, you know, all the way through my childhood. I still remember paying $100 for Nintendo games back in the day.
Yeah, because my dad definitely wouldn't have spent the money if we had to buy it. I remember we didn't have EA games for a while because he wasn't an agent for them, and I was like, oh, can we just get like NBA Live or something? Because that's fun.
Just speaking of Acclaim, the one thing I am contemplating buying is the NBA Jam arcade stand-up.
The arcade machine?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. If I ever get a chance to get one of those, I'd definitely have it. I used to play Tournament Edition all the time. Especially when I used to do 10-pin bowling. It was at the actual bowling alley. After I went bowling, I just smashed that for half an hour.
Yep.
Just they didn't have Charles Barkley on Phoenix, and I was really pissed off.
Yeah, didn't have Jordan either on the Bulls for licensing. There was a couple of players that wouldn't license their likeness. Barkley being one, Jordan being the other.
EA Sports. Oh, that's in the fence.
That's sadness for someone. I think that was a Ferrari. Yeah, Dale.
Rutama Spin, they were the winners in the AM class at Watkins Glen. Got their work cut out for them today. They're currently P2 in class, but laps behind P1 in class. Just trying to work out. This is lap 161. Lead AM cars on lap 163.
As we welcome Jacob Weatherburn to the commentary booth.
Good evening. How are you both?
We're very good. How are you finding today's festivities so far?
Well, I was never fond of the wet, but after today, I am an advocate for wet weather driving. I've never had so much fun in this game.
Really? That's good.
Oh, I've absolutely loved it. It's been a cracking day.
Sorry, I'm just going to quickly check out this best adult dating site.
Yeah, they follow everyone. I see basically any live event. I see those the same ads.
Yeah. If you're a mod out there and you're hiding it, make sure to also report them, because if you report it, they actually get removed. Otherwise, they just get hidden. It's just a painful process, but I don't think anyone else here needs to go to a dating site right at this moment in time.
I'll speak for yourself.
And miss any of this action? No, thank you.
Well, I got a dating site for you, but last time I brought it up, JC had no idea and Googled it live on air, so I might leave that one alone. It wasn't for Porter and Messel. Was it Porter and Messel? Is that what it's called?
I'm not gonna even.
I'm just not going to go there.
I'm just looking for single sim races in my area. That's all I'm doing.
You also need to block the emojis they use. How do I block? As in put it down as a forbidden word, I'm guessing. Maybe they're just trying to share eggplants.
Maybe there's a great big horticultural exchange going on and we just assuming it's just all lewd related. They're just after gardening tips.
Imagine creating bots to spam YouTube channels. Like, how much of a loser could you be?
It's automated and they get paid, so you know.
Loser, that's what I thought.
It is what it is.
It's a job, okay?
It's a job, it's paying.
Whatever pays the bills, I suppose.
But what do they get? Is anyone actually clicking on it though? That's what I don't see. It's a funny joke now, but
yeah, it's the whole. If they spam it to 50,000 people and one person clicks it, it's worth.
If that one I want to find out who they are. They're obviously not. They're a hammer short of a toolbox. No offense if anyone's out in the chat room just pressed it. Oh shit, Mull, I've actually done that twice. You know what? If anyone in OR was to press on that link just to see, it would be JC.
It would also probably brick your computer as well, because whatever site that is.
Well, he did have issues last F1 stream, so I'm thinking maybe he's clicked it a few times.
That and a few others. Meanwhile, was that a overtake down Mistral? Yeah, never mind. We'll jump to Corey Sweet. Don't know if Sweet's been in the car yet.
I started the race.
Oh, he started the race?
I think. I don't know.
At least he'll be used to the conditions then, because it hasn't changed much since lights out.
No, it hasn't. You know what? I want to click it now.
Stop clicking things. Install an ad blocker and add an antivirus and stop clicking things.
John Sneakers will click it. John, if you're out there, next time it comes up, can you live stream it when you click it?
He's probably the one sending them to you.
That's a very good point. He's probably paying the bloke to send them.
Look, I wouldn't put it past him.
Oh, that's funny.
Speaking of things you shouldn't be clicking, Works now taking our cybersecurity very seriously. And actually, oh hello, we've got a bit of an incident here. This is Hasna had a bit of an off through Basset. Has dropped a spot, I think. Yeah, he was only just behind, so don't know what's happened there, but has resulted in a swap of positions. But yeah, as I was saying, they're sending out, Work is sending out fake emails to try and trap us, let alone, the spam emails you get to say, click this invoice. Now I've got my own work trying to trick me.
Oh no. I just pay all the invoices I get sent. No, I don't. I don't pay any.
Note that down.
Actually, I don't pay any. Don't remember buying that, to be honest. I thought it was a bit frilly. What the hell?
That's... I'm not sure if that's...
What the hell's happened? Let's go park there, mate. 919. Headed off at the last corner.
Bender rejoin corner. Yeah, we're Laura in chat saying he's studying cyber, and they're learning how to make those emails. So Work's going through a whole bunch of upgrades to our cybersecurity. So
I've
no.
Oh no, what's going on? Scared for my life.
Yeah,
it's like
it's nothing in chat, so
nothing on my end on the.
No, some cars are starting to bounce around.
Yeah, so it's Diabol's saying Server having issues. Car teleported into Bender's car and spun him.
Yeah, JC's bouncing around a bit in our car.
Oh. Drift. Something interesting is happening, or is it just something that might potentially sort itself out in a minute or two? Start to see a lot of ping graphs jumping up and down.
Sometimes it's because of one connection is really fluffing up the server. It's not, and the server's trying to deal with that.
Putting unnecessary strain on it.
315 seems to be the one that's blipping a lot, and that's normally a good connection. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. Just ride it out for now. Maybe the server's too wet, but I doubt it very much.
Someone's asked, did you click the link?
The bloody server has.
WRX are in chat saying gets emails now, clarifying emails that we sent through that are legitimate and not test gotcha security check emails. I'm going to tell you that the answer to always is to never click it. Your IT will say if you are never 100% sure on it, never click it.
I never click anything.
No, we had, unfortunately, a few years ago, somebody clicked a wrong link at work and basically shut the entire computer system down for about 2 days, which was not ideal. Maybe the server's having to render every single raindrop individually, and it's now just starting to struggle.
It's had enough after 6 hours.
It's actually, I know what it is, but
looks like people have settled down now on the ping graphs, and I think we're going to be okay.
I'll let you guys just have a chat for a sec. I'm just going to go and do my little thing for a sec.
No worries. So where's the main sort of standing puddles of water, Jacob, that you found during your stints?
Down Mistral is absolutely terrible. I feel like the car just aquaplanes its way down Mistral. If you get offline down there, it gets a bit hairy, especially at speed, but mainly in the braking zone too. I think it's turn 14, the second to last corner. There's a big puddle on the road right where you want to brake, and if you brake right in that puddle, you just go sailing off the track. So managing that puddle's been very difficult, to try and brake before it, release the brake over the puddle, and then get back on the brakes and that. But the track's just been gone from puddles everywhere to, there was quite a decent dry line just before when it stopped raining, and then the rain comes back and there's puddles everywhere again, and it's been really hard to concentrate today, but it's been really good fun.
Yeah, it's just... See, there is I mean, it kind of looks like there's the beginning of a dry line, but I can't imagine it's really all that all that much confidence under the car at the moment. So how's your team going stint wise? Are they still on track with your stints, or have you had to make adjustments for unscheduled pit stops?
We've actually been very lucky today. We've had a touch wood. We've had a very clean run so far. We're currently P9, but cars around us need to stop twice more. We only need to stop once. So our goal is to just keep it clean, keep it smooth, and hopefully P7 might be the highest we're able to get, which is not bad because we were down in P19 during our first stint. So it's been a very good day.
Yeah, it's the one thing about enduros, you can't really get your head get down if you lose spots early on during the race, because so much opportunity to make positions up, especially if others have troubles and you can manage to keep it clean yourself. So obviously you
We've been on 3 track cuts since JC's first stint. So for the last 4 hours or so, we've been sitting on 3 track cuts. So we're nervously staying away from curbs and trying to give apexes a wide berth, knowing that we can do the 70-minute stint in the Honda quite easily. So knowing we're going to do one less pit stop than the cars around us, we're trying to just drive to a lap time and not push too hard.
Yeah, that would be very, very unfortunate if you got a track cut with a couple of minutes to go, knowing you have to serve it. Is Zach Glover just trying to hunt the water a little bit there? I'm not sure. It says is easing at the moment, but the rain will be back in the next probably 10, 20 minutes or so, and increasing.
It definitely looks like it's stopped a little bit, but as you said, it won't be for long. It doesn't stop for long or race, so...
This is Craig Dale. He's got one of the leaders. Just trying to get through and lap him. He's got 10 seconds of pens to serve at the next pit stop. I mean, it's one of the advantages of this track is you have the Mistral straight to let lap cars through. I remember doing the mixed class race here in a GT4, and you were just forever letting traffic through on the Mistral. The poor bloke basically wore his arm out waving the blue flags at us, I think.
I do kind of wish it did have the F1 chicane in it though. Halfway down Mistral, it would be nice to have that chicane there just for something different.
And this is Benjamin Caroud now making an actual overtake after that car seemed to be swallowed by cars coming up behind. Has now got a move done on... Oh no, sorry, that was just lap traffic. My apologies.
They did have a puncher earlier on. I did see that.
Oh, that's on it.
They got a front left puncher at turn 14, the second to last corner. He went into the braking zone and it just locked up the fronts and punctured the front left on him.
Wow. I thought it would take, basically wearing the tyre out for it to punch it. I didn't realise you could get them just normally.
I've seen in Endurance Chat on Discord that I think 3 separate cars have had problems with punches today. So I've never ever seen it happen in ACC before, unless someone's running with ABS completely turned off or something like that maybe, but it's either 2 or 3 cars today have had some front left punches.
You'd be a very brave soul to not run ABS in these conditions. Let's take a look now at Tim Vaughan, currently sitting down in P20, just having a lonely old race by himself. And now this is Steve Melling, currently in P20. Yeah. Yep. So, as you can see, it is starting to light. You can see the clouds here are lightened up at the moment. But yeah, as you can see in the top right corner, the rain is coming and it will be back to more fully wet conditions very, very shortly. So I don't think anybody's going to be getting rid of the wet tyres anytime soon.
I think you'd be a bit silly. I think you'll be on them for the whole race. It has been nice to have a lot of wet weather driving though, because we haven't had much in sprints or in the first couple of rounds of enduros or anything. It's all been relatively dry. So no one can say that they don't get any wet running anymore after today's race.
Yeah, you can see the gorilla on the Kovacs Racing Green team there. It's good to see a lot of the cars with support for Michael Babb today. We wish him all the best during this VRS Paul Ricard 8 hour. Thanks also to Sim Riggs for jumping on board. I think there's about 47 minutes left if you want to get a raffle ticket. So if you are looking to win some fabulous prizes a bit later on, drawn after the race, You are running out of time.
Definitely recommend jumping in and grabbing some of those tickets. It goes to a great cause as well, obviously to Babb and everything. So I know he's been watching today's race.
Yeah, I've just heard from the hospital he's been practicing the rattle pit gun on his wheelchair wheels. He's trying to get it down to a 3-second pit stop. He's got it down to about 5, but he just needs to find a bit more time.
Got to find a way to jack that thing up to get the wheels off it quicker.
Yeah, he just can't get the wheel up enough. He just needs to get some air hose. I think he's probably just going to steal it from some bloke's oxygen tank. Put some air jacks underneath the wheelchair. Let's see a big gaggle of cars here now. This is a couple of the Milk Racing boys and girls coming together, as well as a shot of our race leader. So,
Currently Houlihan in the car.
yeah.
It's been relatively smooth sailing for them today.
Yeah, haven't seen them involved in anything really. Might have been at the start of the race, but yeah, just smooth sailing for them. Watching all these cars coming down the main straight. As you can see, it is now raining, and it's raining pretty heavily. These wipers have been doing a mountain of work on all these cars today.
Been some great racing considering the conditions. We've been able to have some very close battles with some cars and that, and everyone's been very on their game considering how tough it's been.
Yeah, it is one of those weird things of wet races. They tend to have less incidents sometimes than the dry races, and I think that's because everybody's just a little bit more careful, a little bit less willing to make the big move up the inside, just purely because they know they may not be able to pull the car up. So a lot of drivers that won't take a risk that they may do in the dry, so you might get some slightly cleaner racing. Let's start to count down now towards the last couple of pit stops that some teams will make. I'm assuming it's still a 70-minute driver stint time is the maximum.
Yes, yeah, 70 minutes the maximum. I know some cars, even in these wet conditions, haven't been able to make 70 minutes, which surprises me, but obviously different cars have different fuel usage and whatnot, but the Honda is one of those lucky cars that we could do 70 minutes quite comfortably.
Yeah, I find it interesting that some cars, on a full tank can't make 70 minutes in a wet race. I would have thought, dialing the engine down a little bit, obviously not accelerating as hard, that there wouldn't be many cars that couldn't make the distance. But as you said, there's some cars that are just a little bit thirstier on juice than others.
I think the Audis have been struggling a bit today. They look to be a bit of a handful in these wet conditions.
No, Audis are
from them, and they've been all over the place.
Audis are a handful in any sort of conditions. They're a quick car, but like riding a knife's edge, so they just so easily just get away on you. Audi Tings is a meme for a reason. There is Corey Sweet, currently sitting in P2.
Being chased down by Kovac's purple cars. We're a little way behind him, but still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, this is one of the other Kovacs racing black in the Honda.
That would have been Michael Babb's car for today's race, car 919, Kovac's black.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sean Bubnow and Mark Bushell driving that car as a two-man team today have done incredibly well. It would be tough to do an 8-hour race as a two-man team.
As I was saying earlier, how much extra does driving in the wet take out of you versus driving in the dry? It almost seems like you do twice the race distance.
Yeah, I was pretty sweaty after my first stint. I didn't realise how much extra concentration I would need to do.
Yeah, I don't know, as if you just feel like you have to grip the wheel tighter, or so you just seem to exert more energy in these conditions. Only the fact that it's wet, you're not accelerating as hard, you're not probably turning the car as hard. But for whatever reason, you just, white knuckling the wheel, trying to make sure it doesn't step out, or being able to correct it as quickly as you can. But it's all part of the fun of endurance racing, is you got to race in these conditions, or you go to iRacing.
That's it. You get the wet stuff. You just got to adapt. A lot of us probably still have been running relatively dry setups in terms of ride height and stuff. Probably not really expecting it to rain for the entire 8 hours.
It is now suggesting 30 minutes. The weather's saying it'll rain a little bit less, or it'll start easing off. So weather not exactly knowing what it's doing at the moment. We'll say it's going to stay wet for at least the next half an hour, 45 minutes.
Been changing so frequently all day, it's kind of hard to plan ahead as to what you're going to do with stints and weather and stuff, because 1 minute it says it's backing off, and then next thing you know, there's puddles everywhere and it's pouring rain again.
Yeah. I mean, during that period where it did start to dry up and there was a bit of a fairly decent dry line, were you having to find you had to hunt for the puddles, or were you able to keep the tyres under control?
They weren't getting too hot, but we were definitely having to look for some water to keep them down. They were getting up around that 32, sometimes 32.5 PSI, which is getting quite warm for the wet tyre. But thankfully, when the dry lines did sort of appear, the rain sort of started again 5 minutes later and cooled everything back down again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see that later on once the rain eases off as predicted by the weather. But again, we've said that all day, it can change as we watch Hignett getting past one of the BMWs. A lot of BMWs out today, obviously a very strong car here this afternoon.
They seem to be very good in the wet too. But unfortunately, car 600 there at Hignett, they were running in the top 10 earlier this morning, but unfortunately had some hardware issues, which has bumped them right down the field.
Yeah, that's the Mullock's other favourite livery, the Dare to Dream. Oh, side by side. I think that's onto the Mistral. That could have been bad times for someone, as we've seen that left side fence has claimed a lot of victims today. People getting on the curb on the exit onto the straight and just spearing the car to the left.
The curbs have been death around here all day. You're getting snap oversteer off exit curbs, and even the apexes as well. Have been trying to stay away from them.
Yeah, which is so hard as a racing driver. You want to hit that apex and hit that line, but and extend the track as much as you can on exit. But it's such a hard thing to try and temper in these conditions. So, just about an hour and a half to go. There might be some that'll start dialing in what do they do for their last pit stop, because if it does rain and God forbid is it going to dry up, will that necessitate an extra pit stop if they do have to go for dries? But so we're probably not going to know for probably at least another hour or so.
Time to start thinking about getting your fastest driver in the car. You'll probably start to see some guys have some riskier moves now, trying to make those positions with only 90 minutes left to go.
Yeah, so Houlihan currently leading the pros. Hyun in the Pro-Ams currently sitting P9, and it is actually Bender McNulty. So in P23 leading the AMs at the moment. Pass not an AM driver. He is in Pro-Am. So Bender even with that issue with the teleporting car. He's still sitting fairly pretty. I think he's a couple of laps in front of Dale, who's currently sitting in P2.
That Beamer's seen better days.
Yeah, Malik and I were thinking it's probably a visual. It has been fixed because it's driving pretty straight. We think it's just a visual glitch for us, that we see it looking like it's had better days, but it seems to be steering pretty straight. If it had that much damage, I'd say the wheel wouldn't be at 0 degrees. It might have a bit more lock in it than that.
It looked like there's going to be a move here, but it looked like it was just a blue flag car getting out of the way. Very well done.
Yeah, doesn't look like there's many close battles, especially 18 down to 40. It's all pretty settled. There might be some more battles further on as we have a yellow at just after Busset.
600, that's the Milk Racing entry of Hignett, I think is in the car at the moment.
Yeah, that would be correct. Currently sitting down in P34. He's still stopped. He hasn't moved yet. This should be right to go. No, teleport straight to pits, I think. Or is it going? No, it's going.
He's
No, he's
moving
got it.
again.
Yeah, sorry. It just blinked off yellow, and I thought for a second that he teleported straight to pits, but no. Back up and running, which is good to see.
Now it comes down to track limits. I wish you could tell how many track limit warnings the cars around you were on. That would be very handy right about now.
Oh, for sure. There'll be some nervous people, much like yourself, that'll be on their last one. And the worst part of it is, the longer the race goes on, the more it hurts you. As we see a Porsche just find the limit of grip and go, I think has probably just over-rotated that car a little bit too. So that's unfortunate.
Such an awkward corner, that one. It drags on. The apex is right at the end of the corner, and it's very easy to lock the rears as you go in there with too much steering lock on the car.
Yeah, as I like to call it, Charlie Sheen corner, because there's so many lines.
I've never heard that one before. That's great.
But yeah, it is one that absolutely demands everything from your tyres as well. So if you don't have your car set up properly, you will cook your wheels on that corner, especially after the fast signs at the end of the Mistral through here. Sort of going full lock. And then, a second or two later, you've got this long left-hander, as you said. Apex right at the end. Nailed it.
Look at that, absolutely perfect. Oh, as he runs very wide now.
This is JC now. He's just realised we're watching him now.
He's under strict conditions to give the apexes a berth and keep that car between the white lines and not get us a drive through.
Or if he does go off track, get off the throttle.
Yes, exactly right. So
I mean, you can go off the track here. As long as you get off the throttle, you won't pick up a warning.
That's it. Yeah, as long as you don't gain time. So it's quite easy to go off track, either get off the throttle, dab the brakes, lose time, and you'll normally just get a no time gain warning. As he's holding it together well in P10, so fingers crossed he holds it together.
Yeah, 3.75 seconds behind P9, who currently holds the fastest lap. So I wonder if Jamie's going to put a bit of a push on and try and catch up.
We do know that Western and that in P8 and P9 should have to make one more extra stop than we do. So as long as we just sort of keep within distance of them and don't make too many mistakes, we should be able to catch them out. The fact that we have to make one less stop, but we've got to wait and see when they make their next stop.
Yeah. And if you can stay with them, even if you do get that late drive through, I think you'll just have enough time, especially to P9. I'm not sure how many seconds, but no, it'll be pretty close actually, because P9 is 44 seconds behind Western in P8. So yeah, it's going to be one of those things where you guys are going to be just trying to keep it on the black stuff between the white lines, as you said.
We started P14, so anything above that is a win for us.
Yeah.
In one position, we're still happy.
But if you go under that, then that means JC has lost it for you, and I'll be happy about that. That'll give me something to give him shit about. As he no doubt will commentate me on Sunday night.
Yes.
Just a reminder, there will be Formula Ones this weekend from not just the real life stuff, but the OR League continues on Sunday night from Zandvoort.
Is that a sprint round? 225s?
Quite possibly, and I don't think it'll be short enough for me to not spin the car, because those curbs there are very much death.
Yeah, and all those banking corners and...
Yeah. It's a unique track for sure, with the amount of banking it has now compared to the layout it has in ACC.
I find it much more enjoyable to drive in ACC than I do F1.
I think it's more designed for GT3 cars these days than F1. F1 seem a bit too fast and a bit too big for that track now, but you know, Max being who he is, they obviously had to go back and capitalise on that as Jamie runs it onto the Mistral straight, just keeping it on the in between the lines.
You'll be able to throw at him. He is the only one to have picked up our track warnings to date.
Oh, that's what I mean. Like I did hear that earlier, and I'm like, he better not screw this up for the rest of the team.
So we were on 0 when he jumped in for his first stint, and I think after about 30 minutes he had 3 warnings. So he got a stern warning from Gibbo in TeamSpeak, and he was told to tone it back a little bit.
Yeah.
Lol.
He's obviously pushing hard.
Get good, JC.
At one point he was trying to bump draft the leader down Mistral.
How many times do you think he's said in commentary for F1s that, you know, you should be driving to avoid penalties?
Oh, JC, let's throw him under the bus now. Let's do it. JC, it's hard enough to avoid the actual garbage that happens in that game, let alone worry about the track limits. Also, JC stands for Just Cuts. Maybe that's his new sponsor.
Yes.
There we go. Sit in here first. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Maybe if he gets the drive-through, that's our next livery. Just Cuts.
I should have a bet with him live on air. If you get a track limit warning and get a drive-through, he has to change it to Just Cuts.
That was very wide then. He nearly probably picked it up there.
Just Cuts with an N. No, then that means I'll throw the rest of you under the bus.
Look, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Collateral damage for a big joke.
Yes.
He made
there's a man who's trying to defend his co-driver.
Hey,
it is what it is.
He threw me under the bus at Watkins, saying we were going to get P10 banking on the pace that I had in the last stint, and I couldn't pull it off. So he threw me under the bus, so it's returning the favour.
Yeah, that's fair, I think.
Yep.
Team McLaren and Tier 2 ganging up on JC here.
Yep.
Normally it's Bender that cops it, but it's hard to mouth off to someone that has that livery, though. It's so beautiful.
Well, it's easy for me then.
Yeah, you drink something else, which is garbage. I don't actually know what you drink, but I'm assuming. No,
well,
you'd be some yuppie upmarket thing, I reckon.
No, mate, I live in the country. How yuppie and upmarket do you think I can go?
You got a nice car, so you drive to the city to get it.
No, I wouldn't drive to the city.
You drive 2 hours for your deconstructed avocado on toast. Nah, you'd be. Are you a dare person?
I am a dare person.
Yeah, I thought so. Triple espresso?
No, I'm the sugar-free double.
Sugar-free double.
Yeah, it
That's
tastes
close to
exactly the
yuppie.
same. It tastes no different, I find.
It probably doesn't. I think all garbage tastes the same, doesn't it?
Well,
Yep, that's probably true.
I don't know. I do know.
you do that.
Just between you and I, because no one else is listening at the moment. Yesterday, I was waiting for my keys to get cut, so I popped into a shop to have some food. I ordered a mini pizza and a lamington. Yes, the topping on the pizza was something that I always condone, but I hate that son of a bitch.
Were you that hungry?
I was that hungry. I'm like, it's a little mini pizza with lots of cheese. Is that fucking pineapple?
I would have only had 1 or 2 spots.
And I
Was it
thought
a
about
big
it, and I've gone,
cheese?
I'm starving.
You don't make it sound like you had to make a big choice about it, Malik. You and I
No,
both
look,
know.
I smashed it down there. It was nice.
I never want to hear another complaint about pineapple from you again.
You know, I was eating it going, you know what, if anyone was watching me do this, I may be assassinated.
Malik mukbang stream win.
He's been lying all this time.
It wasn't a conscious choice though. I just said, could I have a little mini pizza? I didn't see what was actually on it. And because it was like $5 or something stupid, I'm like, you know what? I'm moving house. I'm tired. I'll eat anything at the moment. Give me a dare iced coffee as well. But that didn't happen. That was a lie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, now's probably not the right time to say it. I've never had a coffee in my life, so I have no idea what they taste like.
Wait.
You get to an
Don't you
age...
drink Red Bulls?
I am a Red Bull drinker, yes. So I've never ever had a coffee. There was a point in time where I was drinking way too many Red Bulls, but
Your poor
that's a story
heart.
for another time.
Well, when work start providing Red Bulls free to me at work to drink, then I would have a Red Bull. But I get free coffee at work, so, you know.
This is not a sponsored stream.
You do the math.
Not a sponsored stream.
Yeah.
Oh, as JC's looped it around.
Has he?
He's avoided the track cut, but he's had a spin at the last corner.
Oh, he's costing you time here.
Pumped us back down to P11, but that's okay.
Yeah,
No, I hear the bitterness in your voice there. Yeah.
We'll put Gibbo in the car, and I have faith in Gibbo.
Yeah, no faith in you, JC. Just cuts.
We love you.
That's what.
G'day, Matty. 24 minutes to get your tickets for the raffle. Amazing prizes on offer. You don't get many of these opportunities, and all money goes towards the GoFundMe for Michael Babb and my milk addiction. No, it doesn't go towards me at all. Unless Babby buys me an iced coffee, I'm sure he would buy me one.
Look, I'm sure if it was up to Babby, he'd give all that GoFundMe back to everyone.
Oh, of course.
Being the gentleman that he is.
I'm giving him money to cut his beard. Nah, I'm not. I
Oh,
wouldn't do it.
a live stream.
If you
of
want
a
the money,
shave.
Babby, you need to shave. No, don't. Please, he's high on pain meds. It might happen.
Yeah.
You leave that luscious beard alone. Why are we watching JC? He's had enough of your time.
I was gonna ask what was going on further afield, but we'll jump to the lead-up. If the timing screen doesn't update in first couple of seconds of me watching, then I know they're miles out in front.
Jason Gowers, what's wrong with the Lamington? Because we might have problems. Chocolate Lamington is an absolute staple of an Aussie diet, and I call myself a connoisseur. I will rate them out of 10 every single place I go to. Love a chocolate
Cream or
Lamington.
no cream?
No cream.
No cream. Yeah,
No,
good
and
man.
It can't be refrigerated either because the texture just changes and it's gross. Kind of too much chocolate icing thingy around it. I could talk about this for a while.
Are you a fan of the Leamington fingers?
Nah.
No, yeah, good. They're garbage.
Yep. Horrible. My mum buys me them, thinks they're my favourite. I think, Mum, that's a cheating way to give me a Lamington. Anything with jam in it, get out. That's not Lamington. It's a joke.
Feel like it's
Strawberry
a
Lamington, if you must. Nah, Strawberry Lamington. What are you? Look, a vanilla slice is nice, but chocolate Lamington. Nah, is this the way to go? Custard tarts, get in the bin.
I'm a caramel tart. I have an addiction to caramel.
Ooh.
Anything that has caramel in it, I will eat.
I drink caramel lattes. Does that make me a yuppie, Franco?
Mate, you're already a yuppie.
Oh dear.
You're working with a deconstructive office at the moment, so
Yeah, true. 21 minutes before the draw closes. Meanwhile, car 88 leads the way. R8G times happy laps. Endurance series for this round. And absolutely flying along. They started in pole position. They've had a couple of moments, but you wouldn't notice it.
52 seconds in front of Corey Sweet in P2.
yeah, if you haven't had a moment as a team so far in this race, then have you really driven it?
Are you really at Paul Ricard?
Are you the safety car?
These guys are up 5 positions, I believe, from the start of the race. Had some really good battles in that P2 to P5 range during the race, but they've all kind of fizzled out a little bit. You expect that after nearly 7 hours on track. Car 191, that's Kovacs Racing Purple. They finished P3 at Watkins Glen, I believe.
Yes, they did.
And they're on for another podium here. The race winner from last round, currently P4. And how far back? I couldn't tell you. But a good recovery.
They were spun on lap 1, weren't they? Car 45?
Yes, that is correct.
Yep.
R8G means, I'm fairly sure, is Romain Grosjean's esports team, and 8 being the number of users. I could be completely wrong, but that is my guess.
I think you are right.
I've actually never thought about it, to be honest. But that's what I'm assuming, and you shouldn't assume, because you make an ass out of you and me. Correct, says Gorilla Snapper.
Roman these days plying his trade in IndyCar.
I don't know what IB racing means, though.
Just means IB racing.
Irritable bowel?
Like IB commentating.
Yeah, that's fair then. It makes perfect sense.
Oh, almost three cars coming together as one exited the pits.
They still haven't fixed their bonnet. Have they sacked their pit crew?
That might be the bug we were talking about earlier. We think it's actually fixed, but
I was close. IB racing means itchy bum.
Oh, there you go.
I was closer than you. Wow,
Oh,
that's a snap.
no.
Wow!
No.
Oh my goodness, Lachlan Nichols.
Wow, that is
Brown
super
flag.
He not annihilated P4. Van Vliet needs a fresh pair of
He's
underwear
gone
after
off
that.
He's straight to pits, I think.
That might be a
Nope, there he is.
hardware. No, he's back on. That seemed like the car just didn't have brakes.
It
'cause
disintegrated.
It went well off the track. Like it wasn't even remotely approaching a turning point. It just kept going fast. So lucky there was so much runoff there.
I think the way he's handled that is the reason why it avoided as well.
Just decided to carry the speed and avoid
Yeah.
the contact. Yeah. Which, is a thing that a lot of people do to avoid contact. As we watch a replay now. So he's either lost it probably at the start of the break or... And
Looks
yeah.
like he just had a rear on the white line and it just stepped out from him as he grabbed the brakes.
It's bizarre.
So
Just slightly left. done so well to not end up in a wall or annihilate that Honda in front of him.
Let's go on board with that Honda, which is Marcus. Flash before his eyes, I reckon. Marcus is in P4.
So he might have.
Oh, he did open the steering. He did open the steering.
Saw it in the rear vision mirror. I just saw a Porsche sideways.
Whew.
That reminds me. I don't know if anyone saw the MotoGP race at the Red Bull Ring, where a bike came through the hairpin at turn 3. I think it is officially. Almost hit. I think it was Valentino Rossi. Almost hit him square in the head. It was one of the more scary incidents you'd ever want to see.
Regan says 45 is in shambles after that. What, having to change Marcus's underwear, I reckon?
Yeah.
But no harm done.
Yeah,
Luckily.
better underwear than a front end.
That's it. To be so aware of the car behind you and know they're out
Phrasing?
of control and is amazing.
Yeah. Because you can see in his mirror, the Porsche's like sideways heading towards him.
It's a nifty overtake by Tim Vaughan on Bub now. And that is 4 positions, so that's P16.
Great that after 7 hours there is still some battles going on. Some positions are still close enough together.
I like what they've done with this Audi. It just works. It's simple, but it works.
Reminds me a lot of 80s liveries in like GT cars. That striping.
Yep. I couldn't even tell you there's a livery that I don't like out there. For a moment I thought that was a safety car coming out.
There's been a few times today where we've passed that car coming out of pits and I have thought it was the safety car.
The safety boat.
But everyone's liveries look absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, agreed. So we're nearly at that point where the final pit stop can be made and you get under that final stint timer of 70 minutes. Rain still forecasted for the next 30. So fair chance pit crews are putting away the dry tyres. They're not going to get another run today.
I think there'll be a few that I think we saw it at Watkins Oz. There's that car is around we were looking at earlier.
It's
There we go.
definitely around.
Very awkward place.
Oh my goodness.
It's fixed.
They've
Is
hit
that-
something and it's fixed it.
They do have a drive-through as well, so
Oh no.
good measure.
So they got done for a track cut, I'd say.
Yeah.
That's right when you're about to do a pit stop is just hurts so much. As I was about to say before that happened, there'll be a few that will probably pit with a couple of minutes up their sleeve because the timer it is 70 minutes, but it's also dependent on what time the lead driver passes the start-finish line. Whether or not that will add an extra 2 minutes.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught out when you're halfway around your last lap and your stint timer runs out.
Also like what the OS team have done with their liveries. Oh, sorry. Walter's really struggling in that 05 Motorsport BMW. Did they get upset that I said something about if you put bots in chat, you're a loser? Because they've been a bit active now. I still think you're a loser.
I think there's probably not a lot of people streaming in this time zone at the moment. We're just lucky.
Spam a better site, for goodness sake. If you're going to spam something, give us something to look at. Like Like this
I
livery.
mean, it's YouTube. They're trying to target lonely nerds. It's a fairly reasonable assumption. It's,
What, that they're lonely.
yeah.
Can't be lonely if you're out in this race at the moment, though.
No, you got friends here.
Yep, cloudy friends.
That is a nice livery. Also sponsored by AWS. So not sure how I feel about that.
I'm not sure the Audi Sport's meant to be where it is, though.
No, that's a bit of a oversight. Well, could be.
Could be, just different.
It's not. Yeah.
Be different. I'll look at the other cars, but yeah, I like what they've done with it.
Diabol's in chat asking if the VOD is going to get cut at 6 hours.
No, that happens at
12
12
hours.
It's 12 hours. Yeah. So when we cut it for the Watkins, for the 8, it was just kind of to practice it, because the next race is going to be a 12-hour.
That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's Spa.
You reckon that's the track that's going to get picked?
Well, I don't know. You guys missed out in April when I was unwell. So it's going to be an option to choose from. There you go. I've announced one.
I'll tell you what. If it's Spa, I'll come back.
Ooh. Gets you in a milk one.
You heard it here first.
And I'm going to put myself up to the highest bidder.
Oh, jeez.
If anyone wants me to help out in the enduro,
you can get absolutely fucked, Franco.
He's throwing you under the bus.
You can pay us to fucking race.
Bidding starts now.
All right, I'll make a first bid. I'll give you 5 cents.
No, there's a 5-cent fee.
In
so
crypto, in Dogecoin.
in Dogecoin.
You asking to be paid to race? Jeez, you must. You got to back that up if you're going to finish 27th.
Well, but some people might take that 27th. You don't know. You don't know if there's a market until you find out.
Oh, all right. Anyway, okay, I'm going to put up a bidding service for you during the month. If anyone's looking for a driver for the next event, Frankfurt is up for auction. I don't care what type of home he goes to.
You are mad about this, aren't you?
I'm going to take a spotter's fee as well. We're going to put it to Milk Team, and we're going to get more drinks. We're trading it for cash considerations.
I've embraced pure capitalism. That's just all it's about.
No, it's going to be a sign and trade, I think. What are we going to send you? I have to ask the team. Last time I give you a tow in McLaren. You butchered it anyway.
Yeah, I know.
It's sometimes hard. You carry too much speed.
Yeah. Anyway, as we start to count down to the last hour of the VRS Paul Ricard 8 hour. Thanks also to SimRigs. Quick shout out to SimRigs. They've helped me out with some product lately.
Great bunch.
And have been a pleasure to deal with.
Yep, nothing but positive interactions with both Derek and Phil over the journey. We've actually got some more news coming up for a sprint series and a pro series involving SimRigs. So stay tuned for the next couple of weeks.
As we see Preciado, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that, he's just picked up a drive-through with an hour to go.
He's in.
Yep, and 8 minutes left for the raffle, people. So get your tickets in and get them now.
Question, Franco, what is that?
Well, that is a koala.
It's actually a drop bear.
Okay.
What is this?
That'd be some sort of kiwi.
Yes. JC had no idea.
Well, looking at the car, I'm assuming they're going for the Trans-Tasman look, so...
A dream kiwi, they said it's called.
A what kiwi?
Dream kiwi.
Okay.
I don't actually know what that is, but I was aware that was a koala drop bear. And I've already given out the warning to all non-Australians that are visiting Australia about drop bears, so...
Very dangerous animal.
Very dangerous. Manny Power says you should be paying for a seat like Mazepin.
But he's not paid for any seat. So I still don't see how that applies.
Well, guess who's going to be in the same boat without a seat?
Can have all the money in the world.
You and Mazepin can start a team and enter the OOR next Endurance Series.
Yeah, 12 hours of Kiev. Sorry.
Do they have any? Do they have racing circuits like? Every country can kind of reel off one.
I mean, they would have a circuit. We start to see a fair bit of action in the
because there's a lot of
pit
fast
lane.
Ukrainians that have raced at GTs.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I think you only your tracks get known when they do international events.
Yeah, especially F1 stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, even things like Sebring and Watkins Glen that do the 12 hours and things like that. You don't necessarily have to get F1, but you have to do something international to sort of get inside the conscious. I find.
Yeah, FIA Grade 1 tracks. McNulty staring down top 20 finish here for this AM team.
Oh, he's not done. He's absolutely loving being in these wet conditions. When was he in there? 3 hours to go or 4 hours to go?
I don't think you can get him out of the car now. He's jumped in.
He had a crowbar to pry him out of that seat.
He wants a piece of this Aston Martin in front of him too.
He does.
Miles in front of P2 in the AM class.
This guy started 39 or 40 area. It's a pretty good effort.
As we see Walter in the BMW, he's picked up a drive-through now.
It's another one. Was it different?
Might be just trundling it now.
Yeah, it's eyeballs. That's what Bender's going to do for the next one. Forget to click driver swap. But I'm glad to hear.
Started P40.
They did start in P40.
P40.
Wow.
Currently running in P21.
That's what experience does. All of these guys are seasoned veteran. Oh, that's a bad time.
Can't park there, Jamie. Seen a couple of cars end up over there.
Where is that?
31st.
Is that exit turn 1-2, is it?
Yep. Who else has been a big mover and shaker today? I saw 174 up in the lofty heights of P4, P3. They've dropped back down to 13th, but they still lead Pro-Am class half a lap.
And Brian Tan is jumped in that car.
I'm wrong. 74's up, but I think they've got a stint to.
Sorry, that's Benjamin Tan.
Oh, they're just in the car now. So these guys are on for the Pro-Am win. They have got past the 174, so that's been a good second half of this race here.
Yeah,
SW.
I think 174 picked up a drive-through and have had to serve it and now had to pit, so that's what's contributed.
As joining us in the comms booth for the last hour is Alexis Bowen. How are you?
Hello, I am doing wonderful, especially seeing a very, very wet Paul Ricard here.
Interesting line there, Benjamin. Let's do the Marmite team. So, Alex, what's happened with the 600 car today, mate? It's been...
Oh, yeah.
It's been a disaster? Is that the correct term we can use?
Disaster's probably an understatement for that one. We've had 2 hardware issues now. Earlier on in the race, we had an issue for Connor, whose wheel just decided to cark itself completely dead. He just can't get it working anymore. And then I think about 20 minutes, half an hour ago, we had an issue with sorry, brain is not doing nicely at the moment. Nice things.
G'day, Len. Great to see you there. That's fantastic. Awesome.
Had an issue with
Yeah. Disconnections and stuff?
Not really disconnection. It was mainly just hardware issues because I think Benny Hickner just had a wheel malfunction earlier and has had to go onto his second wheel.
Oh, wow. That is not ideal. Not an ideal strat, to be honest.
I was saying when it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
It's been doing that bloody all day.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how wet this VRS Paul Ricard 8-hour has been. I think there's only been about 30 or 40 minutes of dry running, and even then that hasn't been proper dry running.
100%.
I've never driven in a wet race to this caliber. In my time in OOR, this would be the wettest I've ever raced in.
I think it's the wettest race that I've seen us do.
There was that flooded one that we canned.
Oh, sprint race?
Yeah, sprint race.
Oh,
if we're talking Enduros, this is probably one of the wettest.
Yeah, I think we red flagged Kyle Army in sprints and called off another one. But since then they've added a new option in the event JSON file so that you can turn sim racing weather conditions on, meaning that it won't actually get flooded and it won't actually have a thunderstorm. But you can still get heavy rain as we've seen today a couple of times. And on that note, I am going to go get the raffle sorted as it's about to close in 15 seconds. So good luck to all of you. The draw will take place after this race.
Thanks, Malik. So Malik off to organise the raffle as we tick over to 59 and 57 seconds to go. So Bakita well and truly in charge out in front. Sneakers and Baldwin have just pitted, so they've made their last stops. And it looks like Sneakers still in the pits. I think Baldwin may be out. May have jumped them. No, I think they were always P2. I think Sneakers, as we have Bushel around.
That looks like a bit of a car park there, as cars tried to get around the stricken Honda.
Yeah, just very easy to do there. Car is on lock for so long. So, all the last sort of pit stops, I think most of them have been made now. A lot of people making them on the hour mark to give them plenty of wiggle room, just in case the leader does get a little bit of time extension. And also, as Yoda mentioned earlier, some of these cars won't actually make a full 70 minutes on the fuel. So everybody playing it pretty safe.
Well, in these wet conditions, you'd think that every team would be able to make a full 70 minutes on the fuel due to the lower fuel usage, although there may be a few cars that would be a bit up there, but I reckon they'd still be able to make it just.
I know a few cars have been choosing to just do 60-minute stints regardless. Have been able to go that 70 or not. But it always comes down to what those teams have planned for the day.
As we see Peter is in for the last stint for our M-Class leaders. In a bit of a train at the moment. 1 second off the back of McLaws, who's sitting in P21. So these guys are still potentially looking at a top 20 finish.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be great?
That would be
40.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
That's driver of the day sort of stuff. You make 20 spots during the race. So we see him go side by side. I think that's a bit of lap traffic, and Peter's going to take advantage as well.
No, that is McClaw's there.
Oh, that is McClaws. He is. Oh, so I think McClaws had to let the blue flag through, and Peter's just helped himself there.
Smart heads-up driving.
Well, I think that was contact too. If it wasn't contact, it was very close.
I think they did touch the back of him, but whoever it was behind him managed to get the car out of the way.
Yeah, Peter did well there not to spear on. No, Peter just dodged. According to Bowles, I'd say he's looking at the other guy's stream.
I think it was the Kovacs green car of Moraz. Was the car that just missed the back of Peter.
JC, obviously he's handed the car over and didn't pick up another penalty, as we see some more questionable decisions on overtaking at the moment. This is Moraz in this three-way fight at the moment. Somehow,
visibility is terrible when you're in the slipstream.
yeah, Peter, unfortunately, he has not got anything to answer McLaws. All these guys in similar hardware. And now they're just trying to filter their way through. Oh, this is some dicey stuff going on here. But Peter has the least to lose out of these guys. He is pretty comfortably leading the AM class, so even if these two guys fight it out,
I would reference the car in P15 of Hill. That is an AM class driver.
yeah, sorry, car 15, they are not a AM class car. It's an error on the thing. They are actually pro AM.
Right, so we've just had a error in the.
Yeah, it's just assigned them the wrong class in games. So we have been treating car number 2 as the AM class leader. I wouldn't think there'd be too many cars waiting to pit. I'd say if they're in the pits or in drive-throughs is car in P15, as we were talking about earlier. They've just picked up a drive-through.
I think there'll be a few cars out there in this last stint that are probably on 3 track limit warnings and sort of gritting their teeth to hopefully not pick up that last one.
Yeah. You'd rather be on the reset than pick up one late.
Well, it is very, very easy to pick up one, even 2 track limits warnings at corners, because there are a few out there where if you take the runoff and try to get back on track safely, the game will just randomly give you 2 track limits warnings for no apparent reason.
Poor old JC had that in his first stint where he ran deep at turn 3 and then he ran through the inside of turn 4 to avoid the cars behind him, and the game slapped him with 2 track warnings.
I think I just got 2 track limits warnings alone on the runoff at turn 3.
Yes, contact, sorry.
Peter and Moraz have come together. That's very unfortunate for car 2.
Yeah, the stewards are going to be looking at that is for sure.
Equally as unfortunate for the car 119 of Moraz.
It's just not really a corner. Having such a late apex, it is so inviting to stick the nose in on that corner, but you've always got to hold yourself back because it just closes off on you as that corner goes through.
Yeah, we'll wait for the stewards to sort that one out. What that does mean, it does help Moraz skip away from that fight now. As we watch Ben Vintner, currently sitting P16. The bluey-green Disciples of Speed car. These guys had some battles with the sister car at one point. It was for position, but I think they're well and truly in front of the red car now. Bender pleaded his case in chat, but it's not what he says, it's what the stewards will say.
That's it. They'll be having a good hard look at that one.
Yeah, the stewards will be looking very, very closely to see if there was any wrongdoing on either party.
Stewards have had their work cut out for them today, and they've been absolutely fantastic as always. Thank you to them all for putting their hand up.
Yeah, the stewards always do a fantastic job in these events, so it's great to have them on board and yeah, putting in their time as volunteers really for stuff like this.
Yeah, it's a lot of time out of the day for some of these guys, so and girls. As we go through this corner once again, it's be interesting to see. It looks like it's going to increase in rain towards the back end of this race too, so even more potential for mistakes or errors. So drivers are still going to have to be pretty heads up, especially those on the 3 track warnings. It's not going to get any easier from here on out.
And it would most likely mean with rain increasing in 30 minutes time that this entire race will be run in wet track conditions.
Which has been great. Everyone was screaming out for wet weather. Well, here you go. You've had 8 hours of it to get your fix.
I have a feeling there'll be a few drivers that won't be wanting to race in the rain for a little while yet. Maybe the exception of Mr. David McNulty. Always likes a bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah, he's had to... I don't know if he did a double or a triple stint. And just as it was looking like it was going to stop raining for him, he got a break and it started raining again. So he's had the full wet experience.
John saying in chat he's never seen a track change this much lap to lap before, which I would agree with. Every time you rock up to the corner, lap after lap, it's different conditions. Having to adjust your brake markers on the fly every single lap is not an easy thing to do.
Well, Nikita's just ticked over 200 laps, so probably what are we thinking the final lap count's going to be?
You're looking at what, roughly just over 2 minutes a lap. Probably do another 18 or so laps, maybe.
I reckon we're looking at about 2:16.
I'll go 2:20.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, somewhere around that 2:20 to 2:25. I'll say 2:22.
With the greatest respect to Richie Beno.
2:22.
Well, this is only Kyrud, and they're currently sitting in P4, so they've quietly gone about their business. It's, I wouldn't say they haven't had an uneventful race, but they've managed to just keep themselves out of a lot of trouble. As you can see, they flashed the car exiting the pits there to make sure you can see it coming. It's such a dicey pit exit there because it puts you right into the braking line on turn 1.
Yeah, you always got to have a lot of trust in the drivers coming down the main straight, that they see you exiting the pits and that they're not going to try and send it up the inside of you as you're coming out. But I don't think we've had any pit exit incidents in this 8 hours.
Well, it does make it helpful that your race engineer does point out when there are drivers exiting the pit lane, so drivers are usually aware of anyone coming out at the pits, which is good.
Yeah, but it's always that thing that you're so focused on all the things you got to do when you come out of the pits, disengage pit limiter, get up to speed that something like there's a car coming can get missed. So props to all the drivers for at least avoiding that, because that'll be a big whack if you cause an accident with a fast approaching car coming down the main straight, or if someone coming down the main straight doesn't see you exiting the pits. So props to all the drivers today. There's watch now, Christopher Taylor in CJ Racing. Very patriotic looking livery, that one.
We'll say this Rockets Evolve livery that Stephen Tyre was running was quite magnificent. So too, of course, the team last name MRT livery that Peter Papiano is currently rocking.
Yeah, he's,
they're my favourite liveries. I might be a bit biased, but I absolutely love those MRT liveries.
I would have to agree with you, and would have to agree that I am most likely biased as well.
Yeah, I am not biased, and I'm not going to say they're my favourite livery.
Why not?
Because just to be controversial.
There's always one.
Yeah.
Just to give Malik something else to be angry about.
We're not all perfect.
I do like this this McLaren.
He's going to have a look to the inside, or I thought he was going to have a look. He is still going to have a look to the inside.
Sorry, not the McLaren, the Audi. I think it's one of the Speedy Mike cars.
It was poor position. It was against Jacobs.
Yeah. This livery reminds me of I don't know if you can remember. I think it was BAR in Formula One wanted to run two liveries on the same car until they got told they couldn't. They wanted to run Lucky Strike on one side and another tobacco manufacturer down the other side, and the FIA told them no, you can't. So they ran two cars with two different liveries. Yeah, that's it. Lucky Strike and 555.
Yeah. So. Yep. Just trying to grab my hair around. What year was that? That was with Villeneuve and Zonta, I believe, that year.
Yeah, I think it was.
But I do think it'd be
late 90s, early 2000s. Probably early 2000s.
I reckon it may have been 99. But I'm pretty sure at the Japanese, either the Japanese or Chinese Grand Prix for one of the practice sessions, they did end up running just the 555 livery separately. I think later on in the 2000s with Anthony Davidson or something like that.
Well, so this race starting to get towards the last, just under 45 minutes to go. So we're having a look at some of the other cars that we probably haven't given a lot of airtime to so far. Not because they've done anything wrong. Just, there has been a lot been going on this race. It's not the biggest racetrack in the world, so you do get a lot of compression with cars. And Michael Babb in chat just thanking everyone who reached into their pockets and have donated or contributed to the raffle. And we would like to do the same. We'd like to thank everyone that's bought raffle tickets. That will be drawn after the race tonight.
Yeah, make sure you stick around for that. Only 42 minutes to go in this race. Besides any absolute calamity from car 88 out in front, I'd say they're just going to lap themselves to victory.
Yeah, I mean, Bakita and Houlihan, that's a pretty formidable team. There's not going to be very many that, unless they have some major incidents, they were always going to be a very, very tough team to beat tonight.
Yeah, Hunter's in that car as well, and
Yeah, I couldn't remember who the other third one was, but yes,
Yeah.
Hunter, another speedy person.
all three of them just incredibly quick individuals.
Yeah, they're all very, very quick, and in the classification / qualification, I believe their car was much faster than pretty much the rest of the field, so could almost see this coming from the start, but racing is unpredictable. Anything can happen.
Especially in these conditions. We've seen that a lot today. Cars making their way up the field and then spinning out, dropping all the way back down, and just repeating that cycle over and over again. But hats off to everyone racing. There hasn't been as many drive-throughs today as I thought we would get in these conditions.
So you can still see it's still raining on the windscreen there, so don't think the wipers have been turned off all day.
I think even when the rain had stopped, we're still running the wipers just slightly because of the spray from other cars.
Oh,
that's not the line to take out of there.
No, I don't know if Glenn was trying to let lap cars through going inside, but the car just wanted to keep going. He did well keep it out of that left-hand wall, which has claimed a few victims today.
Does have a drive-through though, so we'll need to serve that very, very soon. Does the Lost Our Way car. Does seem like they are losing their way a touch, but are still out there on track. So they haven't gone completely off the map.
That's it,
Yeah.
It's all about finishing.
Yeah, 40 cars. It's not a bad number of cars to be finishing today.
I think if you can have 40 cars finish a race like this, you're doing a pretty good job.
Well, it was on stage there a few months ago. You couldn't get the race to finish 20 minutes after it started. Luckily, we've sorted those problems out now and can have races like this again.
Thankfully, it happened at Zolder, which, in my opinion, is a terrible track anyway.
Yeah, I don't have much feelings for Zolder. It's if it got deleted, I wouldn't be upset. So, a few cars that are going to have time penalties tacked on after the race because they won't be serving any more pit stops.
What's a drive-through get converted to if you get one right at the end? Is it 30 seconds?
I think it is 30 seconds. Somebody in chat will be able to tell me. JC in chat saying, how good is Paul Ricard? JC, it'd be a lot better if you didn't leave your team with only one track limit pen for the remainder of the race. Got to get those shots in now. No doubt he'll be throwing it back my way tomorrow night.
Yep, poor old Gibbo's got to keep it between the white lines now.
How dare you do that to poor Gibbo?
I tell you what, he's done a good job so far, and I believe in him.
So, looks like our probably top 5 are pretty settled, but Jacobs is only 2.1 behind Pignata, so Pignata has an issue, or if Jacobs decides to push, it could be a chance to get that P5.
Yeah, that looks like it's probably our closest battle out of everyone in the top 10 at the moment.
And then you've got Chalmers, who's about 8 seconds behind Gibbons for the last spot in the top 10. So if you're ever going to push, now would be the time on that sort of gap. So Tran currently leading our AM class in P9, and Appiano currently leading the AM class, currently sitting down in P22. Does have a 10-second penalty. I'd say that's for the contact through Bousset.
Is that a 10-second penalty or a 15-second penalty?
Might be 15. It's a little bit blurry on mine, but yeah. So I still think he's going to be pretty safe for the class win. And Maras is 22 seconds, so Maras needs to get a move on if it wants to snag that on pens. It is 15. But 22 seconds, so what's that? 7 seconds in 36 minutes. It's not impossible.
They definitely have the opportunity to hold that position, especially with the pace that Papiano has shown throughout the race. As we take a look at the driver who was having to take it very, very cautiously to avoid a drive-through penalty in P10 at the moment, Callum Gibbons.
Pressure is on. As I said, there's been very stern words in our TeamSpeak chat about us all avoiding this last track limit warning. So I'm trying to hold off that Kovacs car, which is in P11. We have had very similar pace to them all day, so hopefully it is the same as that in the last stint, and they're not really able to close up that 7.5 seconds or so.
Yeah, we'll also keep an eye. I think that gap between Pignata and Jacobs has just opened up a little bit. It's now closer to 4, so Matthew has responded. So this is potentially a battle that could come down as Pete Chalmers 7.5 seconds behind Gibbons. And don't forget, there is a GoFundMe link in the chat if you want to donate to Michael Babb. We just about down to half an hour left of this VRS Paul Ricard. Thanks to VRS and to Sim Rigs as well, and Launtel as well, a long-time sponsor.
We see Kitching here in 26. This 315 car has been in the wars since the start of the race. They have some tremendous pace, but just haven't had much luck today. I know they had a disconnect, I think, on the first couple of laps.
Disconnects are never a fun thing to have, especially in a race like this.
I think Lamb said in chat that his wife was going to turn the TV off at the PowerPoint and turn the Wi-Fi off instead.
Oh.
And I believe that was the reason he disconnected on the first lap.
I mean, my question is, why are you trying to turn the TV off at the PowerPoint?
Times are tough.
If I've learnt anything in my married life, mate, it's not to ask questions.
Some people are looking to, save $1 here or there by turning unused appliances off at the wall.
I will say, as someone who is still under the age of 18, I have no idea about what to do in married life. So I will take that advice on board.
And you're still living at home?
Yes, I am.
So, and you could add to that probably bill paying as well.
Yeah, but I mean, bill paying I am already very much aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fun things in life that aren't so much fun.
Taxes. Delicious.
Anyone have the rugby score? Is that something we want to look at as Wallabies fans, John, or are you trying to rub something in our face here? Yeah, I did throw you under the bus, JC, and say if you picked up a drive-through, we would be running a Just Cuts livery for the next race, but thankfully you kept the car on the track.
So, I don't think this is position. I think this is car 315. Just maybe just giving the hint that it wants to unlap from the BMW in front, but unfortunately had to let another Audi in front. This is Dylan Martin, currently sitting in P8.
Oh my goodness.
They're coming into the pits.
Yep, so I'm assuming that's one of the ones you thought still had to make a pit stop.
That leaves me very happy. Very happy to see that car in pit lane.
Will we see car 500 actually finish in the top 10 this race?
Well, they've got a very good chance if Martin has to spend a normal pit stop in, which is what, 30 seconds if they don't have damage, and it looks like there is a bit of damage on the front of that car. So pit stop may get extended, as that was a little bit of a rough ride out of signs into the bus A corner. But Benjamin managed to keep it pointed forward at least.
They're having a very solid race as the UNSW racing team. Currently, Benji Tran in the car.
They're currently leading the Pro-Am class. Inside the top 10, that's a good effort. Philippa Bakita currently leading everything at the moment. The race, Pro class, probably leading the next race as well at this rate. And our old mate, Peter, he and the rest of the team are Bender. I'm not sure who else is with them. I think there's the driver as well. They're currently leading the AM class, so if they can hold on. They do have a 15-second penalty, but they've got that more than well in hand.
I think car 96 stopped for just a quick splash of fuel because they were in and out of pit lane very quickly.
No, so that might mean they might hold on to their spot. As Joshua Hill now is in.
There are a few coming in for some late pit stops. Clearly a bit out of sync with other drivers currently on track.
Yeah, that car 158 Hill that Hill's in now, they were fair way up the order, so they've late pit stops, and I think they had a drive through as well. It's kind of cost them.
They did serve their drive through, but looks like they may have had some other issues as well.
Yeah, so that's really cost them. Meanwhile, one car that really hasn't had a problem today has handled the wet very well, has this Porsche. Philippa behind the wheel to take it home. Less than half an hour to go now.
$210 laps in. Roll clear of Jake Baldwin there. P2.
Yeah, I think our podium is pretty much sorted at this point, barring a disconnect. I think even an incident, I think they'll still limp to the pits and be okay. As we jump in split view now. Just watch the inside and the outside of the car. But no problems at all. There's no issues taking these curbs.
Prime opportunity for people to write down anything that they see to put into their own driving.
Yeah, mine just says be fast. That's all the notes I've got.
They're not bad notes to have.
Right foot go, left foot stop.
The other note is be better. That's the only two notes I have.
Add a third one. Try your best.
Such encouraging words.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, trying your best it's the best you can do. And if the best you can do is the best you can do, well, you can't be asked to do much more, can you?
This Porsche just looks so smooth.
Yeah,
So well. I've trialled the Porsche before and I could just not get it to work for me. It takes a very particular set of skills to be able to drive this car fast.
Or it just takes one Philip Bakita.
That, and I'd say they've probably done a bit of work on the setup too. I'd say this team is a lot more well prepared than a lot of the other teams that are probably not as focused on sim racing. They're just doing it as something to chew up a Saturday. These guys are doing all the homework.
And that's what it takes to be that quick. All that time and effort on setup and learning the track and just
practice
knowing
as well.
what the limits are.
Yep. So they do a fair bit of practice as well. As we watch P2, Jake Baldwin. He's going to take it home. These guys have obviously they've not had the pace of Bakita, but they've done pretty well to lock down P2.
It's just a matter of being able to bring the cars home now.
Yeah, it's all about not getting that fourth and final track cut too for a lot of these teams. I think there's a lot of teams that are on 3.
Yeah, just keeping that consistency will take you a long way going in these closing stages of the VRS Paul Ricard 8-hour.
As I see in chat, Chalmers is down to within 5 seconds of Gibbo for that P10. So that battle for the last spot in the top 10 might be up for grabs by the end of this race.
What's your thoughts on that camera?
Imagine if that was your VR view. It would, it would melt your brain.
Oh, it's melting my brain anyway.
It's really confusing me. If you just stare right at the middle of it, it's very confusing.
Yeah. You're looking at the same car going in 2 different directions. There we go.
It's even worse.
Oh no. Oh no.
We'll go to non-brain hurty view now.
Chase cam.
Ooh, drive through of 74.
Ooh, shenanigans. That's a final. I'd say that's a final track extension.
That might be out of the top 10.
Yeah, got about 18 seconds down to Chalmers. Yeah, they'll send them out of the top 10 certainly. So they've got a bit of a task on their hands if UNSW Racing want to stay in that top 10 come the end of this race.
I think they'll run out of time. I think it's going to be very hard to not only catch back up, but to pass, especially in these conditions. We've got 20 minutes left to go.
Very Unfortunate to grab a drive through this late on.
Yeah.
That hurts after 7.5 hours of work.
We said a late drive through would you'd rather rather have it at minute 1 than with a minute to go. It's it's heartbreaking for him. Benjamin's going to go out and just try and pump out some quick laps before he has to go and serve it, or he may just take the 30 seconds and try and build a gap. But yeah, time is not on his side.
Yeah, it's a major task ahead of him.
What is the pit lane delta here?
He won't be able to. He have to serve the drive-through because he's got 3 laps to do it. So if he wants to go to the end without serving and get the 30 seconds, he's going to get DQ'd.
Okay, I thought it would just, if you didn't serve it, even with the 3 laps, but no, it will DQ it. So you...
That's only if the race finishes within those 3 laps.
Yeah.
well.
So he's definitely going to come in, or it's going to be sadness central.
Well, he's running very wide now. He's not worried about track limits now. Got a fresh set of... Sorry, I was going to say, got a fresh set of 4. Go.
That's it. Yeah, you've got to try and make up as much time as you can in the next 2 or 3 laps now before you do the drive-through. Try and lessen the damage of it as much as you can.
Oh, yeah, hearing the pit delta is 27 seconds, so at this stage it'll be about a 9-10 second gap to comers in front once train comes into the pits to serve that drive-through.
That is a big ask with what will be less than 20 minutes to go. It's sort of sprint race territory.
I mean, anything is possible in these conditions. All it takes is just a mistake from the driver ahead, and you're back into the top 10.
Hearing whispers, rain clearing in 20 minutes. No, I'm joking.
It wouldn't matter anyway, it'd be still too wet to do anything about it.
Oh, definitely.
Oh,
It'll take 24 hours for this track to dry out.
It may never dry out.
Here we go, coming into the pits of the drive-through. Careful on the speeding.
That's not textbook.
He nearly nailed that wall there on the entry to pit lane.
Yeah, I think he realised he was carrying too much speed if he went early and tried to use a little bit of extra distance to wipe it off. So, as we go down with Pete Chalmers now, who's just going through pit lane now, and there you go.
Going to be a fair gap.
Yeah, it is. The longest pit trip of your life. And did well to not get a pen there for speeding in the pits, did Benjamin. So I reckon there was a fair bit of speed carried into that end. Just see the temps gone out of the tyres a little bit. So that's also not going to help.
Yeah, it's just a matter of putting the head down and setting on with the task. See what the gap is.
See, Walters also just jumped into the pits. I don't know if that's stint timing or if they've had an issue. That car has been in the wars today.
We've got gap of 10.3 seconds between Chalmers and Tran. That seems a bit too large for UNSW to do anything about it.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like a P11 unless something befalls Gibbons or Chalmers.
Well, we do need to keep in mind that Gibbo only has the 1 track limits warning to work with as well.
And the gap between Gibbo and Chalmers is down to 4 seconds. So Chalmers is catching Gibbo as well, so Gibbo's definitely playing it safe. But he would be keeping an eye on the delta of those cars behind. Trying to make sure he doesn't lose any positions. As Chalmers catches it. I thought he was going to loop it around there. He did well to save that in the end.
Yeah, but that's time.
Thought I may have cursed the man.
So as you can see, gap now 5.6. So that's giving Gibbo just a little bit more breathing room. That's another lap or two that Chalmers has got to spend just to get back to what he was.
And has closed the gap behind by a second, so Chalmers keeps making those just tiny errors, and that brings Tran back into the equation. Of course, in these conditions, it's very, very, very easy to just stray offline slightly and lose a bucket load of time.
Yeah, as you can see, it is absolutely chucking it down at the moment. Probably one of the heaviest bits we've seen all day. So I wonder if that's going to just start to make those puddles a little bit bigger in the braking zone, as you mentioned earlier, Yoda. It is going to be something that might catch out some of these drivers.
We'll say there are some disgustingly large puddles in the braking zones. It's rather scary going through some of them. I think the second last corner has a pretty rough puddle in the braking zone. As looking further down, I think Kitching's picked up a drive through.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Kitching.
And yeah, that puddle at turn 14, that second to last corner, it's been there since lap 1 of the race, and it still catches you out every single lap. But if you get offline down Mistral here, it feels like you're just aquaplane and the water just drags you left and right, and you just feel like you don't have any control. Not easy to control the car on the offline bits of Mistral, especially if you're right over to the right hand side. It's quite treacherous out there.
As we are now 15 minutes away from the end of this one, we do have a yellow flag somewhere at turn 1. And his car 112. That is Stephen Tite. Oh, and that's
Lead P7 and
96 has picked up a drive through as well.
through.
Top 10. Crumbling.
So Martin, I wonder how far Gibbons was behind Martin. 27 seconds, he's right on the bubble.
Woo!
Did say it was about a 27-second delta, so Martin will have to serve that drive through.
Can spice up the battle for P8 a bit, because that will be, you'd think, Gibbons, Martin and Chalmers involved in that battle for P8. So yeah, take a look at what happened with Stephen Tye here at turn 1, turn 2.
just looped it himself. Looks like he kept it off the walls though.
Yeah, no damage done.
The Honda does have a lovely feature in it where in the heavy braking zones it does love to lock the rears, which is a lot more prominent in this wet weather than obviously it is in the dry.
Yeah, so I wonder what Stephen's plan is. Is he going to go as long as he can before he serves that drive-through, or serve it and then spend as much time as he can?
He's serving it now.
That's Dylan Martin, sorry. So Dylan Martin with the drive-through as we go out and see.
Gibbo coming around the last corner now. It's going to be very tight at pit exit.
No, I think Gibbo's got this pretty easily.
Yeah, I think Gibbo's going to get him.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a huge margin though. As you can see, he's almost approaching the pit limiter.
Look at Chalmers though. Chalmers has got him. So that drive-through costly. 2 positions lost.
So good work from Chalmers there.
We are hearing a little bit of info about the lead driver, Philippa Bakita. Quite tired at the moment, as according to Dan Hunter. Her nighttime Milo has been delayed.
Well, if that's the biggest problem they've had today, then they've done pretty well.
Oh my god.
Probably got enough time to make a pit stop and change
Some
drivers.
drivers are trying not to get track limits and just survive. Paquette's gone out without a Milo. Mind you, it is a milk drink, so I do feel that.
Yeah.
Hasn't got caffeine in it though.
True.
But no, I agree with Kat here. I reckon she can go get the Milo now. Just pull her to the side, grab the Milo, come back.
Stop go 30, you reckon?
Yeah, do it.
I wonder how she has a Milo. Lots and lots of scoop teaspoons on top.
I'd be more Milo than milk.
Yeah.
That's the only way to have them.
Daniel Hunter in chat saying they will stop in 5 minutes. I don't know why.
To get the Milo, yeah.
I
hope she doesn't stop in 5 minutes.
Yeah, the driver and me would want to finish this race. If I had 11 minutes to go and was leading it by almost the continent of Europe, I would not want to hand it over. Oh, they're marginal on fuel. That's interesting.
And it's stint timers.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Porsche's having some issues? That looked very hairy there.
Don't worry about this race. Milo is way more important, just quietly.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. We might just tell everyone to pull over and wait.
Let's stop the race.
Call the race.
Red flag, red flag. It's like, oh, is it for the conditions? No, we need drivers to get their Milos ready, get their Milos prepared.
Might need to get tyres ready because...
Porsche looks to be a big handful at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if the tyres are just getting towards the end of the life. Or they just haven't got the pressures set. Track temp 22, but it is a lot more wetter than we have seen for the last couple of hours.
Am I reading this right? But as Jay McClaws in P21 got a stop-go 30.
Yes, not sure what for, but could be pits. That's something the pits will give out sometimes. But if it's so, it normally would be cleared. Yeah, hot Milo's the way to go.
100%.
I know a lot of people that have it on their ice cream.
I am.
But I also know someone that has tomato sauce on their ice cream, so...
You know some weird people.
Yeah.
But then again, you also know people who have pineapple on their pizzas.
Yes. Oh, 96 looks like they've had a moment.
They have.
Going from bad to worse for 96 now.
Where is the 74 in comparison?
Was just behind that milk car, I thought.
They're not far back.
No.
They're about, say, 4 or 5 seconds back.
8 minutes, what are we looking at? Probably 3 laps. It's going to take an effort, and they've got a bit to do.
Okay, so the 422 got a drive-through for cutting last part of Sector 1, but it was instantly switched to a stop-go for cutting.
Yeah, if you do a full sector cut and then there's track, you're going to cop it. Unfortunate, but not the end of the race. Well, not till 8 minutes, but... What am I looking for? 96.
They are 96 is currently 7 seconds up the road from P11. So holding on to that last spot in the top 10.
Ooh.
That's a snap and a half.
Starting to see that on a lot of cars now. I wonder if just the sheer amount of water we've got now.
Howdy things.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. Sometimes some things are just unexplainable.
I think this are probably some of the wettest conditions we've had all race. And I think it's catching people.
Chalmers is back under 4 seconds to Gibbo for that P8. So that BMW is flying towards the end of this race.
Chalmers wants that P8. But who wants it
Give up
more?
the picture just there. He is going to have to yield to Ty coming around behind him.
Milo and yogurt.
That seems like a weird combination, I won't lie.
Depends on the yogurt. What are we talking about? Greek yogurt? Yogo?
Yoplepitimium.
Yoplait, you know. Yogurt's such a catch-all for anything. We need details. It's like saying I have it on cake. What kind of cake? Oh no!
Oh!
Chalmers.
Ran out of
That
Milo.
is... ran out of something. And I think they are gonna stay in P9.
Leaders coming into the pits.
There's that 5-minute window to box coming
That
into
little
play
flight
now.
and Dash.
Quick Milo.
Fuel or
goes.
Milo?
Milo.
It's a very quick answer.
It's the only answer, is it not?
Well, they have the time.
They do indeed have the time.
This is a little bit of a train now, all out of sequence.
Pitting for fastest lap, it seems.
Oh,
They
That'll
don't have it at
be-
the moment. 74 still has it.
Well, it would be ballsy to go for fastest lap in these conditions, I will say.
Fresh
I
tyres,
thought-
low fuel, different pressures.
but
Full of
surely
Milo.
the fastest lap would have been set when it was that dry line was more
Actually,
prominent.
the fastest lap was 2:01. What are we doing last lap? 2:11 for Dylan Martin, but he did have an off. Yeah, 2:01, 2:03. So if they can pull the fastest lap out here,
I imagine they're going to do it
I'm
too.
going to be drinking Milo for the rest of my life.
Why don't you already?
Because Farmers Union exists, champ. I just champed
it's-
you. Look at it. Why wouldn't you like it? It even looks good on the car.
I mean, ironic that you've champed me despite the fact I've never won a championship.
Nah, you're a champion to me.
Well, this team has done a champion effort today in P8. Just got to bring it home in the last 4 minutes.
Has any
Yeah.
team not picked up a drive-through for track limits?
There'll be a couple. I don't think Bakita's team has.
No, I think the highest placed team that's probably had a drive-through is car 191 in P3.
I think they were saying that 546 hasn't either.
No, I don't think 546 has had
Oh
a
no, there you go.
drive-through.
88 has have a drive-through. 191 did, so we're all wrong in the booth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Well,
just what
that's-
we know. I knew 191 did. I didn't know 88 had had a drive-through. And car 546 in P2, Diabols are saying they've done a drive-through as well.
Look, if we said every team out there so they had at least one drive-through, I don't think we'd be far off the mark.
Next 16 have had a drive-through, I do believe, in P5. But 500 has not. We have managed to stay clear of that.
Well, JC tried his best to make that not true.
Yeah, he
Quick
did
driver
try to-
swap at the end here.
He did get 3 track limit warnings in the... Well, he actually got 2 track limit warnings in one corner.
Rain is getting heavier in 30 minutes. So the podium
Oh,
is going
Lord.
to be... Podium celebrations is going to be underwater.
Delicious.
I mean, France would probably take this rain, given they've got a fair amount of fires over there at the moment. As a lot of places in Europe do.
It's because all the lightning's hitting their trees from the storms.
Well, I mean, as we know, the rains in the plains in Spain fall mainly on France.
Oh, there's a Colin Mockery joke about reindeer being hit by a plane and some birds. I'm not sure if anyone watches that show. I can't remember his name.
Whose line is it anyway?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
The reindeer over Spain was mainly hit by the plane. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, whose line is it anyways? It's always going to be hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, Bakita hasn't taken fastest lap yet.
Should be starting the last lap now. Across the start-finish line.
So, I might take this time to thank all our sponsors, VRS for title sponsor, Simrigs, Lawntel, and also want to thank all our stewards and all the people who do the work behind the scenes. Been absolutely massive today.
Absolutely. And thank you to all my commentators today jumping in the booth, dedicating some time to watch this wet race. Stellar as always. And a shout out to all nurses at where Babby's hospital is for looking after him and for letting him cut some laps in your wards.
Yeah.
Must be a fair job. And for shaving his beard.
Yeah. I just spoke to the hospital too, where Bab's at too, by the way, Malik.
He's got a drive-through?
No, the doctors came up to him and said, you know, he's looking at beating cancer within 6 months, and he turned around and said, I could probably shave 2/10 off that.
Nice, nice. It rained for about 7 hours, 20 minutes of the 8 hours.
The full race itself was on a very, very wet track, even with the slight intervals of no rain.
So,
it's been fun. It's been absolute great fun.
Dry tyres haven't been used once. Other than to sit on by the pit crew.
yeah, they'll be on buy swap sell tomorrow. Dry tyres never used.
I haven't really seen the weather fluctuate in how heavy the rain is as much as this has done today.
I think this has been a first for everything, but speaking of first, Philippa Bakita, the R8G X Happy Laps entry is about to cross the line, and they are going to win the VRS Paul Ricard 8 hour here.
It's been an absolute masterclass from them today. These guys as well, they've been super competitive. They not quite at the level of the guys in front, but they can be pretty happy with P2. Jakey Baldwin will bring it home across the line. And sideways.
Seems we ended up with 224 laps in the end, so props to everyone who predicted that. Here's the Kovacs Racing purple entry of the Thanos car. Crossing the line now of JP Sinikas into the wall and across the line. Kyrun in the 45 doing a fantastic job to come home in P4.
This is one of our hard luck stories at the end there. Benjamin Tran just got that drive through towards the end of the race. And we're looking at a top 10 finish. Unfortunately, will sit out only 1.4 seconds behind Ristafani in P10. But I think we'll be settling for P11. As Gibbons will finish P8, Chalmers 9. It will be Ristafani in P10 and Benjamin Tran P11.
Pro-Am win there.
It is. That is it. We are done and dusted. So there we go. Rundown of the winners, Bakita.
I'll laugh if this is not raining.
It doesn't look like it is. It looks like it's wet. No, it's raining, I think.
That sounds wet.
Yep. So there you go. How to make Paul Ricard interesting. Have it rain for 8 hours straight.
That's a backhanded compliment if I've ever heard one. Paul Ricard's great. I prefer it in the dry, to be honest, but that's how it transpired. That's how it transpired. Go through the standings. There's a few teams that didn't finish today. By a few. We're at 53, so there's a few cut entries there because we only had 48 today.
Yeah, I can see a double up at the bottom there, but there we go.
So car 88 takes the win over car 546 and 1191. So that's 191's back-to-back podiums in the P3 position. Pro-Am, we see 74, so that's UNSW Racing. 174, Drive to Survive, 723, Disciples of Speed 2. I think that's the best result so far. And in the AM class, ignore that. That is incorrect. Car 2 picks up the win, even with a 15-second penalty at the end. So that's team last name. 949 Rutama Spin, they finished P1 in AM class last race. And 91, which is Kovacs Racing Red, on the podium for AM. And we're just going to wait for about 5 minutes or so, and we're going to draw the raffle. There's 9 prizes to be drawn. So sit tight. This is a debrief so far in the endurance server. Straight after this, I'm going to go pack up my whole rig. Fucking lol.
Not a small task.
No.
A nice late night activity.
Yes, if you're out there still, go do some donuts. Keep us occupied. Oh, someone is. That's 919. That is Babby's car. Bushels out there. How are we, chat? How did you pull up after the race? I reckon there'll be quite a few tired people after that. It looked like a hard work. Especially those teams running 2-mans. I know the 700 car had a driver pull out really late. They were starting 47th. They got their 5-place grid penalty, starting 48th. But they had 2 drivers go the distance. One was there making their first endurance race ever. So, well done, George Casher. We're going to put the voting up for the next round up in a bloody after the raffle. If I can get it done. These are strange looking donuts, Mark. Spec 423.
That's not how you make donuts.
Come on, Zach, you better than this. Best race ever, says Bender.
He's got TC on still.
Zach, do you want to keep spectating? This is embarrassing at the moment. Here we go.
Yeah, that's more like it.
That's the only thing that's boggled me about this game is it doesn't do tie smoke.
That's true. I reckon Mark's parked it on the grid there for Babby. But thanks, guys, in commentary box. Fantastic tonight.
No worries, thank you.
Oh, we'll catch up with you guys very soon. I'll get ready to draw the raffle. I'll jump out of this channel. All right. Be right back. Jump in chat. Testing. Alrighty. Let's get ready to draw this raffle. Let's send it off. Yeah, that's the song's called State of Dystopia by Of Men and Wolves and Red Revision. It's actually royalty free, that's why I play it a fair bit. Absolute banger. All right, let's get this show on the road. So all the entrants have been entered into this commentpicker.com, which is just a raffle randomizer. I Walk Alone. It's like the Liverpool theme song or Godsmack. All right, so the first prize tonight we're going to be drawing is a pair of VRS sim racing gloves. There's actually 2 of these pairs to be won, so let's just get this party started. Good luck to everyone. Hope you win. Sorry if you don't. That's what I wanted. Do I have an animation? Yes. Aaron Lee picks up a pair of gloves donated by Anonymous. All right, another set of gloves. Another set of gloves. Stewie Matthews. There you go, Stewie. Isn't it ironic? Right, so this one's for VRS. Shite. I think it's boots. Sim racing boots. Also donated by Anonymous. We'll thump through these first ones. Mark Felton. Make sure you reach out to me on Discord. I'm Mullock or Neil Alexander. You follow me on Discord in the OI channel pretty well. So Mark Felton, congratulations on that. Next one is a $100 iRacing voucher. Wait a minute. Yeah, you probably see your name scroll past because you're in the draw. It just picks a random amount to show in the draw. $100 voucher for iRacing goes to Ashley Vedigar from Drive to Survive team. That's donated by Archery Club of, I forget, I cannot see my Discord at the moment, so apologies for that. But you know who you are. Thank you very much for organising that for us. Alrighty, next one is a VRS subscription donated by Julian. Gimpy, that's the one, Gimpy. Sorry, Cody. I've failed you. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna get my list up. I don't want to forget anything. Alright, so this one is a VRS competitive subscription. Donated by Julian Dunn from VRS himself.
Green light, show them what you got.
Right. There we go. Okie dokie. So one competitive sub from VRS. It is Benjamin Curtis, aka Diobeles. Diobeles. Nice of you to do some nuts in the background. That's actually very fitting. So next one is a VRS one-on-one coaching session with Julian Dunn. That goes to George Kasha, who made his first appearance at an endurance event tonight. So, what a way to cap it off. Kasha! Alright, so now we're up to the nitty-gritty stuff. These are the top 3 prizes. Okay, the next one is for a Racebox GT3 Pro Button Box donated by the great team at Simrigs. This thing is a perler. Race GT3 button box. And the winner will be for P3 in the prize draw. Peter Viney! Peter Viney! Peter bloody Viney from bloody Kovacs. Well done, Peter. Thank you for purchasing all those tickets, mate. P2 prize now is for a SimMagic. I did spell that wrong. SimMagic Q1 sequential shifter. This is P2 in the draw. Again, thank you to all of you who have purchased tickets. P2 in the draw goes to Amon Tully. Amon Tully. Well done, sir. All right, the main prize. I'm sorry you all couldn't win it. But once again, thank you to all of you that bought tickets. I'll tell you how much we ended up raising after the draw tonight for Babby's treatment. I've already spoken to him tonight as well to tell him. These are for the VRS Direct Force Pro pedals. Again, thank you very much, VRS, for getting involved. Joe, Julian, really do appreciate that from everyone here at Octane Online Racing. Hope to do more with you in the future. Class organisation. Okay, so the winner for the VRS Direct Force Pro pedals for this raffle for Race Babby is Elliot Levine. Elliot Levine. Elliot Levine. Well done, Elliot. Well done, Elliot. Not here at redraw. Congratulations, Elliot. I know you bought a lot of tickets as well. You've donated a lot of money to Babby's treatment, so quite fitting. Apologies to all of you guys who missed out. I got a few stubby holders here if you want me to draw some of those. Some old school logo ones. So that'll be 10 prizes. Actually, I'm going to just see. I'm just going to send a random prize back to someone. This next one. Random prize. Ooh. Random prize. which is random price. I say random, it's not that random. It's a stubby holder and some other shit I found in my room when I'm packing up my house. That goes to Zachary Smith. Zachary Smith, 3 races in F1 Legends Series. Currently leading the way in Tier 1. Now, there's no hoodies left. Dog food. I didn't send the dog food in the end to someone. 2 kilogram of carrots. All right. So, next one is 2 kilograms of carrots. This goes to 2 kilograms of carrots goes to Benjamin Tran. And lucky last prize. Someone give me a prize. I'll bet it to you, Mike. 2 kilogram of carrots, Benjamin Tran. Get in touch with me on Discord. Oh, a tin of Milo. A tin of Milo. Tin of Milo, and the tin of Milo goes to Mike Crick. Mike, he's gonna love it. I didn't. Whoa, what the fudge is that thing? I have that. What the fuck is it? So Cricky wins a tin of Milo. Do sympathy prizes. A hug with JC. Last prize, and I'm going to bed. This is a hug with JC. Don't know JC. It is going to Jamie Conboy. Wins a hug with JC. And that is a very fitting way to send it off. That is fucking hilarious. Sorry about my language, but that is just... JC, self-loving tonight, champion. Get the mirror out. Give yourself a big old hug. Whatever else you want to do. Oh, lols. Anyway, so... I can proudly say we've raised over $10,000 over the course of the last couple of weeks for Michael Babb and his treatment. I've actually told Babby this news just during the stream. Thank you very much for all of you contributing. Some of you extremely generous donations, and I know from Michael Babb, he's extremely thankful for all your generosity and help. I wasn't really expecting to raise what the goal was on GoFundMe, but 10,000. Pat yourselves on the back. Give yourself some self-loving, because that's just great to see, and that's what it's all about here. I'm glad to help, and take care. I'll see you guys in a few days' time once I've moved my house. Again, thank you for all the support, everyone tonight, including the stewards, and thanks to Paul Ricard for doing what you did. Anyway. Raffle off an iceberg lettuce. Thank you very much there, John. That's very nice of you. Thanks, JC, for the donation. But yeah, be very proud. $10,000 to help someone else out who's having a pretty rough time at the moment is one of the proudest things I've been involved with, so love to see it. And this is for the iceberg lettuce, because Bender's a twat. It is Mike Real! Mikey! Oh, I've also knew that personally. Anyway, I've got to go. Thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate it again. Take care. See you during the week. I hope you all have a nice rest. Bye-bye now.